It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, January 18th, 2023. I got it right again. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Back to back this week. You know, there was once some talk of us just doing one show this week. We've now delivered you 3. Of course, the show isn't over, so I guess we've just delivered you 2 and 1 minute, but we're about to deliver you 3 back to back to back, and it's good to be here. And you know, being here 3 days in a row got me thinking what life would be like if we did a daily show, threw it out to the team. Frank flipped out. I said absolutely
That's
not.
what happened?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I couldn't believe that you were so against the idea of working together 5 days a week. Do you think we could pull off 5 days a week, Frank? Do you think you could pull off 5 days a week?
I think we could do that, yeah.
Is there enough to talk about 5 days a week?
If you follow my suggestions on which guest on what days, I think we'd be fine.
I didn't come through. Frank asked for Francis on Monday. We got him on Tuesday. Appreciate everyone who tuned in yesterday. I believe live, that was our most watched show ever. And when I say hour, I say, you know, dating back to 2009 when this show started, and even the 3 years at ESPN. I don't know if we've ever gone 34K live. Those are McAfee numbers. Shout out to my old friend Patrick. Still waiting for a text back. But those are big time numbers. I appreciate it very much. I'm sure everyone was tuning in just for me. That means a lot. And of course, very thankful that Francis Ngannou came on the show to, quote unquote, break his silence and talk about everything that's been going on. Shout out to Francis, by the way, and his YouTube channel. He just posted another video on there. Go check it out. Great stuff on that channel. They're doing video blogs and all kinds of good behind the scenes stuff. But yes, it was a crazy day yesterday. It was a very memorable day, an eventful day. I appreciate everyone tuning in. I appreciate all the kind words. And if you haven't seen the interview with Francis Ngannou, which I think was around an hour and 20-ish minutes long, talked a little at the top, back end with GC and Rick. It's up right now on the page, on the YouTube page, and wherever you get your podcast. YouTube has done this weird thing where now there's like a videos tab and a live tab. Who asked for this? I feel like this is very confusing. When I go, I'm like, what? Where's the video? Oh, it's in the live tab. Don't you guys think this is a mistake? I feel like they need to rectify this. Anyone have issues with this? Anyone at all?
No, I'm cool with it, man.
You're cool? You don't feel like things get lost in the shuffle?
It makes it clear so I can just go to the live tab and it's like, oh yeah, I forgot I streamed this.
Yeah, but not everyone does things live, and then you're not sure. I don't know. I feel like the live, which is like the initial video, right, the full show, I feel like it gets lost because we've been programmed to go to the video tab. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Anyway, it's under the live, but then I think there's another video up there, a breakout, as they call it in the business. It's all up there, and of course, we have the Monday show as well. But today is Wednesday, and we are on the road to UFC 283, first UFC pay-per-view in Brazil since 2019. First time back in Brazil since March of 2020, the final show before everything shut down. Empty arena show, Kevin Lee versus Charles Oliveira in front of no one. Who'd have thought? Almost 3 years later, Keith Lee is more famous than Kevin Lee. What a world we're living in, but the guy is everywhere. It's an unbelievable story. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. 2 title fights on the card, of course. Glover Teixeira versus Jamal Hill. Brandon Moreno versus Deiveson Figueiredo for the 4th time, and Frank still planting his flag in the tetralogy title for this, right? You're going with tetralogy.
No, I'm going with quadrology. Quadrology.
I thought we were going with tetralogy.
No, we can't rewrite history.
What? You sent me a thing. Didn't you send me?
No, that was me arguing to Alex that it's quadrilogy while he was trying to correct me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot.
But whose side are you on?
I actually am on your side. But
Thank you.
Didn't you show me evidence that suggests it should be
quadrilogy is a thing? Yeah.
Why do I feel like you were saying tetralogy at the beginning?
I think you misread it, man.
It's a lot of text. It's hard to keep up with everything. All right, so are we going with quadrology or tetralogy?
Quadrilogy.
Yeah, quadrilogy for sure.
Okay. By the way, what was so funny when we were counting down? I heard everyone laughing back there.
All right, so breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of laughter in my ear.
Joe
What?
opens up his laptop and goes to YouTube, and a previous episode of the MMA Hour starts playing right as we're doing our countdown.
Okay.
So we hear it, and we're afraid we're live when we weren't supposed to be.
Oh, my God.
I like
Then
to keep Frank on his toes.
Yeah. What a nightmare
Yeah.
that would have been.
it was quite funny, but I was like, can we laugh about it after the show has started? Because we're still counting down. Like, this is not the
I
time
mean,
to
it's in
laugh.
my ear. I hear laughter. I'm thinking
It's
I'm
cackling right in your ear.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm
That
on
was from
the outside
Andy.
looking
It was
in.
me. It was me.
No, I just wanted to know what the joke was. I wanted to know if I was a part
We all
of the
just take
joke or
turns
the butt of the
laughing
joke.
at you before we start the
Jeez
show.
Louise.
Can we talk about the size of Frank's text trying to explain the quadrilogy?
I can't believe we're doing
Do we have
all
any
this.
evidence of that?
Yeah, let's go full screen. This
Wow.
is
Yeah, 'cause he
this is
sent
a
us a
paragraph
text.
that he wanted to send to us. I've obviously found the correct version. As an alternative to tetralogy, quartet is sometimes used, particularly for series of 4 books. The term quadrilogy, using the Latin prefix quadri instead of Greek, and first recorded in 1865, also been used marketing for the Alien movies. Shout out to the Alien movies. I mean, I'm not going to go
The
against
fourth one was
those.
pretty bad.
Quadrilogy. There it is.
There it is, quadrilogy. That proves our point. This is what Frank sends us. This is real life. This is a screenshot of what Frank sends us.
That is
All right.
true.
The screenshot was
And this is
originally to
why I got
Alex Lee
confused.
What did you want us to do with this? What did you want us to do with this?
I sent you the text from my laptop, so it looked fine. I didn't.
This is why I got confused, because I was like, wait, which
Oh,
side
right,
is
because
he
you were
on?
squinting. You were
Yes,
like,
I was zooming in.
well, look
I
at you
missed-
for respecting whatever side I'm on. Good for
Yeah.
you.
But
Yeah.
I'm still not. Wait. So which side are you on, GC?
Oh, it's quadrilogy for sure.
So you're
you
on
just saw
Frank's
the
side.
proof. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on Frank's side. We're on the same side. Where
Oh,
we
okay.
disagree is him sending us, 0.5 point
Yeah,
text
that is-
to try and read it.
It's a little
Apparently,
egregious.
Rick is now blind.
Yeah, no, I had to zoom in, and that's why I got confused. I thought you were fighting for the other side.
Well, I appreciate you supporting me no matter which side I was on.
I also appreciate the fact that you and AK Lee are going back and forth quite aggressively about this. I mean, you really
Yeah,
care.
you called me out in the middle of the show as if I'm not trying to fly this airplane here, to tell me to correct it.
Oh my gosh, tremendous stuff. All right, well, we're going with quadrilogy or quadrology. What is it again?
Quadrilogy.
Quadrilogy. All right, it's the quadrilogy this Saturday. Davison Figueiredo versus Brandon Moreno, Gilbert Burns, Neil Magny. The retirement fight for one, Shogun Rua. A lot to digest, a lot to discuss. UFC 283 related. Now, as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Want to get in on the 283 action? Just go to DraftKings Sportsbook, go to the app, use the code TheMMAHour. Very important. That lets them know we sent you. And when you sign up and you put in that code, you get a nice little offer there. So go to DraftKings, and back into the show, we'll tell you our picks. GC's picks, most importantly, but also the picks of the Parlay Pals. Shout out to Whoop as well. We'll tell you more about them. They are also a sponsor on today's program. Let me tell you about today's program. Back into the show, we shall be talking about 283 picks, all that stuff. Also do that earlier. I'll get to that in a moment. Sean Strickland is going to join us. I'm looking forward to that at 1:15 Pacific time, 4:15 our time. Sean Strickland coming off the big win over Nasruddin Imavov. You'll recall he's been on the show once before. It was an interesting chat, and I'm looking forward to this second chat later on today. Shogun Rua is going to join us, the legend, the former Pride middleweight Grand Prix champion, the former UFC light heavyweight champion. Once upon a time, one half of the best fight of the year, arguably one of the greatest fights in UFC history, versus Dan Henderson, UFC 139 back in 2011, San Jose. What a night that was, fighting for the final time back home in Brazil, which is a beautiful thing. We'll be joined by Shogun and his longtime manager, Eduardo Alonso, back into the show at around 3:50. At 3:30, we'll be joined by Neil Magny, who is in Brazil, of course, getting ready for the big Gilbert Burns fight, the winningest welterweight in UFC history. Neil Magny will join us at 3:30. At around 3:10, Curtis Blaydes is going to join us, talk about his spot in the heavyweight division, all the heavyweight news. Looking forward to Razor Blades being on, and Stipe Miocic, who we have not seen in action in almost 2 years now, March of 2021, his fight against Francis Ngannou. A little more active these days, a little more vocal. We'll talk to Stipe about everything going on, about him. Always great to talk to the pride of Independence, Ohio, I believe it is. Ohio in general, but they love him over there in Cleveland and Ohio, all those places. And we love Ohio as well, except not so much Cincinnati, right? I mean, we're not really big Cincinnati fans around these parts. When they play the Bills, we're not big fans. When they don't play the Bills, God bless. But this week, not the biggest fans. He's a Browns fan, so it doesn't really matter. One note, we told you yesterday that Ciryl Gane is going to be on. Unfortunately, found out last night that he had to cancel. We'll get him on in the future. One of the many reasons why I don't like to ever say who's going to be on a day before or so, because I feel like I jinx it. So apologies for that. Ciryl Gane not going to be on, had to cancel, will be on hopefully before the Jones fight, but still 5 great guests. And we put in Sean Strickland there. So, hey, how about that? Can't complain about that. All right, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned
I
Q&A,
wonder what the
MMA
questions will be
fans.
about this week. Always a nice surprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself,
That is me.
Ariel Helwani.
Yes?
Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City, it's On the Nose. And now,
Yes.
to answer your questions, get out of your seats and on your feet because
Come on.
here he is, Ariel Helwani.
The real reason, by the way, that Ciryl Gane isn't on is because he didn't like the amount of money that we were offering for our guests. So he's like, I could get a better deal somewhere else. Just kidding. No money being exchanged. Hey, yeah. All right. Moderator Lewis, hard at work as always, picking the best questions that you sent to us over at arielhelwani.substack.com. Appreciate all the questions. I saw that there were a lot. Never look at them before. Want to be fresh. Want to be surprised. Can't wait to see what you have in store for us. Without further ado, let us get to it. Andrew G is up first. Hey, Ariel. We keep seeing example after example of the UFC trying to devalue their stars as they leave the promotion. Has this ever actually worked? Is another promotion really going to offer less based off of how they competed and are talked about in their last fight? Especially stars like Nate and or Francis, or are the expectations that this actually works for lower tier UFC fighters? Okay, well, here's the thing. The practice of devaluing them, disparaging them on the way out isn't necessarily to, get them a lesser deal or to put them in a bad spot financially to whomever they may sign with. It's to send the message out to the UFC public, the UFC audience, that, hey, this guy isn't here because of X, Y, and Z. That's first and foremost in their mind. Like, they ultimately don't really care if Bellator pays them 3 times or PFL or anyone. It's to let you know, hey, the reason why this guy isn't here is because he wants easy fights. He doesn't want to fight this guy. He wants to take the easy route. He's comfortable, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of people on Twitter that put out this screen grab of all the news stories where Dana White says, this guy, that guy, this guy doesn't want to fight. When in reality, it has to do with so much more. It's either a bad contract or, a more complicated situation like Francis. It is never this guy doesn't want this fight because he is afraid, or this woman doesn't want this fight because she is afraid. It is never that. Is it sometimes, hey, this fight doesn't make sense for me because it is more beneficial for you, for me to take it, rather than me taking it to advance my career? Yeah, it's sometimes that, right? Like if there's a killer out there like Khamzat who is ranked 30th coming into the UFC and I'm ranked 3rd, yeah, why am I going to take this fight? By the way, kudos to Leon Edwards. He took the fight multiple times. But the narrative that they try to put out that this guy is more often than not, 99.99999% of the time, BS. And it's to tell you, the UFC audience, that the reason why this guy's here is because he doesn't want to be among the best. He doesn't want to fight the best. It's not necessarily to get him a bad deal. If any promoter out there is stupid enough to listen to that and say, hey, I heard what they said about you. I'm now going to offer you, 1/4 of what we just offered you or wanted to offer you, or a half or whatever. I mean, that person is adult, and, the real world doesn't work that way. They're smart. If we're smart enough to decipher what's going on, they're smart enough to decipher what is going on. So it's really just to explain their own actions and to never just say, as I've said before, hey, gave it our best shot, took us a year, went back and forth, thought we got close. In the end, he wanted something that we couldn't offer him. We wish him the best. Maybe we'll revisit this. No harm, no foul. We've got a great heavyweight fight. And we thank him for all his great fights and all his great years here. That's the normal person way of doing business. That's the normal person way of addressing these things. And it's quite often what we see in sports. It's not how they do business. Their way of doing business is hurting you on the way out. Their way of doing business is and I don't even want to say they. Dana White's way of business. It's really just one guy. I don't believe that everyone in the company feels like this is the best way to do it. And by the way, Hunter and Francis, as he said, Mick and Francis, as he said, have a great relationship. I don't think that they want that for Francis. You can still not be in business with someone and have a good relationship with them, right? It just sometimes doesn't work. You want something, they can't offer it. Can't meet in the middle. That's the normal way of doing things. And I will say this, for some crazy reason, more often than not, when someone tests the UFC and goes out there and gets another deal, for some reason they tend to stumble. That's why I'm really curious to see what happens. Historically, you look at all the great examples of guys leaving for greener pastures. For some reason, there haven't been that many that have left and have thrived. Maybe they've thrived financially, but wins and losses wise, it's been a lot more losses than wins. I don't know if they put a hex on you. I don't know if they put a curse on you. I don't know what it is, but there's example after example of this where they end up looking great. The house wins. That's why the Nate and Francis thing is so unique, because usually they end up looking great even before you get out. They put you in a tough fight. You end up stumbling. Your value goes down. You lose your leverage. They wanted to do that to Nate clearly against Khamzat. They were hoping that this would happen against Cyril Gane to Francis. Didn't happen for both. That's why both of these things happening at around the same time is wild, wild stuff and somewhat unprecedented. Caleb. Hey, Ariel. Just wanted to gauge your own personal opinion on how impactful this Francis situation will be in the future for fighters' rights. I think as the world sees what he was asking for as extremely reasonable. I mean, it is reasonable, but it's revolutionary as far as the UFC is concerned. Worth noting. Good or bad, it's just not the way their orbit runs. Could the UFC be losing some good faith with their fan base? It seems between this, Dana White's behavior, and the overuse of the Apex that the UFC is not taking advantage of the fandom that they developed during the pandemic. Overall, I want to get your personal opinion on how impactful all of this is. And if you were in charge, how would you approach some of these topics while keeping the business aspect in mind? All right, well, the first part of the question is, look, fortunately, unfortunately, Francis is just one person. And you see, like, how many UFC fighters, big name UFC fighters, do you see backing him right now? None? One, two? I don't know. I don't see any. Do you see any, GC? Like, do you see a lot of UFC fighters backing Francis Ngannou right now?
Biggest one was Sean Strickland, post-fight press conference.
Yep.
I mean, he has a close relationship with him.
Training partner, yeah. Not a lot. And shout out to Sean for that. And so that speaks volumes. One guy isn't going to be, I was thinking about this morning. Could this be the start of something? And even he said himself, he doesn't think that a union can happen. One guy isn't going to be the guy. And it has to be a guy, like there was, in baseball, the Curt Flood situation where he wanted to test free agency. He wanted free agency to be a thing. He didn't just want to be like viewed as a piece of property that can be shipped around. And, there was an individual, Marvin Miller was his name, who was instrumental in putting together the MLB Players Union. You need someone like that as well. You need someone like that behind the scenes. That's why I was wondering back in the day, 2016, when Jeff Boris was trying to create something, if maybe he could be the guy because he really understood the way collective bargaining works. He's a former baseball agent, longtime baseball agent. And maybe he could be the guy to get the fighters to understand the finances. They're fighters. I don't even understand this stuff to a certain degree. So it's going to take more than one guy. And even you see a guy with his stature be kind of left on an island. Let's just talk about the UFC champions. How many of them are backing him? How many of the most influential fighters in the UFC are openly backing Francis right now? None. I haven't seen a single one. So, and correct me if I miss one. But so that's why I think that the UFC is very lucky that they have this shiny toy named John Jones, right? Everyone's going to be excited. Come March 4th, Francis will be talked about, but, it will be about John Jones, and they'll push John Jones, and it's Jones versus Gane, and blah, blah, blah. Now, if Jones wins, you have the Stipe thing, and people will be excited about that, the most decorated heavyweight champ of all time. If John wins that one, maybe there will be calls for Francis, but they are lucky that they have this machine that keeps going that allows you to forget about the other stuff. And the machine is so great and so successful and so big and so powerful, no one is bigger than the machine. Not even Conor is bigger than the machine. Like, the machine is still going. Now, Conor comes back, you see a massive spike and they want him back and he's great for business, but like the business isn't tanking without him, right? It's obviously not going to reach any heights that he could bring them to, but it's still a multi-billion-dollar business. And when their TV rights are up in 3 years, it's still going to fetch a lot of money and blah, 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 blah. And it's still a valuable property for ESPN Plus and all that stuff. So he's a guy and he's a guy who has, morals and standards and principles, and he's sticking to them. But the machine goes on. And on Saturday, we'll all be going crazy about 283. And then we'll all be going crazy about 284 and then 285 and all that stuff. Look, there's no denying, by the way, this has been a tough stretch for the UFC. Off the top of my head, the gambling situation, horrible. Let's even go back a little bit before that. The Nate Diaz situation blowing up in their face. That wasn't great. The gambling situation, not great. The Dana White situation, not great. This Francis situation, not great. Am I missing any? I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty bad stretch. In the midst of that, we've had some good shows. We've had some good fights. We've had some good moments, but it's been some negative press. These things go up and down, and I don't think any of them are truly detrimental to their future, to their business. But yeah, look, you don't want to get me started on the Apex and all that stuff. I think that they don't think that there's any sort of negative impact on the audience by putting shows there. Although we did find out yesterday that this via Adam Hill, the Las Vegas Review-Journal, that the Merab Dvalishvili versus Petr Yan fight is going to be taking place at the Virgin Hotel, which I think used to be the Palms. It was either the Palms or the Hard Rock. So that's good. It's in Las Vegas, few thousand people. That's all we asked for. We're not asking for every show to be at T-Mobile or even MGM. Just give me a crowd. I mean, they used to hold shows there all the time. Big difference. PZ. Hi, Ariel. Can you please elaborate on how Francis's contract with the UFC ended? From what I understand, he fought the last fight on his contract in January of 2022. Then, because he was champ, there was an automatic 3-fight or 1-year extension champion clause. If so, then his contract would have seemingly expired sometime this month, January of 2023, correct? What I'm not sure of this is how long the exclusive matching rights UFC would have had after that 1-year extension. Dana said they were waiving those. I'm assuming Francis was prohibited from fielding offers during that. Okay, I don't want to read some stuff that may not be accurate. Thank you. I appreciate your work in covering the sport, the good, the bad, and the ugly. This is the thing. He had a sunset clause. The 5 years, he had a term and he had a number of fights. He exhausted the number of fights in January of 2022, but there was also a term, right? And it was 5 years. And that term ended December, I think, 9th of 2022, right? So even though he had his last fight in January of 2022, there was still 11 months left until the term ended, right? So they had 11 months to engage with him, to make a deal, et cetera, et cetera. They couldn't say, we're offering you this fight because you got a fight left on your deal, because he exhausted the fights. Okay, so there were two things. There was fights and there was term. He exhausted the fights. He still had 11 months left on the deal. So that's why they couldn't force him. They couldn't say, you must do this, you must do that. They couldn't extend him, even though he was in. They couldn't do any of that. Once the term ended, there's another year of matching rights. Now, with the matching rights, I believe it is, all right, now we're free to go talk to people, right? The term has ended, 5 years. I go to Promoter X. Promoter X gives me a great deal, right? I come back to you. My understanding is they have 15 days to match it. So they can't sit on it for a year, but they do have that power for a year. Now, once the year is over, you can literally just go out and sign with someone that afternoon. But still, to have that power for a year is a crazy thing. Now, very strategic what they did, publicly saying we've released him, right? Number one, we're in power here. We're in charge. We are releasing him. He's not walking away. He didn't turn anything down. We are releasing him. We are walking away from him, right? Here's the thing. If he signs a deal with Bellator, PFL, signs a deal with Matchroom, with MVP, with anyone, if he does his own thing, ultimately, if these people give him these things that they're not willing to even talk to him about and or the ability to box, they can't match that because they don't have that in place. This goes back to the Eddie Alvarez situation when he was talking with Bellator about pay-per-view, and they had to match and they had to create a pay-per-view in order to quote unquote match his offer. Then they look even worse because now they couldn't match this shiny new deal that someone was offering. So you get ahead of it, brilliant move, PR-wise, and say, we are not even going to match anything. We're going to be the good guys and let him walk. The reality is they know they can't match whatever offer he's going to get. They don't want to take that L, so they're getting ahead of it and taking the W. At least in the eyes of the public, that's what they're trying to do. Do you get what I'm saying? So again, it goes back to the first question. First question was, are they hurting him financially? It's not about that. It's about the message they're trying to send to you, the UFC audience out there, who they think doesn't have access to shows like this where we tell you the truth. The good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, the bad, and the ugly. The good, 283, great card, 2 title fights. Talk about it, excited. The bad, some of these things, there's contracts, money. The ugly, Francis, they don't want to give him certain things or at least even engage in certain things because, again, as Francis said yesterday, he knew that maybe he won't get all these things, but they didn't even want to talk about any of them. They didn't even want to engage in any of them. PK pie up in this. Hey, Ariel, that's his name. Great coverage of the Francis situation this week. Honest question. Is some of the luster lost in a Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou fight with Francis technically no longer being UFC heavyweight champion? No. I mean, he was the champ. His last fight, he defended the belt. Who cares if he has the belt or not? So, no. He goes on. Is it unfair to say that part of the appeal in that fight for baddest man on the planet was the fact that Tyson was facing the current UFC heavyweight champion? If John Jones wins the heavyweight title, the title of baddest man on the planet will instantly be bestowed upon him. I mean, it depends on who you believe. As Francis said yesterday, it's not undisputed. It's quite literally disputed because he's not in the fight. So don't believe that. I mean, I guess it's what do you want to believe? And what I believe to be true, because I saw it with my own eyes, Francis Ngannou was the champion. He didn't lose that belt. So that's why we have something called lineal heavyweight champion or lineal anything champion. And that means even though you don't have a belt, you're still the guy who hasn't been beat until someone beats you. For example, Leon Edwards is the lineal BMF champion of the UFC. You realize this, right? Jorge had the belt. He lost to Kamaru Usman. Kamaru Usman lost to Leon Edwards. Leon Edwards is the BMF champ, whether you want to admit it or not. He's the welterweight and BMF champ. Crazy, right? So no. Tyson Fury versus Francis, to me, unless Fury loses to Usyk, if that fight gets done, that's baddest man on the planet. My boy Abe. Hello, Ariel. Great interview from Francis Ngannou. Now, as Francis has no manager, I've decided to pitch some ideas to get your thoughts. First, forget boxing Fury or AJ. Let's see Francis versus Dillian White. Don't hate it. Don't hate it. It's a tall task. Jumping in there, fighting a Fury, a Joshua, even a Wilder. Wilder's no bum. He lost to Tyson Fury. That's it. No shame in that. 2-fight deal, he says. First fight boxing, second fight MMA. Co-promotion between Matchroom and Le Predator Promotions. Don't hate it. White has a history in kickboxing. Second, the Ngannou story needs to be a biopic or series. And if they need a name, The Power of Faith. Thirdly, wouldn't it if Francis Ngannou turns up in San Antonio, Texas, as the 30th entrant in the Royal Rumble? I mean, that would be nuts. But I don't know. Would the pop be great? Would the pop be great? I don't know about that crossover. Like, remember when Cain Velasquez was brought into WWE? Like, it didn't feel like people even knew who he was, to be honest.
One difference there, though.
What's up, Rick?
Just look at Francis Ngannou versus Cain, right? When Francis Ngannou walks down that ramp, you don't even need to really know who he is to know that dude's like going to be a problem for whatever's next.
Fair.
And then you probably go, oh, isn't that guy who took people's head off in the UFC?
Yeah, I guess. But I remember when they brought out Cain, it was the SmackDown debut on Fox in LA. And by the way, LA is a place where he's had success and there was no reaction to him whatsoever. Now, I get what you're saying. Francis looks a lot different. He's jacked. He's bigger, all that stuff. But, you know as well as anyone, the Royal Rumble is fun because of the surprises and because you hear like the music or you see, you know, the Titantron and it's like, oh shit, Edge is back. You know, you hear on this day and you're like, what is Francis going to walk out to? He doesn't even have, you know, memorable music. What is his song? Does he have a song? I don't even know if he has a song. It's not like Ain't No Sunshine. I get what you're saying though, but I just don't know if there's a crossover there between the two.
I ultimately agree. I just think if there's anybody who's not, you know, a Conor McGregor, his physicality at least gives him that, where he could show up and people be like, oh, okay.
Could you imagine if they start playing Notorious and it is Conor? That would generate a pop, right?
That would be big business.
Conor walks down doing the Billy strut. Crazy. I wonder if he's allowed to now that Vince is back. Okay. He eliminates Brock. Abe goes on to say, leading to them facing off at WrestleMania 39, the Beast versus Le Prédateur. I mean, he's got to learn how to wrestle. It's not the easiest thing. Who's the real baddest man on the planet? P.S. Got chills watching your Martin Luther King tribute. Shout out to Robert Pearson for that. Thank you. And isn't it fitting that Francis can also now say free at last? It is. I love that he posted that. Although I didn't love that he posted y'all. I mean, have you ever heard Francis say y'all before? He had that in the caption. Thought maybe. I mean, he doesn't seem like a y'all kind of guy, right?
I mean, you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, it's true. Much love, your boy Abe. Much love to you, Abe. Warheart MMA. With a win over Jamal Hill on Saturday, do you see Glover A, retiring on top, B, he waits and faces Yuri again, C, fights Magomed Ankalaev? For me, would love nothing more than to see him retire on top and vacate the belt, causing another mess within the division. I know you would. I feel like UFC doesn't like that. We've seen some situations where a champion has walked away, i.e. GSP, i.e. Henry Cejudo. They don't like that because they feel like it devalues the title. And there is a case to be made there, by the way. Again, just like Francis, if you walk away and now there's a new title fight, like there's no lineage anymore. Like something gets broken. In the time-space continuum, is that a thing, Frank? I feel like you know about this. Time-space continuum. Like it gets broken, right?
Absolutely.
So I learned that from Back to the Future. Anyway, I feel like a conversation had to have happened with Glover when they made this fight. Like, hey, you're not going to leave if you win, right? At least not after the first fight, if you win the belt back. So I don't think that happens. He has not even hinted at that. I say B waits to fight Yuri again. Rematch of the best fight of 2022? That's the one. Andrew, we've been hearing a lot of hate lately, and I agree with you on all of it. You're the man, Ariel. But can we get a babyface promo about why you still love MMA and the fight game? Wow. And I hope that, you know, when you ask this, Andrew, this is not you feeling like I hate MMA. Again, good, bad, and ugly. We got to cover what we got to cover. I would still argue that 90% of what we're covering is the good, and the fights and the characters. But you want to know why I still love MMA in the fight game? I'll tell you why I still love MMA in the fight game. I love MMA still because of the drama. I love MMA still because of the buildup. I love MMA still because of the rivalries. I love it because of Alexander Volkanovski and who he is as a person, and him trying to dare to be great and make history by beating the locomotive that is Islam Makhachev, the protege of one Khabib Nurmagomedov, in his home soil, on his turf, back in Australia. I love situations like that. I love stories like Leon Edwards defying the odds and beating Kamaru Usman, like we said, the equivalent to a Hail Mary or a 30-point shot in basketball. Just insane odds, and he pulled it off, and now he gets to defend the title back home in the UK, first pay-per-view since 2016. I love everything about Brandon Moreno versus Davis Figueiredo, reviving a weight class that was on its deathbed and now fighting 4 times tetralogy, quadrilogy, whatever the hell it is. I love everything about that. I love Shogun Rua. I love the legends from Pride. And I read today Mike Bond tweeted that this is the end of an era. He is the last Pride fighter who fought in Japan, left on the UFC roster. And when he leaves on Saturday night, that closes a huge chapter in the history of the sport. I love that chapter. I love that history. I love those legends. I love people like Glover Teixeira defying the odds and stumbling and coming back and getting an opportunity to fight back home in Brazil and to fight for a belt. I love stories like Chito Vera coming from nothing in Ecuador and now being so close to fighting for a belt and to finally, realizing his dream of becoming a UFC champion. I love stories like Valentina Shevchenko and the dominance that she has had and her skating by the skin of her teeth against Tayla Santos. I mean, I love that stuff. I love the drama. There's nothing better than that. There's nothing better than a big fight that you've been waiting for. Dustin Poirier versus Michael Chandler, and there's history and there's drama and there's tension and there's buildup and there's Madison Square Garden and there's all this stuff, and then it delivers. And it delivers beyond our wildest expectations. And it delivers with two guys who, probably won't be the best of friends and maybe are a lot more similar than they think, but golly, did they give us an incredible fight with ups and downs, highs and lows. I love comeback stories like John Hathaway. Where else do you see that? That's incredible stuff. By the way, I'm doing all of this off the top of my head right now. I love stories like Drew Dober. I love stories like Muhammad Makhachev, who came from nothing and has had to defy the odds to get to the point that he's at right now. I love all this stuff. So please don't get it twisted. Do not get it twisted. Love this sport. My support and love for this sport has not wavered, and it's mainly because of the fighters. I'll be honest with you. The fighters are what keep me going. At this point, how many fights have I seen? And I'll be 1,000% honest, as I'm shooting right here from the hip, I have a hard time watching the Apex events. I have a very hard time. I was talking about this with New York Rick on Monday. I have a very hard time because of the fact that they feel soulless, because of the fact that they're sterile, but also because of the fact that they represent greed, in my opinion. There is no reason for those events to still be at the Apex. None whatsoever. Let's recognize what the Apex did for the UFC, for the sport, in 2020 and 2021. It's 2023. No one is doing this anymore. And everyone else would be killed if they were doing this. If WWE was still doing shows at their PC, they'd be killed. If basketball was still doing shows at Disney in front of no one, they'd be killed. If football were still doing shows in front of no one, they'd be killed. And by the way, no one is doing that because they want to make the money off ticket sales and whatnot. But they have a great situation, the UFC does, where they're this traveling circus. The real comparison is WWE, because they have to go from place to place to place all over the world every single week, essentially 52 weeks, 43, but you get the point. AEW as well. They get killed if they were doing things back at Daly's place or whatever it's called in Jacksonville. So that's why it's hard for me. And I think that the fighters deserve better. I will always be a fighter first guy. You want to call me biased? I'll always be a fighter first guy. And so, yes, I do tend to lean towards the direction of the fighters because I feel that generally they get the short end of the stick. Francis Ngannou's window is that big. Dana White's window, UFC's window, Ari Emanuel's window is that big. They can make money for life, and they have money for life and for generations. What does Francis have after, he loses at some point down the line, if he loses at some point down the line? So I just feel like it's my job. Like I've been given this opportunity. I've been given this platform. And for whatever reason, there haven't been a lot of people to speak about the sport or report on the sport in the way in which I think it should be reported on. And so I feel like it's a duty. But please don't mistake us talking about the bad and the ugly for us not loving the good and not wanting to talk about the good and celebrate the good and report on the good and preview the good and recap the good, because that's often, I think, more often than not, what we do here. I love stories like Alex Pereira getting, the win and now the rematch, if you will, between him and Izzy. Arnold Allen, bummed to hear about his rib injury. And yes, the fight was going to be Max Holloway. How great was that fight going to be? Max Holloway in London versus Arnold Allen. I mean, I love that, right? What a bummer. Feel for Arnold very much. Love people like DJ and obviously DC and Chris Weidman. I mean, I love all of it. So I feel like I've said enough. You get the point. Will Starr. Hi, Ariel. Will from Atlanta here. Shout out to GC. Given Bellator's overall struggles connecting with the fan base, how valuable do you think it could be for them to change their name? I realize the most ideal time for this would have been when Coker came in, but the second most ideal time would be now. They are suffering from an inferior product in a market that is very competitive and challenging. I just feel like the stink from the Bellator name has lingered for a long time, and this could allow for a fresh, quote-unquote, restart. Thoughts? I've been saying this for a long time. I agree with you. I thought they should have changed the name when Coker took over in 2014, 15, something like that, top of my head. And I don't hate the idea now. I really don't. Like, I thought they should have tried to do the deal with Jake Paul and call it like MVP MMA or something like that. Obviously, Jake Paul has done his deal with PFL and everything else going on. Fascinating time in the world of Jake Paul. Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury, by the way, February 25th in Saudi Arabia. Dan Rayfield reporting that the fight could end up on ESPN. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine, after all this stuff, Jake Paul fighting on an ESPN platform, probably plus pay-per-view? How crazy is that? And is that an indication of maybe Dana White's power, weakening a little bit? Because I can assure you, when I was there, they weren't exactly very high on Jake Paul. Meaning, couldn't really talk about it all that much, if you catch my drift. I know another member of the team could share some stories about that, but I won't put him on the spot. Point is, that's a wild turn of events, an absolute wild turn of events if it actually materializes. Back to the original question, Bellator, yeah. I don't know what to compare it to, but like when something feels damaged or doesn't have the momentum behind it, a rebrand is never a bad thing. And I don't feel like there was a great connection with that name. Obviously, the best choice would have been Strikeforce, but Zuffa owns it. Cheeto pancakes. What is happening? So I'm setting the line. Oh, how about this? I just spoke about this. I'm setting the line at minus 250 that the Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury fight does not happen. Wow, all right. I also just think this fight is incredibly uninteresting, especially after Jake just beat Anderson freaking Silva. All of his fights were clear step-ups, and this one feels like it is going in a totally different direction. On your list of opponents for Paul, where does Fury rank among them, and who would have been your top choice? Minus 250 that it doesn't happen. How do you feel about that, GC? You like that line?
No, I think it happens.
You think it happens?
Money on it happening.
Rick?
Not happening. Salt Poppy versus Jake Paul.
You think he's the backup?
I mean, he made a statement. Jake Paul talked about it. Logan Paul talked about it. I wouldn't be surprised.
That's Rick's wildest dream. It not happening.
Why are you such a big Salt
that.
Poppy fan?
He's great. He's the best of these
He's also a
influencer
Tommy
boxers.
Fury hater. It's a combo.
Oh, wow. And he was on the show too?
I'm not a Tommy Fury hater. I'm a Tommy Fury truther.
Oh, well, wait. GC, sorry. I thought you were saying that Salt Poppy is the Tommy Fury hater. Are you saying Rick is
me.
Oh.
Rick is the Tommy Fury hater.
Isn't Salt Poppy, isn't he like a byproduct of this reality show world too? Or am I confusing him with someone else?
No, he's like a TikTok influencer. But no, I'm a Tommy Fury truther. I stand by that.
Okay, so you think the fight doesn't happen? Do you think Jake fights on February 25th?
Yes.
You think he fights Saudi Arabia, blah, 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 but like 11th hour, someone else slides in?
Well, the last time, the whole thing hinged on being in the UK, right? That's the reason, you want to do and then MSG and all these different locale changes. Now you've got a site that you're going to make a lot of money, no matter who steps in there. Jake Paul shows up. Now, I don't know if the promotions involved or the people of Saudi Arabia are going to go crazy if it's not Jake versus Tommy, that specific matchup. But if all that is really on the line is a Jake Paul fight, yeah, I don't think Tommy's going to be there. History has shown us.
I think we will all feel better if at least there's a press conference and they're both there, right? Because remember, even prior to the first fight, they had to do the virtual press conference. Now, this one was in the UK. Jake wasn't there. And then there was something in Vegas and Tommy wasn't there. And then, of course, we remember, this summer, MSG, Tommy couldn't come over. I think we will all feel a little bit better about this happening if there's some sort of press conference before. And maybe that won't even do it for you. I think we'll feel a little bit better if they're both in Saudi Arabia on fight week. And maybe that won't even do it for you. I think we'll all feel better if they're actually in the ring and someone says, like, ding, 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 let's get it on. So I don't blame you for being trepidatious. And yesterday when I tweeted it, I saw a lot of, hey, this fight isn't going to happen and Tommy's going to fumble it, blah, blah, blah. It does feel like Jake is kind of the babyface going into this one. Is that not accurate, Rick? Like, I feel like people are like, just shut this guy up or like be done with him already. Do you get that sense as well?
The sentiment is definitely pro Jake in this scenario because of what we talked about. And now I think, there's a little bit of tongue in cheekness about this. Like, there are legitimate circumstances for why Tommy Fury couldn't make it to these fights. And it's not just, he's again, and we spoke about this when it comes to Francis Ngannou and other fighters. Tommy Fury is not scared of Jake Paul. He's not, period. Like, that's just not a thing. But there have been circumstances that have prevented him from getting to the fight. But there is a question of how motivated are you to make it to the fight, and will you make it to the fight? I'm not confident. I think, listen, based on the suggestions you had, the timeline that you had, if they're both on the ground in Saudi Arabia for fight week, then I'll be pretty sure. I'll be pretty confident.
I will also say this: if this fight doesn't happen, like if it doesn't materialize,
no mas.
Please, for the love of God. It's bold to even go back to it for a third time. You can't go back to it for a fourth time. You just can't. It's not Khabib Tony-esque where the world is like, I get why he wants to do it. He's as you put it on Twitter, he's invested time in the rivalry. Also, he's a quote unquote real boxer, blah, blah, blah. The name on paper, it all makes sense. It made sense for the first time. It made sense for the second time. Third time, all right, fine. There's a lot of money involved. It's Saudi Arabia. Can't go back to it if it fizzles for a third time. Some people have been asking me if I'm going to be working this broadcast. And obviously, we talked about, potential landing spot for the broadcast. It has nothing to do with any of that. But I'll just say I'm not going to be working this one. And that was a personal decision. Was brought up, was asked, but a personal decision that I will leave at that for now. And I'm curious to see if it does happen, and I'm curious to see where he goes, Jake, that is, if he wins. Because I do think there is a case to be made that you've got Nathan Diaz right there. Like, why not just take that fight? Make that fight, right? I'm sure there's a ton of money involved here. But like, we've been hearing about Nate versus Jake for a long time, and now that fight is right there. We're like right there. And so there is a risk involved, right? Like, what if he slips? Then I feel like there's no interest in the Nate fight. If he wins emphatically, then the interest is still there. It's all good. Maybe we get it in the summer. But there's a risk here because we got to the end of this whole Nate saga, and he's right there, and you're taking one more. Bigger fight in terms of, buzz, popularity, business, in your opinion, Rick? Nate versus Jake or Jake versus Tommy?
Nate versus Jake.
GC?
Nate versus Jake, yeah.
So there you go.
I don't think, is that even a question?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you say the boxing people don't. I don't know. I'm just trying to confirm my own thoughts. So there's a risk here that they're taking, right? You're taking a fight before a potentially other big fight. And I don't think the Nate thing is fait accompli, as I've been saying for a while. And I do think the PFL component does, like, if they're really trying to do that, I don't see Nate in the PFL. I just don't. Maybe I'm crazy. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting. You were going to say something?
My question is, this fight seems to be made for Jake Paul, right? Like, if nobody's clamoring for Tommy Fury, and it's based on the reaction we've seen, it doesn't seem like anybody is. It's clearly Jake Paul deciding he wants to fight Tommy Fury, but you could put somebody else in there, and as long as Jake Paul's okay with that outcome, then ultimately that's what matters to the bottom line. But the Nate fight, I think, is a step up from that, where now you're bringing somebody to the table who's bringing a lot more to it, who's elevating the fight and being able to sell it and bringing name value that's going to actually, enhance it, as opposed to just kind of be the opponent.
Right. A bit of breaking news here, Frank. So I'm doing this all on the fly here. I'm not really, doing the whole reporter thing, but it does sort of feel like the chances of Aljamain Sterling, maybe do 3 title fights. It does sort of feel like the Aljamain Sterling versus Valentina Shevchenko versus Henry Cejudo fight is in jeopardy for March 4th. We talked to Aljo about this on Monday because, and I just had this. Oh yeah, here it is. UFC has just issued a press release about Cyril Gane versus John Jones. Tickets go on sale Friday, January 20th. So that's in 2 days. They've announced that fight, obviously. They've also announced Viviane Araújo against Amanda Ribas. Bo Nickel returning. against one Jamie Pickett. So they're running that one back. Remember, it was supposed to happen in December. Now it's going to happen March 4th. Bo got injured. Jeff Neal versus Shavkat Rakhmonov. Very nice. Derek Brunson versus Dricus Duplessis. We knew about that. Cody Garbrandt versus Julio Arce. Julian Marquez versus Marc-André Barriot. Jessica Penne against Tabitha Ritchie. That's a good card. And I'm seeing here from Carlos Legaspi of ESPN Deportes that Shevchenko versus Alexa Grasso is also going to be on that card. So there's your second title fight. I also saw another report from Carlos, who's a great reporter and usually, if not always, right. Where was this? I saw another one. Was it Carlos or no, it was someone else. It was, let me see right here real quick, my friends. It was Rafael Marinho of Globo, who's another great reporter, who reported that they're working on Amanda Nunes against Irene Aldana for UFC 285. So there would be a third title fight. All right, so there you go. Like I said, they sometimes do three. Man, Nunes and Shevchenko fighting on the same card, not against each other. Could we do Aldana versus Grasso? That would be weird. They're very good friends. Although, great story there, right? Grasso and Aldana, the two Mexican-born friends fighting for belts on the same card. That's fun. Wish that was going on in May, around Cinco de Mayo. That would be great. But still great, nonetheless. Or September. Mexican independence. All right, so we'll see. Lots going on. How about that? News coming in hot and heavy. Let's see. They didn't call me for my thoughts on all the fights. All right, let's go back to the questions.
Real quick, do you think Nate's camp said, yeah, we want the fight, but not now?
No.
Okay.
Ariel and friends. Is the London pay-per-view ultimately a letdown? We got Leon Usman rematch, but none of the other UK stars are available. Didn't I say this? I feel like I said this on the show. No Paddy, no Molly, no Till, no Aspinall, and Allen are all sidelined. With the card missing those fighters, along with the expectation of it being a stadium show, it feels like this card has missed the mark. There's a case to be made, and sometimes timing doesn't work out. I still think you're getting Leon versus Kamaru, and that's massive. And it's back home, and it's a pay-per-view, and it's a title fight. Haven't had that in quite some time. And Gaethje versus Fiziev is gigantic. And by the way, I've heard from the British fans in the past, like, we don't just want, UK versus the world cards. We want a regular pay-per-view. Well, you're getting a great co-main. But imagine it was Allen, Holloway, and then Gaethje Fiziev. That'd be huge. But yeah, I get what you're saying. They love to cheer their own.
It's a good card.
It is a good card, but Paddy, Molly, Till, Aspinall, Allen, those are the big names.
I think this does point to why the UFC may have been trepidatious about booking the stadium ahead of having all this locked in, right?
Yeah.
Like this, if this was booked for a stadium, it wouldn't look great because this is not a stadium worthy show.
Yeah, O2 is the safe bet, and it will sell out.
Yeah, this is a good card. I think people will be happy at the end of the night.
And Leon Kamaru is such a big fight and such a big moment for UK MMA that it sort of trumps everything, to be honest.
That's exactly right.
Sam, hi Ariel. Which event was more entertaining last weekend? One Fight Night 6 or UFC Fight Night? Cheers to you and the crew. Also, it's a 2-for-1. Moderator Lewis is telling me. Corey, hey Ariel, longtime listener, first-time question asker. I was wondering if you had any ideas on who else One Championship will be putting on its first U.S. card in May. If not, who would you and the team want to be on the card? Solditch, Gordon Ryan, let me know. You guys rock. Keep killing it. I don't know. Well, to answer the first question, I guess the UFC one. It was kind of 6 and 1/2 dozen in the other, one of my favorite sayings. As far as the U.S. debut, well, it's going to be DJ against Moraes. Sage Northcutt, he's still around? That'd be cool. Gordon Ryan would be great, but I don't think they have a deal with him. Solditch would be cool, but does it really? I mean, he's Croatian. But yeah, I mean, bring out all the big guns. Angela Lee, and maybe they sign someone between now and May. David, hey Ariel, first off, as a Dolphins fan, congrats to you and your Bills on the W. Now on to my question. Thank you, David. I appreciate it. Great win. No shit talk. Much respect. Closer than I expected, and never really believed in that 13.5 line, if I'm being honest. But I mean, we let you hang around. I think a lot of it was self-inflicted, if I'm being honest. It was a lot of uncharacteristic Josh mistakes, but hey, that's football. I do think the Bengals got luckier than the Bills did, if you catch my drift. Like, I mean, come on. Goal line fumble. What the hell was that? As we are approaching what could be Shogun Rua's swan song, what is your favorite Shogun Rua moment? Well, him winning the belt in Montreal is tremendous. Remember, UFC 104 in LA got robbed against Machida, run it back in May. That fight was in October, run it back in May of the following year, 2010. He wins in Montreal emphatically. That was great. Great moment interviewing him in the Canadians restaurant at the Bell Center, late night, like 2, 3 a.m. That was amazing stuff. Him winning the Prague Grand Prix was huge. Middleweight Grand Prix, I believe 2005. And then the Henderson fight. I mean, what was bigger than that? That was incredible. Obviously, they were both involved, and they did it again. And the second fight was actually pretty damn good too. No one really talks about the second fight. The second fight was a FS1. Was it on a Sunday, the second fight, or am I crazy? I think the second fight. Am I crazy for thinking it was on a Sunday? Let me see here real quick. Second fight. March 23rd, 2014. What day was March 23rd, 2014? It was a Sunday.
By the way, while you look that up,
I remember
the third fight was freaking great too.
They fought a third fight?
Yeah.
Wow, I have no recollection of the third fight. Wait,
in 2020. We're talking about Shogun and Little Nog, yes?
No, we're talking about Shogun and Dan Henderson. There wasn't a third fight.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking of Little Nog.
No.
I jumped in late. Sorry there.
Fuck, I was like, am I losing my brain cells? By the way, you want to know something crazy? March 23rd, 2014, Sunday night, right? I got that right. The Knicks played the Hawks that day. Let's see if I'm right. And they lost a heartbreaker. Knicks, Hawks, March 23rd. February 23rd. Wait, is there another one? March 23rd. No, didn't get it right, motherfucker. Knicks, March 23rd, 2014. Cavs. They lost by 6. No, March 22nd. No, March 23rd. March 23rd, 2014, Cavs Knicks. Oh, I guess they were wearing, yeah. All right. It was a bad loss. The 27 and 44 Cavs beat the 29 and 41 Knicks.
Huge dub.
Jared
Wait,
Jack,
so
Dion
okay,
Waiters.
so this actually raises a question for me. So I feel like the 3 fights with Lil Nog are the thing.
Hendo.
I'm not foolish enough to say that the two fights between Henderson and Shogun weren't like elite, but across 3, like even that was pretty special.
Hendo, man. Hendo is arguably second greatest fight in UFC history. Arguably first.
Yeah, it's up there. It's definitely up there.
And by the way, that night was the best. Alvarez and Chandler in Florida. And I mean, it was just the best. That has nothing to do with Shogun.
Insane. No, but yeah, just the confluence of MMA things happening was insane. That Grand Prix run by Shogun is like
legendary,
unmatched. It's unmatched. It's hard to say like the moment. It's more just like the body of work, the things that he put together. There's lots of moments, but man, that Grand Prix run, just insane.
2005, beats Quinton, first round, beats Little Nog in June. First one was in April. Then on the same night, beats Overeem and beats Ricardo Arona.
People don't know, like newer fans listening to this right now don't know what any of that means. That was the thing. This is it back then. These are the names. Like he did it.
It does feel after losing to Jones that it was never quite the same, right?
No, but I mean, even getting to the UFC title by that point, I think is an insanely impressive achievement.
Remember when he stumbled
this
against
dude
Forrest
had been
Griffin
fighting
in
for
his
so
debut?
long. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like it looked like it wasn't going to happen. And then those performances against Machida, where I would argue that he won the first fight, obviously won the second fight. And then, there's no shame in losing to what many consider the greatest fighter of all time in John Jones. Like, he had a good early UFC run after looking like it was going to be a stumble. And then, since then it's just up and down, but he's an aging fighter. That's how that goes. And we still got some magic out of him and Henderson.
The rear naked UFC 76 against Forrest Griffin, the loss. That one was headlined by Keith Jardine beating Chuck Liddell. Yom Kippur night, everyone was going nuts. Like, Keith Jardine, Chuck Liddell, that's not a real main event on pay-per-view. They were all upset about that. We were very spoiled back in 2007. And then he comes back, beats Mark Coleman, beats Chuck Liddell in Montreal. Montreal was very good to Shogun. Gets the title fight, loses, comes back, beats Machida. No successful defenses.
Quote unquote loses.
Yeah. No successful defenses. Loses to Jones. Beats Forrest in the rematch. Loses to Hendo in the classic. Beats Brandon Vera. Loses to Gustafsson. Loses to Chael. Maybe the worst loss of all. I mean, do you think that was a worked fight because it was on FS1, the debut, and Chael was on FS1?
Oh, stop this. Don't do this.
You remember the promo?
Remind me.
I'm the only one in FS1. I mean, Chael had a great promo that led them to Fox Sports Live. Like, it was like the perfect lead into the debut.
Yeah.
With Andy Roddick and Carissa Thompson. Who else was on that? Was there a basketball player? You remember they had the panel? They had Jay and Dan.
Yes,
the panel.
I don't remember who was on it, but yes, they had somebody from each individual type of
Donovan McNabb.
sport arena. That's right. That's right.
And they had Andy Roddick talking about like football. Andy Roddick, FS1,
but
original panel.
How good is Chael on the mic? I mean, just all timer. Just
it was amazing.
The best. To be able to do that, to be able to toss it that way.
Oh, it was incredible. I remember I was backstage and I was like, holy shit, this is amazing. So it was Dan O'Toole and Jay Onright. And then they went to Carissa Thompson featuring Donovan McNabb, Andy Roddick, Ephraim Salam, Gabe Kapler, and Gary Payton. There it was. Gary Payton.
Gary, that would be the NBA representation. There you go. Wow, good pull, though, to get all the rest of them.
Yeah, well, I looked that part up.
Oh, cheater. But yes, Shogun Rua, very special fighter. Obviously, the earlier part of his career where more of the magical moments happen, but the dude's got a resume and deserves a lot of respect.
And I maintain him and Eduardo, one of the all-time greatest duos in the history of the sport, who we'll see hopefully later on.
I'm with you.
Blaine, Ariel, and crew, I hope it is a great day in New York for y'all. John Jones recently signed an 8-fight deal. My question for y'all is, do you think John Jones will actually fight 8 more times? How many fights of this deal do you actually think will happen? Peace and blessings to you all. By the way, that's exactly why this Francis thing, and to a degree, the Nathan Diaz thing, is so wild. Like, it's so hard to actually finish the deal if you're a UFC fighter. 8 fights? That could take you, like, to 2029. Once, twice a year. Like, 8 fights is a long-ass time. What are we setting the line at, GC, as far as 8 fights? How many of those fights does John Jones actually participate in? 4? Do you think that's appropriate line? Or you think
I was going to say set the line 4.5.
4.5.
Yeah.
You taking the over or the under?
Probably the under. I mean, he's 35 years old right now. How often is he going to fight? What are we setting the line at him completing all 8 fights?
Oh, God.
No, minus 5,000? I would be shocked if he does all 8 fights.
Yeah. That's a tough one. What about the number one John Jones fan? 4.5, you taking the over or the under?
Unabashed. I do love me some John Jones.
John Jones truth.
I think, honestly, I really truly believe this, and I'm not trying to...
Oh, here we go. He's going to do 9. He's going to give them an extra one.
No, but what I'm saying is, yes, I'm not trying to further the narrative, but I think it depends on how this one goes, right? If he goes in there, wins, and then starts to put together a little bit of a run, I could see a world where John Jones, for the first time in a very long time, decides, hey, I want to actually fight regularly and lock in on this. And he could knock out 3 a year if he's doing that. I don't see why he couldn't do 3 this year, do 3 next year.
So not only are you saying
he's going to do
it, he's going to be done by July of 2025.
I could see, look, it's either going to happen that way or not at all. I'll put it like that. He's either going to, he doesn't have the time left in his career to do what he's done for the last X number of years.
Mm-hmm.
He just can't get to 8 if he's fighting once a year or not at all. But if he's locked in and the partying days are behind him and the extracurriculars are behind him and he decides to lock in, why not? I could see it.
Selfishly, I wish he would have taken the 3-fight deal, and then we see more interest. Like to me, this is all good for the business, right? 3 fights, and then we see Francis versus John, co-promotion, Le Predateur Promotions with Bones Productions.
I think basically what I'm saying is I think we'll know how close John Jones will get to be completing that contract by when is his next fight booked after the March fight. Yeah. That's when we'll really know. If he's back in 3 months.
Yeah.
Then I believe it.
And he has had some quick turnarounds. I mean, at least he agreed to a quick turnaround. He fought in end of April 2016 and then was supposed to fight DC July of 2016. And obviously it didn't happen because of the drug test, but he was there. He was there fight week. King Yos. Hey, Ariel, hope all is well. With all the news in the UFC this week, oh, by the way, this is a quick fire section. All right, here we go. With all the news in the UFC this week, is it fair to say that Edwards-Usman fight was quiet? I mean, do you mean the announcement? Yeah. How underwhelming was that? Give us a cool video package, a sizzle, a headshot, bang, pound for pound. What? Give me something. It was a throwaway at a weird press conference. Yeah. Quiet. Weird. Very weird. But I guess it was like a bad kept secret. Still, would love to see a little, more than like a picture. It wasn't even like the poster. Why do they have to come out with the poster weeks after the announcement? Why can't they come out with the poster when the fight is announced instead of like the generic one that they do? Who knows? One of the questions we'll never really know the answer to. Dupez. Hey, Ariel, have you heard anything about the UFC coming back to Canada in 2023? Also, one for you and the crew. Where were each of your favorite top hip-hop albums of 2022? As far as Canada is concerned, they were hoping to go there in September. Didn't come to fruition. There were still the travel restrictions. Those don't exist. I feel pretty good. I have not heard anything, but I'd like to think there's a chance they come back to Canada. Maybe back into the year. So let's see, but I feel pretty good. Hip-hop albums of 2022.
Mine's easy.
Yeah?
Heroes and Villains, Metro Boomin came out the very end of 2022. Fantastic album.
Metro Boom?
Oh, man. Metro Boomin, producer, gets like all these rappers to come on the album.
Who's the singer? Who's the rapper?
A bunch of different ones.
Oh, really? There's no like main guy?
Scott, Future, Gunna. No, he's a producer. It's like DJ Khaled type thing. Mike Will Made It type thing, and he does an album about that.
Good. Great. Amazing. I'm asking. These are questions. It was good?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I thought you were like patronizing me.
No, I'm asking. Like, how would you categorize it? Oh, you loved it?
It was fantastic. I mean, yeah, it's just like everyone he had on it, all the beats. I mean, he's probably the best beat maker right now, in my opinion. Her Loss, 21 Savage, Drake.
I was just going to say, I was looking at it right here. Here it is.
Her Loss is pretty good.
Yeah, I like Circo Loco. Still got to see the Gunners win Premier League, It's all right. What about you, Frank? I feel like you've got a good one here.
There wasn't really any hip-hop album that stood out to me last year.
Yeah.
Not a single one.
Not a single one, Frank?
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually hard-pressed for album of 2022 right now.
Period.
You
seem like a Kendrick guy, Mr. Morale, the Big Steppers.
I heard a good couple tracks, but just nothing sticking out.
That's all right.
I'll be honest with you guys. I'm more of a fan of 90s hip-hop. Like, I often find myself not liking the newer stuff. I don't know if that, like, people love Kendrick Lamar. I'm like, yeah, give me Tupac, give me Biggie.
Oh no, I love Kendrick.
I don't really feel like any of it is like real legendary stuff. I feel like in the 90s we were super spoiled. It was just like legendary after legend. I mean, even early 2000s Outkast and
See, I think the further we get away from it, the more it'll be glorified.
You think so?
Sense.
I don't think this is a nostalgic thing.
Oh man. Like the run, like you love Drake. The run Drake went on from like 2010 to like 2016.
Yeah, but that was like 10 years ago. 2010. Yeah.
I mean, there's no way to
and I love Drake.
How legendary something is in the current day.
To a degree, but I love Drake. I feel like I can also honestly say the stuff of today doesn't touch the stuff of 10 years ago, right?
I mean, there's no doubt. Like it's always a young man's game. Right. Everything is.
You'll say the exact same thing in 10 years from now.
About the current Drake stuff?
Yeah.
Oh no, I disagree.
No,
I
about
disagree.
music in general right now,
You're talking
will
about
hit
take
harder in 10
care.
years.
If you're reading this too late,
especially the Kendrick Lamar stuff.
You think so? All right. That being said, yeah, I guess I'll go with your pick. I guess, does New York Rick have one?
He looks like he does.
I'm not sticking my neck into this conversation.
All right, fine.
It's only downside.
I was
I
Pass.
Liked You by Future, another great one.
No.
Atlanta based,
Future is?
of course.
Who's the one from
Let's go to
Atlanta?
Atlanta. Let's go to Atlanta and we'll all go to Magic City together.
That's the place with the wings?
Yeah, Magic City on a Monday. No, they've got more than wings.
Why a Monday?
Magic City on a Monday. Magic Mondays. That's when it goes off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bro. Come
Is that
on.
when Lou Williams goes? Was Lou Williams the one?
Yeah, Lemon Pepper Louie. Got the lemon pepper wings.
Who's the other one from Atlanta that everyone loves?
There's a million. Young
No.
Thug, who's in jail right now, trying to get out. Free Thug,
Shit.
you know. Gunna just
No,
got out.
not him. There's the other one.
Ludacris.
No.
Guy, the Migos.
Migo. No, not
Metro
Migos.
Boomin,
Not Migos.
Quavo.
No,
All set. Rest in peace, Takeoff.
yeah. No, there was someone else from Atlanta that everyone loves with a weird name.
21 Savage.
Savage, I mean, legend.
I don't know how many of these I can name here.
All right. Whatever happened to UFC Puerto Rico? I was there when Dana made the big announcement with the Pettis brothers, but nothing came about. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously plans changed over the last few years, but had not heard anything since. Taco Enthusiast, hi, Ariel. If somebody asked you the simple question, who are you? How would you respond? Wow. Taco getting deep. Who am I?
Yeah, who are you?
The first thing that came to mind was journalist. I know some people would combat that. Who am I? Profession-wise, journalist, father, husband, Jew, Canadian / American. So I often play this game with people. If someone says like, "What are you?" That's an interesting one. Someone says, "What are you?" What is the first thing that comes to mind, Frank?
Human.
Human?
Yeah.
I think I say Jewish. I think I
Alright.
say Jewish or Canadian.
Like if someone just walked up to you on the street randomly, no pre-context,
Yeah.
and was just like, "What are you?" You'd just be like, "Jewish."
Yeah, I feel like that's where my mind goes. What about you?
I have no idea what I'd say. I'd
Well, if I
probably
ask
say,
you right
"What?"
now, what are you?
Yeah, what? What do you mean? What am I?
What are you?
Plays his confusion.
What are you? What's the first thing that comes to mind?
Yeah, I guess what Frank said.
Human?
Human.
Male,
There we go.
guy,
Who are you?
dude,
Who are you?
American.
This is really devolved.
Yeah,
I
well,
think.
I mean, he
I
asked
don't
me
know
the
what
question.
I'd say. Yeah, I'd be incredibly caught off guard.
Rick.
Rick, who are you?
Who are you?
I would just say
no,
I'm
it's
here.
what are you?
That's
I thought
it.
it was
You were
what
here?
are you? If you asked me who are you, I'd be like, "Oh, I'm Connor. Nice to meet you, man."
That was
You were
Ariel's
saying what are you?
Yeah. I guess if someone says who are you, just say your name. But I was
I thought the question was what are you?
no. The question is who are you?
Oh, then yeah, I'd say my name. I thought it was what are you?
I feel like Taco is looking for something a little deeper than my name.
Yeah, taco enthusiast sounds real deep.
Stop it. Wow. That's not very nice. He's asked some good questions. How about Connor from Canada weighing in? Hi, Ariel. With the announcement of Jeff Molina being suspended for involvement in the Krause situation, crazy news, right? That sort of flew under the radar. Was it yesterday that came out? And this is something that we suspected.
Yeah, I think the official suspension was yesterday.
What a shame, right? I mean, if it comes out that he was involved in any kind of way, this is a fighter that had a tremendous future, very talented. We'll see what happens. Anyway, I was wondering if you or the team had any update or even comments on how the situation is unfolding. I feel like the story has faded given the other stories of the past weeks. All right, yeah, true. But in my opinion, this could still be the big story in MMA. True. We talked about it on the award show. As someone in Ontario, I still can't place bets on the UFC big, and there still could be a lot more uncovered. Thank you, Connor. Alberta's back. Ontario not. Still feel like Ontario might be a long holdout given their history with MMA and their feelings towards it. But yeah, I mean, it's clearly still unfolding. There is clearly a lot more going on. Hence, Jeff Molina. Let's see.
His support, the Discord, was like so damning. I have it right here.
Oh.
He said this of James Krause in the Discord. He said he's trained with a lot of fighters, lives and breathes this sport as a coach and a fighter, and at times has the scoop on injuries, non-announced matchups, how fighters look like in camp, etc. Molina wrote in the Discord. In stocks, this is called insider trading. In MMA betting, it's called James Krause. For the last 6 months, all my bills, including mortgage and car note, have been paid via Krause's picks.
Oof.
Do yourself a favor and join the VIP. I mean, that is just, the fact that got out is why he even wrote that. It's just like, as I was reading it, I was like, oh my gosh, please stop typing right now.
Yeah.
And there's like old tweets coming up of Krause now where he's like, it's not gambling if you know you're going to win. He tweeted that back in like 2012.
Oof.
Sketchy, man. Sketchy stuff.
It's not gambling if you know you're going to win? Jeez Louise. That is bad. And Molina was the one that went back at Megan Anderson, right? Somewhat aggressively, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely heard that there were some fighters involved here, so we'll see what more comes of this. By the way, I wanted to mention, and this has nothing to do with the question, but a shocking story last night coming out in the world of pro wrestling. Jay Briscoe, a legend in the independent scene, one half of the Briscoes, ROH champion, passed away. Just saw from Mark Ramundi of ESPN that the Delaware State Police announced Wednesday that Briscoe died in a head-on collision crash in Delaware. The driver of the other vehicle also died, and Briscoe's 2 daughters, passengers in his truck, were injured. The cause of the crash is under investigation. His real name, Jamin Pugh, and he was just 38. Horrendous stuff. And I've seen some tweets about his daughters and prayers being asked for them. So our heart goes out to them and love and thoughts and prayers and just wishing them the best. It's just a horrendous thing. I just saw that, so I wanted to mention. Jordan B asks, hey, Ariel, you had mentioned that there was a John Jones clause in Gannon's contract. Can you clarify what that means? Love the long-form video investigative journalism pieces you have been doing recently. Keep up the great work. What I meant by that was Ciryl Gane has a contract. In that contract, which Dana White didn't state, which is why I thought the question was good, he has a deal. Let's say it's like a 6-fight deal, right? But in the contract, it states, if you fight John Jones, much like in many contracts, it states, if you fight for the belt, X is you'll get paid X. In his contract, he has something that states, if you fight John Jones, you'll get paid X. Different than the other, how many fights are on the deal. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what the clause is. Clause, carve out, whatever the hell you want to call it. Stipulation. So this is something they wanted, pushing for, hoping for, and it suggests that he's getting more to fight John Jones, which is great. Matmo, bonjour, Lord Ariel. As someone who suffers from extremely high amounts of anxiety, I borderline had a panic attack on Wednesday's show when your audio started cutting out during the Brandon Moreno interview. Frank, we almost gave Matmo a panic attack.
Wow. Sorry to hear that.
This is only because we all know how much pride you take in your work and your show running smoothly. I thought Brandon did a good job rolling with it, and you did a fabulous job bouncing back and working through it as well. But I still couldn't help but feel for Frank and the fellas in the back who must have been in emergency fix-it mode, having their own mini panic attacks. Frank didn't seem to care. He walked in here like he was in Central Park. Cup of coffee.
People just...
With this in mind, my question is, would you ever consider moving your show from live to pre-recorded, similar to how Rogan now does it? This would prevent such instances from occurring live and maybe lead to less stress for the team. Also, what really went down during that audio glitch? We'd love to hear from Frank and the guys in the back on what really happened. Happy late New Year, and thanks for being the #1 show in combat sports. No, I would hate that. Everything I do, I like to be live. I feel like there's an energy. The fact that I know that I'm speaking right now and you can watch this in real time or hear them in real time gives me a great energy. Pre-tape, all that, like when I was doing the pre-tape stuff, pandemic from home, I did not like it. I felt soulless. There is an energy to being live. So I prefer live, and I will always shoot for live. So no to that. Frank, do you want to address the glitch? What happened?
Sure. There's a little button under your desk that attenuates.
You're still going with that?
Look.
Jesus. I can't
The guy asked a question. Do you want me to answer it?
I can't hit the button.
I didn't say that you...
There's like
There's
5
2
inches.
cables that go into the button that attenuates your voice, so you can mute yourself to cough. And one of the cables started to slide out of it, and we were in the middle of an interview, so I just bypassed it. So now you don't have the cough button anymore. We're taking it away from you.
This thing doesn't work?
No, it's not even plugged in.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Which, I mean,
By
you
the way-
were coughing yesterday.
Yeah,
Right
wait.
on the mic. Weren't even trying for the button. So don't.
Wow.
It
That is-
literally got asked me. The TD was like, "Does he have the cough button? Why is he not backing up for the mic?" I'm like, "I don't know." Like,
By the way,
it's good with commercial.
TD.
Wait a second. When did you eliminate the cough button? Because
Right in the middle of the Brandon interview.
Wow,
That's
I've
why
used the cough button since the Brandon interview, and you didn't tell me that it was eliminated. And 1,000% yesterday, I recall.
coughing right into the microphone.
No, but pressing the button. You don't see me pressing the button.
No, I don't. So I didn't.
Yes,
know.
I'm pressing it right now. Can you see me?
I can
if
hear
I'm
the
like-
button being.
Well,
I
I've-
have 2 things to say here.
Wow, that is so messed up. So I'm coughing, thinking that I'm all good.
At least you're not like saying something under your breath about a guest or something.
Wow, this is crazy.
One, someone hit me up on Twitter yesterday and was like, "Seems like the cough button isn't working today." So
Oh
that's
my
crazy.
God. When were you planning on telling
It's
me?
a real thing.
Thank God for this dude.
2, can we talk about the TD right there?
Oh,
from
come-
Frank?
that just
I
was
mean,
just
we-
slip of the
Oh,
tongue.
we have
wow.
names.
No
Like, we
respect
have
for
names,
Andy?
Frank.
Jeez Louise.
I'm used to it.
Cable slipped on.
Wow.
What
That-
does it say about you, Frank?
I was just wondering, when were you planning on telling me that the cough button wasn't working anymore?
Once we were able to find a workaround.
Wait, so what if I would have done it today?
Okay, look, we've all made mistakes, right?
Wow. That is crazy. Because I remember coughing yesterday and being like, oh, thank God. I actually said,
you
thank
made
God
no
to myself.
effort to like back away.
Because I'm using the cough
Again,
button.
it attenuates. It doesn't silence entirely. So,
By the way, if I'm like this and I'm pressing the cough, I'm thinking that it's eliminating the cough.
okay.
So you want me to do? Oh, you want me to do this to the guest? You want me to press the cough and also just go? Like, what do you want me to do? Oh my God, this is crazy! Wow, that's kind of messed up. First of all, you blame me for the glitch.
No,
Second of all,
nobody has
you
blamed you.
eliminate the thing that eliminates the cough and don't even tell me about it. Wow. Some guy. Sam Hiowani, longtime listener, first time asker. Just a fun one for you and the crew regarding the way the show runs each week. Oh, can't wait for this. Who arrives earliest to the set? I actually don't know. I'm about to find out. Who isn't a morning person? I have my pick for that one. Are there any funny stories from behind the scenes, from debates or slagging matches, roasting for the Americans between you and the boys? Cheers from Dublin, Ireland. All right. Who does arrive the first?
It's Alex.
Alex,
Yeah.
who unfortunately isn't here today, but generally. What time do you think he arrives?
9.
9 a.m. Eastern. All right. Who arrives last? That would be me.
Yep.
Usually around 11:30, I would say, ish.
Yeah, we cross paths when we're going up to eat. So yeah.
Wow. What is that? By the way, is this on the air right now?
Yes.
Okay, phew. I wasn't sure if I had to repeat everything that you were saying.
No, you don't have to.
All right. And who comes after Alex?
Usually me.
Oh. Who comes next?
I don't like where this is going.
Maybe Joe?
Joe?
No, I like Connor.
Connor?
Yeah.
Then Joe, then Frank?
Yeah.
Wow. I would always think that the audio guy would be there first because there's like a
I
lot
just
of
sit
wires.
around waiting for the run of show to be put out and everyone to be on spot to rehearse with me.
I come in on time. I come in at 10 o'clock. That's my call time.
There it is. Who of the team isn't a morning person? Frank definitely isn't a morning person.
We're all morning people.
You think so?
Yeah.
I feel like you're like a guy who wears the sweatshirt. Don't talk to me until I have my third
I come in,
coffee.
I'm like, snoochie boochies. Say hi to everyone.
Oh my gosh. Any funny stories from behind the scenes? I mean, you got an insight into the
Generally,
chat.
and this is funny, like I'll come in and I'll start asking like, hey, when do we want to do this? And they're like, oh, Frank comes in here wanting to work. And it's
Yeah.
a whole thing. And I do get frustrated with that because I'm like, well,
Oh, you get frustrated.
yeah, because I'm like, well, I'm not going to just sit here.
Yeah, that's true. Like you didn't come just to chat, right?
Exactly.
That's a good point. Anything else you want to get off your chest?
No.
I noticed that Connor very quiet in this particular moment.
Because he's working.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know.
You're not one to air the dirty laundry.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Rick comes. Well, he comes late. When he's here on Monday, he shows up at like 12:45 because he's upstairs doing other stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm in the calf
Yeah.
from like 10:45, 11.
Right. All right. There's some insight. Davo, good afternoon, Ariel. You and Chael P are obviously good friends, and he references segments of your show quite often. Dare I say, he wouldn't have a show without our content, sometimes with a vastly different take on the issue. My question is, does he ever call you up and say, I got to tell you, partner, you've got this one all wrong? No. I mean, it's kayfabe, right? I mean, we're not working all the time. We're shooting. And if so, how passionate do these exchanges get? I remember early days of Ariel the Bad Guy. There were some moments where I was like, does Chael hate me? What is going on here? But then I don't know if he was trying to test me or something, but it was all well and good. There are times where he's like, I want to get your take on this or what's going on here, but we never argue. I mean, I consider Chael a good friend. I feel like and he's a lovely guy and actually one of the most humble and down-to-earth people that I've ever met. Very much different than the public Chael that, people think he's a certain way, and he is not that way at all. Quirky fellow, but lovely fellow. Truly lovely. And his wife is equally as lovely, the great Miss Brittany. Anyway, thanks for providing such great content for us for so long. Have a great one. Thank you. Just a couple more. Yaron. Hi, Ariel. In your opinion, what's the greatest sports jersey of all time and why? Example, the Jordan 23 Bulls jersey. And here's why you should consider the South African national rugby team. They're called the Springboks, number 6 jersey. He writes, the jersey was famously worn by Nelson Mandela on the day the Springboks won the Rugby World Cup for the first time on home soil, just 1 year after South Africa became a democracy. The jersey was also worn that day by the Springbok captain, Francois Pienaar. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, who Mandela presented the trophy to, a scene and day that has literally been made into a movie, Invictus. Wow. Moderator Lewis says there's 2 ways to split this question. Best sports jersey and number for emotional reasons. Best sports jersey for pure aesthetic reasons. I mean, the one that comes to mind for me, the one that meant the most to me as a child was Ewing 33 Knicks. That's the one that I drew on all my books forever. Thurman Thomas 34 Bills, big one. The old school Expos jersey, the powder blue in particular, and also the off-white one, tremendous. Pick your guy, Gary Carter, Andre Dawson, Tim Raines, Rusty Staub. Those are ones that are near and dear to my heart. I also love the Canadians red and white. But those are all emotional ones for me, right? Those are all personal ones. If I had to be unbiased, I mean, there's so many classic ones. I love the old school Sonics jersey, the one that says Sonics. A Gary Payton or Sean Kemp come to mind. Love the old school Nuggets jersey. Tremendous. I was a big fan of that one as well. Falcons red is a nice one, GC. I like the Falcons red.
Yeah, I'd rather have the throwback black with the straight up Falcon.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just listening to anything right now.
Yeah, just like the coolest jerseys of all time.
Favorite Atlanta one was the Hawks 90s with the big hawk on it. Black fades to red.
I like the Wilkins era Hawks better.
Oh, yeah, yellow and red. That's a good one.
There's a faded blue Nets jersey from back in the day.
I know the one with the red font.
Yes. I'm reminded of Drazen Petrovic and Derek Coleman era Nets. That was really cool.
Chargers powder blues.
I was just going to say.
Best NFL ever.
Natron Means, Junior Seau.
Rest in peace, Thrashers powder blue.
Not bad, not bad.
What about Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, his Red Wings jersey?
It's not bad. Iconic.
Red Wings?
It's iconic.
Really, any of those 90s big logo jerseys from the NBA? Like the Raptors one?
Yeah. The Raptors one was kind of mocked back in the day. Now I think people think it's cool. Quebec Nordiques, classic.
Oh, of course.
Enjoyed that one. I tend to think that the older school ones, like Cavs, Mark Price, Brad Doherty, way cooler in my opinion than the current Cavs. I actually kind of hate the current Cavs one.
I feel like they've aged really well.
Yeah.
Like all those 90s ones.
Yeah.
Like the Hornets.
Blazers. Love the Blazers. Always loved the Blazers. Had a Rasheed Wallace one back in the day. Oh, you know what's a great one? Washington Bullets.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Any Nigerian national team soccer jerseys.
Oh, soccer jerseys,
pretty sick.
Old school Warriors as well, like 70s Warriors was a great one. They've kind of brought it back a little bit.
Rangers hockey with the Statue of Liberty on it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we could go on and on. A lot of great
Nuggets
ones.
rainbow ones from the 90s. Love.
Yeah, I mentioned that one. Yeah, Dikembe Mutombo, LaFonso Ellis. LaFonso Ellis, one of my favorite people at ESPN. What a nice guy. You got any New York Rick you want to chime in with?
I don't keep as much of a tabs on this, but I would say the Cavs after the era that you were talking about, after the Price Doherty era.
You love that
more
blue
like
and black one, right?
the
Sean
blue
Kemp.
and black and the white and black.
Yeah.
The late 90s, early 2000s, those are some of the best.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of nostalgia. I love when the Memphis Grizzlies break out the Vancouver Grizzlies jersey. That was fun. Last one, Brad. Hi, Ariel. Quick hypothetical question. If you were forced out of your studio and were only able to keep 3 things, any memorabilia, what would you keep and why? Thank you for all the great content you pushed out this week. Must have been a busy few days for you, but we all greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Man, there's some classic ones here that have been with us for quite some time. I mean, the toys have been here a while. I love that Ariel and the Bad Guy one over there. I don't know if you could see it. There's a custom-made Ariel and the Bad Guy one that a fan made. Love the Roxanne Modafferi signed Happy Warrior fan. The Anderson Silva watch box is great. The watch was even cooler, but someone stole it. Thank you very much. The melted crayon nose picture is pretty wild. The Bam Bam Barbarina lunchbox is awesome. The Serrano Taylor program is tremendous.
How big of a box do you think we're giving you?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, grab a couple things.
Put the belt on, right?
The belt, yes, of course, custom belt. The Expos banner, tremendous. We got the Action Bronson record over there. Of course, we got the Forrest banner. We've got the Jessica Aguilar luchador mask. I mean, there's a lot to like here. Oh, the classic Expos cup. The Pettis Wheaties box that is like 10 years old at this point. Sugar Sean O'Malley gloves. I mean, so much stuff.
I think we understand that you're going to take everything.
Okay, yeah. Oh, what about the haggis that Robert Whiteford gave me back in the day? Tremendous stuff. All right, tremendous questions. Thank you very much to everyone. Let's do Parlay Pals, shall we? Let's make some picks. We got 15 minutes or so before Stipe joins us, before we get to the Parlay Pals and our picks for UFC 283. Again, Stipe Miocic, Curtis Blaydes, Neil Magny, Shogun Rua, Sean Strickland, all still to come. So buckle up, my friends. The good stuff is coming. We are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. And of course, 283 is this weekend. Check out the watch party Saturday night with GC, Mike Heck, and the team. And of course, you want to check out 283. You got the 2 title fights. You got a lot to like, and you want to go to DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Why? Because new customers can bet just $5 and get $200 in free bets instantly. How about that? $200, $5. What's better than that? Want even more excitement? Get in on the playoff action all weekend. You got the divisional round. You've got 4 great matchups. Saturday, Sunday, the big dog, Bills, Bengals, 3 o'clock Sunday. I'm very nervous. I'm not going to lie. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code THEMMA. Our new customers can bet just $5 on UFC 283 and get $200 in free bets instantly. That's code THEMMA Hour this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. We are also presented by our good friends over at Whoop. Today's episode is brought to you by Whoop. We love Whoop, the 24/7 personalized fitness and health coach. Whoop is a sleek, screenless fitness wearable that tracks your sleep and daily activity, creating a detailed breakdown of what's going on with your fitness and health. Lots of fighters are using it. And how about this? Just a few months ago, I was like, hey, GC, you want to get on the Whoop? He says, yeah. Now he's training for a half marathon. When is it again?
March 19th.
In Brooklyn, right? The Bronx.
Nah, this is New York.
New York half marathon?
Yeah, we go from Brooklyn to New York, finish in Central Park, day after UFC London. It's going to be great.
26 miles?
Nope.
13
half
miles.
Marathon. 13.1 miles.
How long should that take you?
I'm hoping to do sub 2 hours. All thanks to my Whoop.
All thanks to your poop. There it is. Will you be in pain?
Hopefully not.
Okay.
All thanks to my what?
What did I say?
Yeah, I think you got a little slip there.
What did I say? Poop?
Yes.
Yeah, all thanks to my poop.
Fortunately, this is not during an ad or anything.
I got excited.
Is it in the teleprompter?
It's been a long week. Whoop, whoop. W-H-O-O-P. W-H-O-O-P. It is all thanks to his Whoop. Try Whoop for yourself today, and you too can run a half marathon. That's WHOOP.com. Whoop.com. That's WHOOP.com. And by the way, if you use the code MMA, when you check out, you can save 10% today. How about that? All right, here we go. Support them because they support us. Parlay Pals time. We're back, baby. Second pay-per-view sans Frankie. And this all started.
We're keeping track.
Yes, this all started after Thanksgiving, right? Black Friday. It was Black Friday for the world, and it was Black Friday.
Black Friday for Frank. Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh. All right, here we go.
All right, how are we feeling? Let's randomize the
five in a row? Yes?
Yep, 5 in a row.
Here we go,
Going
baby.
for 6. Going for 6 in a row.
We should just stop keeping count. It's just going to go on forever.
Yeah, let's get it going. Randomizing now.
Why do I feel like I'm always last these days?
Let's go one more time because I feel like this has been the exact order for
also,
like
I feel like
4 straight weeks.
I'm always first. I'm always first, and you're always last.
Let's randomize that bad boy one more time. This will be the final one. Glitches in the system here of the randomizer.
This is perfect because if I blow it, I can just blame that.
Oh, Ariel's still coming
last.
You want to just trade with me, Ariel? I'll go last.
I feel like there's picks on this card.
Oh,
no, that's fine. Go ahead.
Do
Do your thing, baby.
I'm gonna lean on you guys to carry the odds on this one because I'm gonna take the massive favorite this week. I'm gonna be the one that gets all the flack on social media that everyone's just like, this guy, I can't believe it. I'm gonna head to my favorite page on DraftKings Sportsbook, entire website. That is the alt total rounds. And I'm going to head to my guy. You already know what it is. Jailton Almeida. I'm going to take the under.
Oh, you're going
2.5.
Can I take him to win?
Nope.
No, unfortunately not now.
This is crazy. All right.
What's the line on that? I missed it.
Big old minus 800.
I see minus 900.
That's for him.
No, he took the under 2.5.
Oh, got it. All right. Why would you just take it?
Let me just ask you the logic. Does that mean you're less confident in him to win the fight? Because the odds are roughly equal. You're more confident that if somebody wins, it's going to be some kind of finish.
My confidence in it being a finish is sky high.
Much higher.
Sky high.
I like that.
Because there's always, slip on the banana peel, something happens.
Yep.
Shamil can knock people out. Don't think it's going to happen. But if it does, we're covered either way. Now it's on you guys to bring this odds down.
By the way, why not just take him to win? It was just an extra minus 100.
You just...
Oh, he's more confident in the bet. That's what I just asked him.
I know, but it's just...
I'll hit you in the group chat. It ends in the first round, and everything's cool.
This is why you left.
Frank, is that why you left? Or is it he's retired and now we're on a...
We had a mental breakdown after Kayla Harrison lost.
All right.
No, it makes perfect sense. I asked for the explanation. He provided a very good one, and it makes a lot of sense.
That leads us to you, Ray.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it down, but not a ton. I'm gonna bring the number down. I'm gonna take Jessica Andrade money line.
Ooh, Jessica Andrade against Lauren Murphy. What is the line?
Minus 460 for Jessica Andrade currently.
Minus 460. So just her to win straight up.
Straight up.
Straight up. Now tell me, do you really want to love me forever? All right.
Oh.
Yep. Okay. Well, I was thinking about that one as well. By the way, if you took, I guess no, that would defeat the purpose. What a stupid question. I'm not even going to repeat the question. How do you guys feel about Thiago Moises?
I like that.
Can I tell you the one that I'm leaning towards? It's Josiane Nunes against Zara Fairn.
Yeah, Zara Fairn has been off for
in Brazil
3 years.
Yeah.
She's been dominated in both of her UFC appearances so far, and now she's fighting one of the heaviest hitters in the division. Thiago Moises is getting a short notice opponent. I don't mind either of those. What I did do for the people,
Tell me.
I knocked it down to under 1.5. Huge odds difference.
Oh, wow.
I think it ends in the first round, if I'm being honest with you.
You talking about Jalton?
Yeah, Jalton has 17 pro wins, 15 in the first round. That takes it down to minus 355.
Oh, wow.
Big difference.
Okay, well, now we're going to be big plus money if no matter what he picks here.
How do you feel about Cody Stamann?
Big reach disadvantage.
Yeah.
Should have the wrestling advantage.
How do you feel about Terrence McKinney?
That's a dicey one.
I'm not loving that one as a coin flip.
That is our boy.
Yeah, it's a coin flip,
T-Rex,
though.
but you know what he's gonna do? He's chaos. He's get or be got. I mean, he's an absolute stud. I love his fighting style, but there is always the risk that he does get got.
I think there's a lot of value there. I don't think it's for this parlay.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. What about Gregory Rodriguez? What? How do you guys feel about that one against Bruno Ferreira?
I like
First of all, your
first
two
two picks. I liked your first.
Yeah, your
two.
first
Tiago or
your first two
Josiana,
counter goes. Yeah,
I like.
I like those, and I like those too. We're just doing the whole.
Listen, I'm just trying to cover all my my bases here.
Yeah.
Look, Connor's taking one for the team for the second week in a row.
Yep.
And he's bumping down what the bet was. So that like you're in a position where you can take anybody. You can take anybody you want.
Okay, so
the
it's down
odds
to,
are going to be decent.
It's down to Thiago Moises and Josiane Nunes. Frank, you
We'll
have,
leave it to you.
preference?
We'll leave it to you.
I thought maybe Frank wanted to weigh in.
Not until I'm allowed back in.
By the way, it's a featherweight fight, Josiane, so that feels big. I'll go with Josiane Nunes.
There it is. Did the being the bigger favorite play into that at all?
No. You know, Moises a little up and down. I know he's faced some tough competition. So
that gets us to minus 115, not even plus money.
Wow. I'm surprised.
Well, we took a minus 460, minus 355 in a money.
Yeah, I took a bigger one than I usually do.
Okay, so let me ask you, if I would have taken Thiago, what would it have been?
If you had taken Thiago Moises, that would have got us to minus 103. Not a monster difference.
Yeah.
I want you to go with
trust your gut.
Stick
Go,
with your
go
first,
with
your
what
first
you want.
instinct. We're trying to keep this rolling.
Yeah, we're going.
As you said last week, we're just looking for a dub here. So
listen, we're just winning. It doesn't matter if it's minus 300 if we keep winning every single week. You're picking up ducats. All right, let's just keep winning.
minus 115. That's the parlay.
That is it.
Raj, Shamil,
Let's go.
Jalton, under 1.5.
By the way, when's the last time we've had two women's fights in the?
Maybe never. Maybe
right?
never. Two Brazilians though.
I feel like we've probably had them in some capacity with like overs.
I feel like we may have lost. I feel like one week you took
we might have blown it. Yeah,
and I took someone else, and like they both lost in horrific fashion.
Can I tell you what's giving me pause? Like women's featherweight just seems like the great unknown. You know?
Yeah, that is true.
And even
power.
I even feel like the line in women's, like who knows what anything is in women's featherweight.
This is a huge
It's like 2000 MMA.
But like,
You have it is fair to say you have
what
the
does she pose?
yeah. You have the least info, right? So
Right.
if
That's a good point.
if your strategy, if your thought process is I need to know all the information and that's going to allow me to feel safer about my bet, then yeah, women's featherweight is probably not the division to pick because you know the least info on all of these athletes. So
Also, I'd love to know why they're booking a women's featherweight fight.
Amanda Nunes
couple
needs
fighters trying to make a run to the top.
Come on, there's no one trying to make a run to. There's no top. What is the top? If,
Amanda Nunes is the champ still. They haven't vacated that.
All right. I mean, I guess she
Right?
is
I
still
mean,
the
it's
champ.
still a division for now.
Yeah, sort of. I mean,
It
is or it isn't.
I'm legit trying to think. It was the last women's featherweight fight, the Megan Anderson fight.
Yeah, it's like it's.
You mean the
it
title
is a
fight?
division,
Last
but
women's-
it's not.
Yes.
Like it's not.
That was the last title fight.
I mean, that's when the hell was that? That was like 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
She was rocking. Speaking of a cool jersey, the KC Monarchs one.
Yeah,
That was nice.
Yeah, it was UFC 259 defended the women's featherweight title.
Well,
in
that was 2021, right?
March 6th. Yep.
Yeah.
So now by the time Amanda defends the next time it will be 2 years.
You think she defends?
Or Amanda.
That's a great prediction to make for 2023.
Will there be a women's featherweight title bout?
What do you guys say? Yes or no?
I say no.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
no.
why is
I
this
say
fight
that division gets. I say that division gets folded up. I just don't see the long-term prospect for it.
That's what
There is none.
There is none.
They don't update
Yeah, but
the
I'm saying
rankings.
now it's premature because there still is a belt technically. Once
There's still women fighting in the division too. Look at Josiane Nunez and Sarah Dos Santos.
It's a big fight. Can't wait for it.
Fight. Yeah.
Back into the show, we'll get your full picks for.
Yeah, sure.
Why do you say yeah, sure, like that?
Oh, it's like I was agreeing with.
Oh, okay.
Man, a lot of miscommunication in it.
No, I wasn't sure where you were coming from. I thought you felt disparaged.
No, I'm looking at Stipe Miocic. Some considered the heavyweight GOAT. I happily step aside for that.
Should we tell him to wait?
Absolutely not.
By the way, pod out yet?
Pod's out. No bets barred. Full breakdown. 90 minutes on UFC 283. One of our best, I must say.
Really?
Oh yeah, we dive deep into everything Brazil. It's fantastic.
Love it. Can't wait for it. We'll talk about it later in the show. Thank you, gents. All right, great questions, great picks. Hopefully we make it 6 in a row. I look forward to that. And I'm looking forward to talking to our next guest. It has been a while since we've talked to him. It's been a while since we've seen him in action. Last time, March of 2021. It has been that long, almost 2 years to be exact. But he has popped up over the last few days, and it's always a great honor to speak to the most decorated, the most successful heavyweight champion in the history of the UFC, the pride of OHIO, the great Stipe Miocic. Oh, that is not Stipe. Hello, Stipe. Hey, there he is. How are you?
What's going on?
Long time no speak, my friend.
Yeah, it's been busy. A lot going on.
Yes, I've missed you. Have you missed me?
No.
Okay.
I mean, of course I did.
You've been looking forward to this as much as someone looks forward to a colonoscopy, right? I mean, doing this interview with me.
So excited. I'm so excited. I have no idea.
By the way, is that a Browns hat that you're wearing? I mean, I feel like it was a big year for the Brownies. What do you think?
It's a monster hat, but baby steps. There's always next year. So
You're still support. You don't support the Bengals when the Browns are out, right?
Well, I mean, I do like Joe Burrow. Good dude. I mean, he's actually a really good dude, and I support him. So and plus the Ohio team. So
wow.
Playing.
So you are actually like if the Browns are out, you hope that the Bengals win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean they're from our division. I don't want Baltimore to win though. They're out, so we're good.
Yeah. Burrow, a big MMA fan. Have you ever met him?
Yeah, I met him in Columbus.
Oh, at the fight there. Yes, that's right. I remember that. I think was that the last time you went to a UFC fight?
I think so.
I remember when they were putting you on camera and it looked like you didn't want to be on camera. You were like, can you please leave me alone here for a second? I'm just trying to enjoy the fights.
No, I chugged a beer, I'm pretty sure.
You did on camera?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did.
I saw you at a Cavs game. The camera.
Oh, yeah.
You were chugging the beer at the Cavs game a few weeks back or months back. How many of those can you do in a row?
Oof, I don't know. I think probably just one. Throat starts hurting a little bit, starts getting scratchy.
Okay.
Depends on how cold the beer is. Those beers are the middles are pretty cold, so it was not fun. But I mean, if I'm a little tuned up, I'll probably go for a while.
That was was that a can or a cup?
Can.
That was a can. Okay. Easier than a cup, right? Or do you think a cup is the same size as a can? Is it the same amount?
I mean, it's ounces, so it's 12 ounces in a can, so probably.
Okay. This is good stuff. We're showing it right now. I mean, you crushed that. You knew you were on camera for that one.
Yeah, I didn't think to go. Actually, I was going to do one at the Browns game. I was going to do a stone cold boom crash.
Oh.
But they took forever. I had to go home. I had to work the next day.
Oh my gosh. And we'll get to the work in a second. But did you have something called like Stipe Palooza or something?
Yeah, I had this big, huge thing in my mind, and I was going to have it at my house and invite everyone, have a band and all that stuff. And then my wife kind of said no because she owns the house. But so we went place I call it Hockey Hills. It's probably like 2.5 hours away from where I'm at, and it's just beautiful. It's just like country, like not mountains, but like big hills and trees. And we stayed in a nice big house with a with a pool, hot tub. We had probably like 30-ish people with us that were our friends and family, close friends and family. It was awesome.
Wow. Was there a lot of debauchery, a lot of crazy stuff going on?
Yes, it was a lot. It was nonstop drinking, which is my kind of game. No kids. I'm all game.
Oh, yes. And what was the occasion? You turned 40?
I did. Turned 40.
Wow. How do you feel about that?
I feel good, man.
Like you didn't have like a sad moment. Some people get a little sad. Oh, I'm 40. What am I doing? All that stuff.
No, I'm more like a wine. The better. More with age, the better I get.
Right. I agree. I turned 42 recently.
Well, happy birthday.
Thanks. It was a few months back. I don't think you reached out, but it's okay. I felt the love.
What day was it?
It was July.
July what?
8.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm sorry. I thought I had something going on. No, definitely didn't.
And by the way, you mentioned, busy. By the way, you look great. You look very skinny. The face looks skinnier than usual, right? Are you how much?
250.
250. Is that I mean, it's like a svelte 250.
I hope so. I mean, I'm working hard on it, working on my fitness. My wife's a witness.
You are a full-time firefighter now.
I am. I have pension and benefits.
Wow. Now, what is the difference between that position and the position you had for all those years? That was part-time?
Well, part-time. Usually I pick my schedule.
Okay.
Now I'm on a shift and I work every third day and,
Wow.
It's fun. 24 hours, sometimes it was just 12 hours. This one's 24, straight through.
How many hours a week?
It depends. Like this week I work Monday, Thursday, and Sunday, and then next week I was supposed to work Wednesday, but Wednesday is my Kelly day, my D day, my day off, no matter what. So I just work Saturday.
Okay. And how many of those shifts are 24 hours?
They're all 24. 24 on, 48.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had to stay awake for 24?
I mean, there's a couple of times. We were real busy, so there's a couple of times where I didn't get much sleep.
And how often are you out in the streets and people are like, "Hey, Stipe, what's going on?"
A couple times.
That must be wild. I mean, you're a local celebrity, and people. I mean, I guess you've got the uniform, the mask, and everything. You can go somewhat incognito, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a serious call, so they don't really notice. Thank God, because it's a little bit more.
Yes.
It's not just someone that twisted their ankle or something. It's, someone that's needing really help very, very bad.
And why did you decide to go from part-time to full-time?
It's just not about me. It's about my family. Make sure they're taken care of. God forbid something happens to me, they're taken care of.
Okay. So you mentioned like the pension and all that?
Yeah.
How many years? And benefits, right? Of course. How many years till you qualify for pension?
I think it's 15 and 25. So there's 2. I mean, depending if you were early or not.
Got it. And do the part-time years count, or does it only start?
No.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think some are different, but I'm pretty sure it's just full-time.
So why haven't we seen you fight since March of 21?
Got a lot going on, man. Just, spending time with my family and personal things going on I need to take care of. But overall, just been busy and, things the way they shook out with these fights and just didn't happen the way it was supposed to. I was ready to go, but just never got the call.
Okay. And by the way, I'd be remiss if I don't, say I'm sorry about the passing of your father. I'm very sorry about that. So I'm sure that had something to do with it as well. And I hope that you are doing okay. People keep asking about you and wondering, like, when did they come? Like, I know maybe in December there was some talk of maybe you coming back. Have they called you a lot, or have they kind of left you alone?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, there are times when they need me, and I said yes, and then just kind of we went a different direction. What are you going to do? I mean, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, it is what it is.
Was there ever a point where you thought maybe this is it? Like, you're getting comfortable in the new job, you're busy, you've got a lot going on. The longer you're away from fighting, like, were you thinking like, oh, maybe it's just going to kind of sail off into the sunset?
I mean, I think about that after my first fight.
Yeah.
For Beltran, I mean, I just didn't know. You never know what's going to happen, and you don't know what you're feeling, how you take it, and how just how overall your mental is. And I'm good, man. I feel mentally strong. I feel good. I'm in great shape. I feel I've been working hard. Get my weight up, and it's kind of nice to be 250 and he'd still be lean.
So to be very clear, you want to fight again.
Yeah.
And to be clear, you will fight again.
Yeah.
And I saw your tweet on Saturday or Sunday, I should say. You want the winner of Ciryl Gane and John Jones.
That'd be awesome.
That's what you want. You want to fight that guy for the belt, obviously.
Yep.
You want to get that damn belt back that was once yours.
Right. Fortunately, Francis left. I would love to fight for Francis again, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, at least not now. Can I ask what you make of that whole situation, him leaving?
Hey, listen, it's his decision. I wish he would have stayed because I would have loved another crack at him. Fortunately, it didn't pan out that way. But listen, he's doing what's best for him and his family. He thinks it's the right way to go. It's his decision. I wish him nothing but the best, and hope it works out.
Is there, I know you competed against him and weren't happy with the way the fight went, but is there a level of respect there for what he's kind of standing for?
No, I get it. I mean, it's gonna be a long time for anything that happens, but it's try to move in the right direction, which is great. But it's gonna be a long time for anything that happens.
So it's exciting though. Jones is there now. Jones fights Ciryl. It's not Francis. Would you consider the winner of that fight the real champion, or because Francis is in there, do you feel like the lineage has been broken?
No, I mean he's gone. I mean, so who wins that belt? He's the champ. So
John,
that's what.
Right. John spoke to the Underground this week, and he said that he was really hoping that you would be the first fight back. Were you ever in talks to fight on March 4th against John?
Yeah.
Okay. And what happened?
They went with Ciryl.
Oh, really? So they called you about it, and were you open to it?
Yeah, definitely 100%.
Oh, so why didn't they do that?
Not a matchmaker. Can't tell you. I don't know. They just went a different direction. So they said, let's see, maybe July.
Okay. Were you disappointed when you heard that?
Yeah, definitely was. It's a great fight, great matchup for me, but end of the day, not my decision, unfortunately. But we'll see what happens. I think those two guys are going to put on a hell of a fight. And both gamers, and I'll love to crack one of those guys, whoever wins it.
Did you get a heads up when they went in a different direction, or did you find out like all of us?
Midnight.
Saturday.
It was announced.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Wow, that would be huge. Stipe versus John. John wanted it. He said it himself.
I would love it too.
Which fight interests you more, John or Francis? Both great options.
Well, I mean, they're both great opportunities, but great John, he's greatest of all time, we say, and I'd be great crack at him, but I just, get rubber match with Francis, I just want to.
Right.
Can't.
One more.
That W and just.
You're tied 1-1.
I know, right?
Yeah. Wow. You could have been there March 4th. That's huge stuff. So now, since then, have you been told, all right, yeah, you want to fight July? We saw the tweet. We know you were in for March 4th. Like, you are getting the winner?
Maybe. I don't know. I talked to my management. They talk to more than I do. So.
Okay.
I just, kind of really have been in hiatus since then.
Yeah. Well, I think this is very exciting news. I'm assuming a lot of people ask you when you're coming back. You get this question a lot?
Yeah, every day.
Do you get annoyed of it?
No, listen, one day I won't be there, so I appreciate the support, if you like me or not.
That people care.
Yeah.
By the way, can I ask, who do you think wins that fight between John and Ciryl?
Oof, tough one. I saw John's the underdog too.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Look at John. He's a gamer. He's been getting bigger. He's got time to get big. Just didn't bulk it up. He's an amazing fighter. And then Gane, that guy brings it every time. He gets better after every fight. Even after a loss, he's gotten better. So we'll see. I'm terrible at matchmaking and picking fights. That's why I don't bet. So.
But you knew he was the underdog.
Well, I saw that. It was all over the news.
Yeah. Do you have a preference, like who you want to win? Like who would be the guy facing you? Is it fair to say it'd be John just because of his, his legacy? You want to be the first guy to legitimately beat him?
Well, yeah, it'd be great. Also, I'll be awesome. Plus, I want to cement my legacy even more. So, no better way to do it.
That you'd be the greatest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think John's making a mistake by going up? I mean, it's a different ball game with the big boys up there.
Yeah, it definitely is. But he's a gamer, so we'll see what happens. I didn't make the decision. So
Yeah. He looks good though. Have you seen the pictures of him? He looks big. You don't look at
good
his,
for him. Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
You don't look at his Instagram and stuff like that.
No.
You big Instagram guy?
I mean, I look up funny stuff. I don't look up like fighters.
Yeah. Do you watch fighting? Like, will you watch the pay-per-view this weekend? Do you care?
Probably not.
No, like you don't want to sit back and have a Modelo and just like watch fights?
No, I'll probably play Call of Duty or something like that instead.
You prefer that?
Yeah.
When's the last time you were like, hey, I want to buy this pay-per-view and watch it tonight?
That's a good one. When was it? That's a good question. It's been a very long time. Yeah, I don't remember.
You don't even remember? Was it maybe the Francis title fight a year ago? Like, because it was your weight class? No?
I think I was working. I'm trying to think.
Do you ever...
I don't remember.
Are you ever at the Firehouse and it's a Saturday night and there's nothing going on and you guys buy it? Or would that be...
No.
Are you not allowed to do that?
I'm saving the money. No.
Are you guys allowed to do that? There's a TV, right? Like you can hang out.
Yeah, we can stream it off our phone, but we're so busy it's impossible to watch.
There's not a lot of downtime?
I mean, it's in bits here and there, but we get a lot of calls.
Right. Do they still make you clean the toilet and all that?
We all do.
You all do, but you still have to do it.
Yeah.
Has it ever been like really gross to the point where you didn't want to do it and you said you protested?
No, I wish I could, but I'm very low on the total poll, so I just do what I'm told.
Because you're like a rookie.
Yeah, no question. I am a rookie.
Wow. Do they haze you for that?
Oh, I get shit on all the time.
Like what?
Not just not because of fighting, but just we actually, funny story. I was we were doing some training. I was putting my bunker pants on. Let's go put on my bunker coat, and I whipped it around, and my flashlight smoked me in my eye.
Oh my!
Cut me. And so then they took it. So they put a championship belt around the flashlight, saying that was a champ.
Wow. Did you need stitches?
Right. Yeah, I got one.
Come on, really?
Yeah. I mean, I probably got away with butterfly tape, but I just better safe than sorry.
Yeah. Wow. So it's good. I mean, you can still take a punch.
Yeah, it was more like I stubbed my toe. It was like that pain when you stub your toe. You're like, oh, it sucks so bad, but I'm gonna be fine. That's exactly what it felt like.
Yeah.
And I lifted my head up. Like, oh, you're bleeding. I'm like, super. That's awesome. So excited.
Oh God. And you went to the hospital?
Yeah, real quick. Yep. And I just told the doctor I need lidocaine. Just stitch me. Within 3 minutes, I was in and out the door.
By the way, one thing I always wonder, like when it's like the dead of summer, July, it's like 100 degrees. How do you guys survive wearing all that stuff?
Well, I mean, we don't wear it 24 hours a day. I mean,
no, but when you're outside, there's a lot. I mean, it's a lot going on, right? I mean, not to mention the fires.
I mean, we're more medical than we do fire. You know what I mean? But we do get a lot of fire, but we get way more into medical.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
What do you mean?
And we do, and no, this is crazy, but we have actually changes of different pairs of clothes we can wear, so we can change. Weird, I know.
Wow, that is weird. But the majority of your stuff is medical, not fire related.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of fire, but just we have 2 stations. You have 2 squads. We also have a backup squad. Other guys can go if we need be. And there's times where all of us have been out at once.
Okay. Do you ever work a Browns game?
No, man, that's Cleveland.
Oh, you're Independence.
No.
Damn it.
I'm not saying. I don't need people to come to the station.
Okay, sorry. No, the reason I was asking that because of the DeMar Hamlin, the Bills player situation.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, what a great story that they saved him and brought him back. And it's crazy.
So you know how to do CPR?
I do.
That's incredible. Have you ever had to use it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What about like in your regular life? Like you're just out and about, but just had the knowledge.
Well, thanks for jinxing me. Now I'm gonna have.
No, I'm envious.
No, I luckily I have not. But I mean, actually, my daughter, she choked on a piece of food once and I slapped her back.
Oh my God.
That was good. We got it out in 3 seconds. It was okay.
Oh my gosh, that's a nightmare.
Freaked me out, but she was good.
Okay. Well, when I say
she never while laying down.
Oh yes, that is a good lesson. The reason I say I'm envious is that you have that knowledge. Like I feel like it's just such a everyone should have it. I also feel like there should be a defibrillator in every public building.
There is.
There is?
Most places there is.
Even businesses?
Yeah. I'm most positive. This, pretty sure a lot of them do. Some do, but I'm pretty sure a lot of them do.
Has to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, even our police have them. Our first responders have them.
Okay, good. I'm happy to hear that. By the way, at the press conference on Saturday, Dana White said someone asked him about you, and he said that you have a lot of stuff going on. What was he implying?
Just personal stuff. A lot of personal stuff going on in my life.
Okay, but you could have fought on March 4th.
Yeah, I think we're gonna say end of March. We're talking to him about end of March. Okay. But I did want to fight.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, and it was John.
Yep.
Vacant title.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That would be huge. You guys have been circling each other for a long time, so I feel like it's a bit of a dream fight. And he seems to like you a lot. He seems to really want to fight you out of respect.
I would like to fight him. Yeah, me too.
What do you think the chances are that we see you in July against the winner of that fight?
Pretty good.
Okay, you feel confident?
Oh, yeah.
By the way, last pay-per-view Jake Paul fight, perhaps?
What about it?
Like maybe that was the last pay-per-view you bought. Jake Paul, your boy? Cleveland guy?
I didn't watch that one either.
Against Anderson.
What?
Against Anderson Silva?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Did I watch that? I remember. I think I did maybe. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember.
You guys still tight?
Yeah. He actually was in town the other day. For Christmas.
You hung out?
Well, no, he was busy doing stuff. And actually, one of a couple of our guys at the station had to go to his house because they had smoke in the house.
Come on.
He texted me. He sent me a video. What's up with you boys? It was funny.
Oh my gosh! Imagine you show up.
Yeah, right. It was nuts. He had no idea. I've told him multiple times, but that dude's busy. He's got a lot going on.
Yes. Well, you've got a lot going on as well. So this is very exciting stuff. Stipe's ready to go. He's back. You never left, dare I say, but it has been almost 2 years. You want to fight this year. You're hoping for July. You're hoping for the winner of this fight on March 4th. But you're not picking a winner, and you don't necessarily care who wins. But let's be honest, if it's John, bigger fight.
Yeah, of course.
And maybe when things are all said and done, you get the third fight against Francis in a boxing match. What about that?
That'd be fantastic.
You still want to box?
Hell yeah. I love boxing.
Yeah. You're Golden Gloves winner.
I was.
You were. Is that an itch that you would like to scratch?
I mean, it'd be great. I mean, I think it's great. I love boxing. I think I love so much about it. Just, the sweet science.
It is.
Great.
I love it. Well, great to talk to you. This wasn't so bad, right?
No, I thought you were going to go with more of a Dr. Phil approach and try to hammer stuff out of me.
No, what do you mean?
Psychology, but we didn't. That was good. This is good. This is good. I'll be on again for sure now.
Oh, wow. Well, wait. What should I have asked to get stuff out? What are you saying now?
I don't know. I feel like you're always Dr. Phil me and just get stuff out of me and talk about my feelings.
How are you feeling?
Feel great.
Stipe, so good to have you back in our life. This is wonderful. And by the way, one last thing. If they say, hey, we want you to fight some other guy, not for the belt, are you interested in that, or it's belt or no belt?
No. Well, I want July.
All right. I love it. Plant your flag in the ground. He's back. You're the man, Stipe.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for doing this. All the best to you and the family, and I hope we get to see you back in July.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a great day. Thanks for having me.
There he is, the one and only Stipe Miocic. How about that? He said it. Also kind of interesting. Also kind of interesting that he was open to March 4th. How about that? That is very interesting as well. But they're going to go with Gunn and Jones and March 4th to July. I think it's I think it's early July. I think it's not the first week of July because I think that's July 1st. Is it July 1st or 8th? What's the calendar? I think Money in the Bank is July 1st. Let me just see real quick. July 1st is a Saturday. So yeah, maybe July 8th. My birthday. How about that? Maybe they'll be back on July 8th for the International Fight Week card. GC said he's going to be there, right? That's your plan.
That's the plan.
Maybe we'll get Stipe versus John Jones.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get Stipe versus
Cyril Gane. By the way, have you made an official pick?
I think just for the fun of it, you know, for the show, I like Cyril Gane. I think I'm just going to ride with Cyril Gane. Go against Rick there. We can have a nice little friendly battle.
Yeah. And right now, what is he?
Like a -110, I think. I think it's moved to even odds now.
I'm curious to see what it ends up at.
Oh, John Jones, the favorite.
Wow.
On DraftKings Sportsbook, -120, Cyril Gane coming back +100.
Wow. So he opened as the dog. And
he actually opened as the favorite.
Oh.
Quickly moved to being the dog. When I went to bed on Saturday night, he was like a +160. Shout out to anyone that got that. And now he has moved back to being the dog. And now he's moved back to being the favorite.
Okay. By the way, since we've been back this era of the show, has Stipe ever been on, or was this the first time?
Nah, this was the second time.
Second time. Okay.
Yeah, he came on with a mustache one time. Looked great.
That's right. He did look great. He did look great. He's a tough nut to crack at times.
Yeah, I'd say. I thought the follow-up question, how are you feeling, was excellent stuff.
I mean, I feel like he was asking for it, right? He wanted to get deep.
I don't necessarily think, like, maybe not the toughest nut to crack. I feel like he just doesn't get too deep on anything.
No. He's a simple man.
You want to fight March 4th?
Yes.
What are the chances you fight on July 1st? Pretty good.
Yeah.
Keeps it short, keeps it sweet.
Gotta love him.
Was there some subtext to him, talking about being offered the fight or, being talked about?
Yeah.
Do you think, I know he didn't say like he cared one way or the other.
Yeah.
But do you think there was something under there?
Meaning for March 4th?
Right.
Well, then on the back end, he said, was thinking maybe later in the month, right? But as we know, there's a March 4th pay-per-view. There's a March 18th pay-per-view. There isn't a later in the month. There is an early April pay-per-view, likely in Brooklyn.
Right.
But I think they really wanted John March 4th in, I think they really wanted John March 4th in Las Vegas. And, it's going to be really interesting. Aljo has had issues fighting in New York, but Aljo fighting in Brooklyn would be a good scene for him. But I don't know if he can fight in Brooklyn, to be honest. Anyway, I don't know if the timing worked out for him to fight on March 4th, and that's why they went with Cyril. As I said, option number 1 was Francis, obviously. Option number 2, Stipe. Option number 3, Cyril. And those are all 3 great options that the UFC had at their disposal. And I saw the quote from John Jones saying he really wanted to fight Stipe, and I get it, right? Most decorated heavyweight champ. And going up against the most decorated champ of all time. I know it doesn't have the most title defenses and all that, but I mean, in most people's eyes, if you strip away all the controversies, if you don't want to let those factors weigh in on everything, then yeah, John Jones is the greatest of all time. Very, 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 very hard to argue that. Matter of moments, hopefully. Yes? No? Going to be joined by Curtis Blaydes? Yeah? Okay. Curtis Blaydes also factoring into this whole story as well. One of the top heavyweights in the world. Had the Aspinall fight, of course, and no fault of his own. It ended unceremoniously. These things happen in MMA, but one would think that he would be very much a player in all of this. I'm looking forward to talking to him about his place in the division. Still to come. As I said, we'll be joined by Neil Magny over in Brazil, getting ready for that big Gilbert Burns fight. Looking forward to the return of Gilbert Burns. After that, we'll be joined by Shogun Rua, and then we'll close out the show with the one and only Sean Strickland, who's coming off that win over Nasruddin Imavov. 2 events back-to-back. He headlines, lost the Jared Cannonier fight, came back on Saturday of this past week and beat the Frenchman. Without further ado, let us say hello to one Curtis Razor Blaydes. There he is. Hey, Curtis, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for coming on. Really interesting time in the heavyweight division. So wanted to get your perspective as well. And I've seen some of the things that you've put out regarding it. First off, could I ask, what was your reaction when you found out that Francis was leaving?
I was a little surprised. I didn't think that was going to happen. I did believe they were going to figure it out, negotiate, whatever, and get it done. So yeah, I was surprised.
I don't know if you've seen any of the things that he has said about the situation. Like, I know you have a history with him as well. How do you feel about what he is saying? Like, is there a level of respect there? Like, all right, man, you're sticking up for what you believe in. Like, how do you feel about how this whole thing has played out?
I mean, I can only respect the man. He had a vision and he had goals, and he said this is what I'm going to do, and he stuck to what he told himself he was going to do, and he tried to get some stuff done and didn't work, and I can only respect him.
Yeah. Is there any part of you that is bummed that he's leaving so that you can't get another crack at him, or are you happy that he's gone because maybe him not being there is ultimately better for you because of your history? Oh, I may have lost Curtis. Oh. You're back. You froze up on us, but now you're back. You're back.
Okay. I definitely heard it. I heard the question. Yeah, I'm like indifferent because it would have been nice to get another rematch and maybe get a win. And I know it doesn't even it up, but it makes the record look a little better as opposed to right now being 0-2. I could be 1-2 against him, but I understand why he left, and I just hope it works out for him. There's no hard feelings. There's no animosity. I don't hate anyone I've ever fought or anyone who's ever beat me. It's just a sport to me. So yeah, I respect him and wish him nothing but the best.
And one last thing on him, if he does fight like a top tier boxer, how do you think he does?
Oh, he's got a shot. I know better than most. He hits very, very hard.
Yeah.
He hits extremely hard. So, I don't know if he's got the footwork, but that's something he could work on. Now that he doesn't have to worry about the grappling aspect of MMA. But I give him a shot. It's heavyweight. You always got a shot.
Right. That is true. So I saw on Sunday you posted something, and it seemed like you understand why they went with Jones and Gane, but you were a little bit bothered by it. Is that a fair assessment or no?
I understand. I'm not bothered. I think I would have been bothered by it a few years ago when I was younger. I didn't really understand, but like I said in the post, I understand why Gane got it. He has the foreign appeal. He brings in all of the French fans, maybe a bunch of European fans, just because he's also European. He does have, he only has one loss. It was against Ngannou. It was a iffy loss. I get it.
Okay.
And I'm not angry, and I'm hoping I get Pavlovich, and I'm hoping I can go out there against him, put on the show, and I get the winner of Jones Gane.
Okay.
That's what I'm hoping.
Okay. All right. So a few things to ask there. So you want Pavlovich. Have you been offered Pavlovich yet?
Not officially, but yeah, that's what I want. Like I've been saying since last year, I want someone ranked higher than me. They gave me Dawkins. He's ranked below me. They gave me Aspinall, even though we didn't get to actually fight. He was ranked below me also. So even if I had beat him, it doesn't bump me up. So Pavlovich being ranked higher than me, I beat him. That should mean more now because he's ranked higher than me. So I'm hoping a win over him leads to a title shot.
I saw recently that you also noted the fact that he's now ranked above you. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. Like I said, a few years ago, I would have been a little angry, but it's whatever. The rankings, they don't really mean as much as I used to believe they mean. So,
right.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. I think sometimes they're just like products of recency bias, and it's like the last guy who won, and he gets bumped up. You know what I mean?
He's hot. He's hot right now. I get it. He knocked out Eric Lewis, who knocked me out, so he's got that, and he knocked out Tuivasa, who also knocked out Derek Lewis. So I get it. He's the hot guy.
Have you been impressed by him?
Not really. I mean, he hits hard. A lot of heavyweights hit hard. I'll give him the accuracy. He's very accurate. But have I seen anything that makes me go, oh, that's different? I like that. Like, even with Gane, when I first saw Gane, I was like, oh, that's different. He moves a little different. Even Aspinall, I was like, okay, that's not the norm. Pavlovich, he doesn't give me that vibe. He gives me a Derek Lewis vibe, a Mark Hunt vibe. It's not a bad vibe. That vibe works. It's heavyweight. You don't have to move like Gane or Aspinall or me. You can just be a hard hitter. He's a hard hitter. I'll give him that.
Wow. So you just think he's just like a big heavyweight, but not like a supreme athlete or a once in a generation type of talent type of thing?
No, because also I was training with Alistair when Alistair fought him a few years ago. And I helped Alistair, so I know exactly where Alistair's grappling was at that time. And I watched what he did to Pavlovich. He took him down and he manhandled him a bit. And I'm a much better grappler than Alistair was at that stage, at my stage right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been hearing from people who are close to you that like what you're doing in the gym these days is next level. Like you're competing, you're training, you're practicing, whatever you want to say, at a different level. Like you've never looked better. Do you feel that?
I do. I feel like the dots are starting to connect. I'm starting to do things without having to think about it. Putting together combinations, finding takedowns, finding submissions. I'm like figuring out how to use the things I do best and like blend them in a better way. Cause that's all I want to do is I do basic things. I don't do anything crazy fancy. I just blend it very well. And that's what I've been focusing on the last 8 months. Just becoming a better blender of the skills I have.
Perfect world. When would you like this fight to happen?
Into March, April.
Okay, so you're ready to go.
Oh yeah, I got no injuries. Obviously, I've been in the gym. I don't take long breaks. I don't really have anything else I do. I'm not like a hunter or nothing. I don't have any hobbies like that. So I'm always in the gym.
And is there like have they even like reached out about, all right, we're thinking about this as well, we're not offering it, but like what's like, has there been any preliminary talks?
My manager reached out and he's like, I think that's where we're headed.
Okay.
He didn't give me a legitimate, but yeah, I think.
Okay.
That's what I think, yeah.
I thought maybe because the Aspinall fight was so quick, I mean, it wasn't even a fight really, that maybe you would have a quick turnaround. Was there any talk of that? I know obviously there's a whole training camp involved. It's not like you could just jump back.
Yeah, no.
There was?
Yeah, there was, but they offered me guys who were ranked below me. I'd already said I'm not going to do that again. I did it with Dawkins, so I didn't do it. And I waited, and I guess it worked out because now I got a guy ranked higher than me.
Sure. Do you feel like you were being iced?
No, not iced. They were just waiting. Like I said, they were offering me guys, and I was just like, nah, I don't want that. So I wouldn't be iced. It just, you had to find the right matchup that makes sense, and this makes sense.
We were talking about you back in November. I saw your post also about the PFL finals and seeing guys, who might be like former UFC fighters get these $1 million. And I was saying, like, I give you props for saying that. Not a lot of people. I bet you every fighter is thinking that. Not every fighter is publicly stating that.
I mean, it was just a meme. Hey, I forget what the meme was. It was just like, a lot of these guys are getting big paydays. That's just an observation. They make the paydays public, so
Yeah.
everyone gets to see him. So just observation, no shade.
No, I know. But it's also like, a lot of these guys are former UFC fighters who, for whatever reason, didn't pan out. And now you see them with a big $1 million contract. I would feel a certain way about that too, right? That's kind of natural.
I mean, like I said, it's hard not to see because it's all over the internet.
Yeah.
It's all over social media. I don't even use my Instagram that much, and I was seeing all the memes and stuff. So, yeah, you see things, but I'm envious of NFL players. I'm envious of MLB players. They get these $400 million contracts. It's all right to be envious. It gives you something to strive towards.
Right.
Like, it gives you a goal. Like, I haven't reached my goal yet. Whatever that goal is, if it's a monetary goal, if you have a goal, it makes it easier to work hard.
Mm-hmm. We just spoke to Stipe right before you, Stipe Miocic, and he said that he wants to fight the winner of Jones and Ngannou in July. Let's say you fight.
Oh.
Well, let's say. Well, exactly. What if you fight the winner? Let's say you fight Pavlovich and beat him, and they give the title shot to Stipe. How would you feel?
But then I'll be like, again, I understand because it's Stipe. He puts asses in the seats. I get it. But yeah, I'll be upset. Like, gotta wait again.
Right.
I mean, I'll wait. I beat Pavlovich. I would like a title shot after that. And if I have to wait for Stipe to go, then I'll wait for Stipe to go. I hope it doesn't come to that. Like I said, I'm hoping to put on a performance that makes the UFC go, okay, yeah, we got to give it to this guy.
True or false? Curtis Blaydes fights for the heavyweight title in 2023. What do you think?
True. Yeah. Because it's at the beginning. We got a year. We got a whole year.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
You feel good? You feel confident about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm at the top. There's only so many people ahead of me. So,
yeah.
I'm hoping.
Who do you think wins?
I can only hope.
Jones or Gane?
As a betting man, it's hard. Like, if John wants to just win, he grapples. If he just wants to win, he takes him down, he just grapples. It's not as exciting. It's not as, you don't get the oohs and ahs, but you get the W. Now, if he has a little bit of ego and he's like, no, I want to show I can get the knockout on the feet, and it's even, then I don't know. So it all depends on the mindset of Jones. Like, does he want to win, or does he want to win with a highlight? When you go for the highlight, you put yourself at risk, and Khan has the skill to make you pay. So
what's your pick?
I don't know. I'm gonna go Jones. I think he wants to make a statement.
Wow.
I think he wants to just get this win. Like, he wants to do what DC did. He won the heavyweight belt. He knows I got to get that. So I think he's gonna emphasize the win over the highlight and grapple.
Do you think the size will suit him? Like, do you see any pictures of him? Do you feel like this will be good for him?
No. He looks good. Like, he looks like a heavyweight, but we don't know the cardio. Like, as a heavyweight, I know it's very hard to move my legs up and down. So we're gonna see, because he has that bouncy type of footwork. We're gonna see if he's able to do that. And if he's not, he always has the grappling in his back pocket. So that's why I think he's going to win.
Okay. Well, fascinating times at heavyweight. I know you have to run, so I will let you run, Curtis. I wish you the best in getting this Pavlovich fight and then getting that title shot afterwards. I think it would be a great story. It would be amazing to see that happen. And it's a great time to be a heavyweight. Like, I feel like it's been a while since heavyweight was this fun and exciting. So a good spot to be in for someone like you. So thanks for coming on as always. All the best. Good luck to you in training.
I appreciate it, man. You have a good day.
You too. There he is, Curtis Razor Blaydes. And it's true. I mean, it's a really interesting time at heavyweight. These weight classes go through these ebbs and flows, if you will. And heavyweight right now is in a really interesting spot. No champion, of course. It was Francis, no longer there. Cyril fighting John Jones. Cyril Gane. Stipe still ranked as number 2. Number 3, Sergei. Number 4, Curtis. And then number 5 is Tai Tuivasa. 6, Aspinall, Lewis, Volkov. Then it gets, a little more dispersed. But that's the big story, as we said on Monday. Tommy Aspinall, whenever he comes back, don't forget about that, man. I still believe. And that's another guy who can't fight in March. Obviously, the big March card. I still believe he fights for a belt. And I've said this about a few people, right? I said it about Cheeto, said it about Sanhagen. I'm going to check off the Sanhagen one, even though it was an interim belt. I'm sorry. Them's my rules. I believe it about Cheeto. And I feel like Aspinall is going to fight for a belt one day. Now, it's going to get interesting. Curtis beats Sergei. Does he just wait? I mean, I guess it all depends how quickly the guy who wins on March 4th wants to come back. Because let's say they do Curtis and Pavlovich in April. Let's just throw that out there. If the winner of the March 4th fight fights Stipe July, I mean, it's not a long wait. I know heavyweights and the heavyweight champion tends to not fight multiple times. And so that would mean 3 times for that guy if they fight him in 2023. But if I were him at that point, I would wait because there would be no one else, right? He beats Pavlovich and then Stipe is fighting the winner of Gane and Jones. There's legitimately no one else. So fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff at heavyweight. Fascinating stuff in a lot of the weight classes right now. Where are they going to go post title fight on Saturday at 205? Does Yuri come back? Rakic come back? Does Smith, who, by the way, is the backup fighter, is that out there? I don't know if that's out there. Is that out there? I don't know. Smith, backup fighter for the card on Saturday, the title fight, light heavyweight. Is that out there? GC, have you seen that? No.
No, I have.
You have?
Yeah, I saw it somewhere.
Okay.
He's in Brazil?
Yes. He's in Brazil. People have seen that?
This is me glancing through Twitter. I would need to go confirm this, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that.
Acai?
Yeah, he was at
BB Sukos?
Yep.
Well, our next guest is in Brazil. Let's see if he's been to BB Sukos. He's got a big fight. He's the winningest welterweight in UFC history. And in case you don't know, that's the same weight class where the greatest fighter of all time, Georges St-Pierre, fought for the vast majority of his career. It's an incredible stat, factoid, accolade, whatever you want to call it. He's Neil Magny. He returns on Saturday against Gilbert Burns. He joins us right now from Rio. Hello, Neil. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. Have you had acai yet in Brazil?
Oh, yeah. I had it every morning since I've been here thus far.
Oh, my gosh.
Weight's good, so it's definitely been part of the diet.
There's a lot of calories, though, right? Isn't it a very sugary meal?
I have no idea, but it's delicious. And
It is delicious.
The weight's been coming down, so I'm just going to keep putting it away.
Oh, my God. It is so delicious. Have you ever had it in Brazil prior to this trip, or is this your first time?
No, so it's my 4th time coming down to Brazil, and I've had it every single time. And like it's kind of weird because the acai we get back at home is not the same that you get here in Brazil.
Thank you.
To like make it taste similar, there's like all these additives and things that they do to it, but here is just like a huge difference, whatever. So I was like, if it's considered a superfood back at home when it's processed, it'll probably be amazing and good for me to eat fight week here. So I'm eating it, no problem at all. So keep on going with it.
Thank you for saying that, because the guys here were mocking me when I said that. It's a vastly superior food in Brazil. It's totally different than what we get here in America. And they do add all this crap to it to try to disguise that it's so processed. I just have it with banana and granola. What about you?
That's exactly what I have it. Banana and granola. If I'm not cutting weight, I'll throw some honey on there, but that's pretty much the way to go.
Tremendous. I'm so jealous. By the way, what is the scene like in Rio right now? Like we saw in the news, it was a little tense some 10 or so days ago. Do you see any remnants of that?
No, it's actually been pretty calm, actually. I mean, we're right off the beach. Literally can see the beach right outside my window. And it's been pretty calm. Like, it's been pretty mellow for the most part. Got to go around, do a little bit of touristy things, checking out different spots here and there. And the overall atmosphere has been pretty calm. I mean, even with the fans, they've been super respectful thus far. Nothing too crazy. So it's been a great couple of days so far.
And how long have you been there?
I got here Monday morning.
Okay, so not so far out. I mean, usually you'll get to the fight week spot Tuesday, right?
Yeah. Normally you will, but like coming down to sea level from elevation, I feel like the less time spent at sea level, the better it is for me. Just kind of retain some of that high altitude training I've been doing for the last couple months. So yeah, like I said, come down here closer to the fight, I think is the best way to do it. The sleep schedule adjustment is not too bad. It's only a 5-hour difference from Colorado. So that's not throwing me off at all.
How did this one come about? Because I saw there was obviously a lot of talk with Burns and Masvidal, and he wanted a big fight with one of those bigger, older welterweights, if you will. And then we get you, who's always available to fight anyone, who always asks to fight anyone. Of course, the most famous one, Khamzat, that I keep reminding people that you wanted to fight him. How did it, reach your doorstep, this opportunity?
If I'm being honest, I saw an opportunity and shot my shot, and it worked out. I mean, I knew with the fights playing out the way that they did with the not Covington, Leon Edwards fight with Usman or whatever. I knew that fight was going to be one that's probably going to be getting an immediate rematch, and if not, I knew just based off of politics and just sheer business and numbers and pay-per-view sales that there could be a slight possibility that Masvidal could slide in there and even fight for a title, though he's on a 2-fight losing streak. So I just kind of like made this whole theory in my head, like, oh yeah, it's possible I can fight Burns. And it's kind of shot my shot. I knew for a fact like the one guy in the top 10, top 15 he was holding out for would have been Masvidal. And I just kind of seen an opportunity to squeeze in there and challenge him to fight down here in Brazil to kind of like sweeten the pot, so to speak. And here we are, a couple months later, fight's taking place.
Wow. So you saw all the chatter and you reached out to the UFC, or someone on behalf of you reached out and just said, I want that fight, and that's how you got it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like I said, it was just one of those things. And I was kind of like, I stayed on top of it too, as far as like being in the social media threads and that kind of thing, to make sure that it was something that was being talked about in all angles. Like the initial call out was immediately after my fight with Dan Rodriguez. And shortly after was like, oh, well, I have an opponent. I'm not ready for you. And I was just like, well, who's the opponent? Like, I'll just want to know so I can kind of follow him and see if there's any crazy things that come up, if he needs a last minute replacement, anything like that. And there was kind of some hesitancy to reveal who that opponent may have been. So from there, just kind of like staying on top of it, like, yeah, I want this fight. No one else is willing to go down there and fight in Brazil. There's all types of crazy opportunities that people are holding out for. I'm really willing to take this fight right now. And fortunate enough, here we are.
Do you think he was bluffing about having an opponent?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, I think it was wishful thinking and more so just like promises from other people that was outside of his control. I'm sure I can almost guarantee his management was working on the Masvidal fight. I mean, I'm not going to toot my own horn and say that like fighting me is a better payday for him, anything like that. I know it's not. So if I was his management, I'd be gunning for the Masvidal fight too. I mean, just where Masvidal's at in his career and like the name recognition he brings to the table. I know that's something that's very valuable, more so than just who you fight at that point. So I have to consider all factors. So for me, it was just like recognizing the opportunity and going for it.
Was there something about Gilbert that really excited you, other than, he's a name, he's had a nice run? Was there something about his fighting style or any other reason that made you really want to go after this fight?
Off the top, there's the challenge itself that he presents. I mean, he's a very good fighter. He's able to knock guys out, submit guys, go to distance. He's very well rounded. So the challenge itself was definitely one of the things that piqued my interest. And then to like just be open and honest about it, number 5 spot. Like, you know what I mean? Like this, at the end of the day, fighting for a title of UFC champion is the ultimate goal. And I feel like beating a top 5 guy gets me closer to that goal than ever. So though he has all these accolades, though he's a very skilled fighter and very talented fighter, I just saw a huge opportunity for me to go out there and really progress my career. And I was willing to do whatever it takes to get there.
Obviously, you know, like I said, you've been asking for the Khamzat fight for a while. His last fight was against Khamzat. How do you think he did against him?
I thought he did great. I mean, though he came out short in that fight with the loss, like I honestly thought he did great. I mean, that fight. I mean, it's very rare that you see a guy coming off of a loss and you think like, oh man, that like that guy's great. That guy's a great fighter. But like seeing what he showed in that Hamzat fight, definitely like it forced me to take him a lot more serious. Not that I ever like doubted his abilities or anything like that, but seeing the amount of heart and commitment he had in that fight to like actually find a way to win or try to win, definitely like, damn, Gilbert's the real deal for sure. Like a lot of times it's easy for people or other athletes to kind of like chalk your success up to luck. Like, oh, the guy got lucky submission. Oh, he got caught. Oh, whatever else may be. But watching that fight with Hamzat, that was literally just like skill, grit, and effort that those guys were both displaying. And seeing that fight play out the way they did, I was more than excited to go in there with Gilbert.
Do you think he won, or do you think Hamzat deserved it?
I think Hamzat actually pulled away the victory.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, it was a close fight. Both guys give it their all. At the end of the day, I think it definitely favored Hamzat. I mean, some would even argue that first round being a 10-8 or whatever. But at the end of the day, I think it definitely went the right way.
So you mentioned like his ranking, and this gets you one step closer, hopefully, to being in that title picture. You recently became the winningest welterweight of all time, which is a huge feat considering who has fought in that weight class. Will it bother you when you're 67 years old, if you hold that record, but you never got a chance to fight for the belt? Do you think that will be something that will gnaw at you, annoy you? How would you feel?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, I heard this expression or this conversation that helps me to kind of wrap up my whole career thus far. And it goes something along the lines that like aim for the moon. That way, in case you miss, you still end amongst the stars. And that quote was necessarily saying aim with the intent to miss the moon, but aim with the intent to full on hit the moon, and if you just so happen to miss, you're still amongst the stars, kind of thing. And when I look at my fighting career, that's exactly where I find myself. I'm aiming for the moon every single opportunity I get, every single moment, every single day, every single fight. I'm aiming for the moon, and for me, that moon is the UFC title. If 10 years from now, I'm looking back on my career and I'm just like, oh, well, I never got an opportunity to be a UFC champion, but I did accomplish X, Y, Z. That'll be something that I can still hang my hat on. I mean, so far I've been in UFC for 10 years now. And with my 10-year career, I've got to literally change my life, change my family's life, and a lot of things like that. So, moving forward, those things aren't going to change. Those goals aren't going to change for me. So at the end of the day, if I fall short of that goal, so be it. I can accept it. I know I did everything within my power, everything my will to get there. And the things that are outside of my control take place, then I can definitely accept that.
You also have the most decision wins, right, in the weight class. Do you think if you had more finishes, same amount of wins, but more of them finishes, you would have fought for the belt already?
I'm sure that plays a factor in it here or there. I mean, at the end of the day, like it definitely is a seller's market, so to speak. Like if you go out there and you're able to guarantee a knockout or a submission early on, things definitely tend to favor you as far as like how quick you climb in the type of fights you get. But at the end of the day, I can't force those things to necessarily happen. I can't force those things to take place. I'm on a path less traveled. I mean, I look at guys like Leon Edwards and others who took that path less traveled, and I see it paying off for them now. And that's kind of where I find myself. I mean, it'll be great to go out there and get it done. One punch knockout, great, woohoo. We're on to the next. But the reality of it is most of the fights don't play out that way. And the plus side and downside with having so many fights, like there's literally so much footage on me in UFC that like you can kind of see and tell what I'm gonna do or possibly do from a mile away. Like you know what I mean? And I noticed that with some guys that I fought in the past, like Carlos Condit, for example, was a guy who I watched compete since I was 18 years old. So by the time that like it came for me to fight Carlos Condit, I've seen everything that he's done in a fight or whatever else, and I kind of like knew going into like, all right, he's probably going to try the Condit kick, or he's going to try to like disc attack or whatever. Those are things that was very easy to see and kind of game plan for in my training camp and see on fight night. So myself being a similar boat, like it's like, no, I'm not bringing any new tools to the table here. It's like Neil has a huge reach advantage and he's going to push the pace. Like that's something that literally anybody in the division can prepare for and go out there. So it's up to me to like kind of like switch it up in a slight bit of way where like, all right, what are some new tools I can add that doesn't like get me too far away from who I am and what got me here, so to speak, but can still kind of like surprise the opponent on fight night. So it definitely creates this interesting dilemma where a lot of the things that have allowed me to be successful is out there for the world to see and kind of pick apart, especially when it comes to watching film and that kind of thing.
But you did get a finish in your last fight, a very impressive one, a Darce choke win. Did that feel good? Like, did you feel a bit of a weight lifted off your shoulders? Because it had been a few years since your last finish.
Yeah, great. It definitely felt great. I mean, especially going into fight week, I kind of set that bar for myself. Like, all right, go out there and get it done. I mean, I knew the kind of fighter that Dan Rodriguez was, and I kind of watched film and knew how I could beat him and that kind of thing. And then, like, the comments made during the fight, because like, all right, cool. I know I can beat him, but can I actually finish him? Like, that was an actual goal I set out for myself. And then the comments made fight week about potentially being a gatekeeper and that sort of thing. I was like, oh, cool. Gatekeeper, right? I got your gatekeeper coming right here. It kind of added a little more fuel to the fire to go out there and get that finish for sure.
You still want the Khamzat fight?
Oh, 100%. I mean, we had a slight opportunity to train in New York, and the guy is definitely the real deal. The best way I can explain it is like I fucked around and found out. Like Khamzat is definitely the real deal. Like kind of went in there thinking like, oh, here's this like sweet little wolf that I can like train with in jiu-jitsu. And that thing got real fast. And there's more hassle to the guy, more so realizing like, damn, this guy is actually the real deal. It's not a fighter or fight I can take lightly at all. Where if I'm being honest, had I got that fight early on, I might have set myself up for fair, looking past him a little bit.
Wow. And so what were the circumstances around you training with him in New York? When was that?
It was just pure coincidence. I was in New York for around Thanksgiving time, and that was also when PFL did their finals matches as well. And I guess he was out there supporting and watching some teammates. And the next day, he and I were just both at Henzo Gracie Academy, just kind of just kind of showing up to train to see where it goes kind of thing. And just like the stars just kind of aligned for us to get a good training session in.
Wow. And obviously, like, you had been trying to get this fight, very respectful, but you had been trying to get it. Like, were there any tense moments?
Yeah.
Oh, 1 second.
You're on the mat. I'm here to train.
I lost you there briefly. If you could just start at the beginning, because I'm fascinated to know what you say here. So I think I hear you now. Were there tense moments?
Yeah. So initially there wasn't any tense moments at all. It was kind of like an opportunity where it's like, I'm here to train. You're here to train. It was very respectful, kind of like going through the motion, not necessarily like super competitive. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get this guy. I'm gonna do that. It was just kind of like, all right, whatever. You're on the mat. I just had Thanksgiving dinner. I'm here to chill, and it's kind of like get a decent workout in or whatever. But that escalated very quickly. I mean, it went from like that to like a full on like grappling match, getting slammed, all this kind of crazy stuff. So yeah, it definitely escalated very quickly there.
Do you feel comfortable saying who got the better of who?
Oh man, there's video out there, so I can't even deny it. Like, he definitely got the best of me that training session. I mean, like I said, I fucked around and found out, and I definitely found out the hard way. I kind of went in there like, oh yeah, sweet little wolf, here we go. We're just playing around, and that wolf definitely bit. And I was like, oh crap, was not expecting that. Wow.
Maybe you could say you were just playing possum. He thinks you're beatable now. You give him that false hope in the training session, but then in the real fight, like, was there any of that going on? Probably not, right? I mean, you were giving him your all.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I could make excuses for it. Like, oh, maybe I was giving my all. Maybe it was this. Maybe it was the fact that he was bigger. But like, I give 1,000 reasons why that training session didn't go my favor or whatever. But at the end of the day, it didn't, and that kind of gave me like a dose of reality. Like, all right, you got some shit to work on. It's not just like I'll never be one of those guys to like sit there and say like, oh, my opponent got lucky, and like, oh, this happened, or blame any kind of like I'm just not gonna make an excuse for it. Like, I definitely he definitely got the best of me that day or whatever. But I noticed at the end of it, I know I have a lot more in me than what I showed that day, and it's just up to me to go out there and prove it. So it is what it is at this point.
What did you learn from the shove cut experience?
So the biggest thing for me going that whole shotgun experience, it was just like I was just being pulled all over the place. Like during the shotgun experience, I had literally like thousand things on my plate. Like I was finishing up 2 real estate deals. I was expecting my second son to be born the week of my fight. He ended up being born 6 weeks early. And it was just all these things that I had on my plate that I was trying to like balance and take care of, that the fight kind of took like the back seat, so to speak, where I was still going to training. I was still doing this, but like I was driving to training and my mind was like, okay, cool. I got to go training. And as soon as I get training, I got these other 10 other things to do. So it never really allowed me to go out there and like fully focus on the task that was at hand and give it my all. Like even up till fight night, I was still like, all right, cool. Go out there, get this fight done, and then immediately fly back home and have all these other things I had to finish up. So that Shavkat fight was mainly just me just like, man, like put those, like learn how to like turn that switch off, put those things on the side for now and focus on the task at hand. And going into the D-Rod fight and in this fight, that's exactly what I was able to do. I was kind of like, I wasn't as available for everyone else that I would be. Like I kind of made like my kids and family my main priority and everything else came secondary. And then training was the main focus. I mean, literally even getting out of my comfort zone and spending time training at different camps for this camp, was something that I did where before I would just kind of like stay at home and stay with the same training partner, same coach, and that kind of thing. This last training camp really forced myself to get out of my element, out of my comfort zone, and really challenge myself going into this fight.
So how do you think it plays out? What are you feeling?
I feel great going into this fight. I feel like I can definitely push the pace on him and get a late finish in this fight going into the third round for sure. Just based off of my ability and what I've seen from him in the past. I know for a fact he can take him to deep waters and find a way to finish the fight.
Looking forward to it, Neil. Thank you very much for the time. Appreciate you joining us from all the way out there in Rio. Good luck to you. This is a big one. Can't wait to see how it all plays out. All the best to you.
Awesome. I appreciate it so much. Pleasure talking to you.
All right, there he is. Neil Magny, the winningest welterweight in UFC history, going up against Gilbert Burns in a massive fight on Saturday. It's a big one. Yeah, we haven't seen Gilbert since April of last year, since the Khamzat fight. He has fought twice since then. And I'm obviously no one will ever say that Neil Magny shies away from an opportunity, from a fight. No one will ever say that he is one to duck or is afraid, yada, yada. And here's another example of that, right? I'm just, wow, how about this?
You good?
Yeah. No, Eduardo is telling me that they're a little bit backed up because they're doing some photo shoots. We've got Shogun Rua coming up, but I guess they're doing some photo shoots. So yeah, let's see. I mean, I'm certain that we'll get them, but the text, when you send a WhatsApp, are you a big WhatsApp guy?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, the text is not giving me the double check mark. You know the double check mark thing?
Yeah.
The double check, the double tick.
There's the one check for it being delivered, the second one for them reading it.
Yeah. But he did tell me at 3:30 that they're a little bit backed up. So it's all good in the hood. It's all good in the hood. We still got Sean Strickland coming up. Looking forward to that. Sean Strickland has been on once before, and that was, if my memory serves me correct, October of 21. So it's been a minute, as the kids say, and he's coming off a big win. But let's take a quick look at this card. So it's UFC 283. It's this Saturday. It's from Rio, back in Rio for the first time back in Rio for a pay-per-view for the first time in almost 4 years, back in Brazil for the first time in almost 3 years, and it's great. This is what we love, right? UFC going international, going all over the place. Glover Teixeira versus Jamal Hill, Davison Figueiredo versus Brandon Moreno, Gilbert Burns versus Neil Magny, Jessica Andrade versus Lauren Murphy, Paul Craig versus Johnny Walker, somewhat flying under the radar, right? And then Shogun Rua is the featured prelim bout, ABC, ESPN, ESPN Plus against Ihor Potieria, Gregory Rodriguez against Bruno Ferreira. Very interesting. The A side on Wikipedia all has a Wikipedia page. The other side does not. Never seen that before. Thiago Moises, as I said. Terrence McKinney on the early prelims. Bit of a surprise there. A lot of fights here. 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. How about that? 15 fights. That's a lot of fights. And Shogun Rua is going to be calling it a career after Saturday. What a legend. I'm looking forward to seeing if he could go out with a win. Since we do have this this time, let's get the 283 picks from GC. How about that? Is that okay with you?
Sounds great to me, man.
Sorry for springing this upon you, but this is why we have these segments in our back pocket.
You don't got to get ready if you stay ready, as they say. Right?
Wow. Shout out to Conor McGregor. That's a good one. That's a good one. You know what? Yeah, by the way, what is Neil Magny? What is he?
Big underdog.
Big underdog. How big?
Yeah. Like minus, like a plus 400 almost.
I see a 370 here.
Our good friend Jet on No Bets Bar took Neil Magny by decision plus 700.
Wow.
Yeah, plus 380 right now. Huge size advantage. I mean, big time. Like,
yeah,
I think
Gilbert Burns has fought at 55.
I think it's 5 inches of height, 9 inches of reach.
Wow. By the way, that's probably the pick, right? Neil Magny decision.
If you were going to bet Neil Magny, I mean, you mentioned to him how many wins he has by decision. Like, that's usually his path to victory. Wouldn't be surprised. Out volumes him, clenches him up.
All right, what do we got?
All right, let's start it off. Your girl for the Parlay Pals.
Oh, yeah. You didn't mention this. You no-sold me.
Yeah, like I don't like to, push you too much. I give you, I like it.
Well, this is what I was looking for. I was looking for that confirmation.
So this is just the under 2.5. I do have Nunez in a separate parlay as well. I mean, my biggest thing is just what is Zara Farn going to have to offer Josiane Nunez? I mean, she's been off for 3 years. I don't know if she's 39. I don't know if she's 36. ESPN and UFC have her listed as 39. Wiki, Tapology, and Sherdog have her listed as 36. Either way, she's aging. She's had 2 UFC fights. She's 0-2. She was finished in the first round in both of them. Now she's getting one of the hardest hitters in the division. Josiane Nunez, yes, she won by decision last time out against Ramon Pascual, but she dropped her twice, had her hurt, looked like she could have gotten her out of there, and then her 6 wins before that were all by knockout in either the first or second round. I think she likely finishes fair in here and gets her out of there, especially in front of that Brazilian crowd.
I should have taken the under.
Well, I think Nunez gets it done regardless, so I like having the win factor just in case, if Farron does last the 15 minutes. I do think she gets it done here. Next up, our first Brazilian bet. It is our man Warlley Alves. Felt pretty good about this one. Nicholas Dalby is getting up there in age. He's 38 years old. He struggles in the first round. Has been dropped 4 times in the first round in his 9 UFC fights. Warlley Alves, he can start well, man. He's got knockout power. His last 3 wins are by KO, TKO. But Jed Meshew made me aware of something that has now made me nervous about this bet. Nicholas Dalby, 4-0 against Brazilians in his career. This will be his second time fighting in Brazil, too. I mean, if he wins here, that moves him to 5-0. He's just the Brazilian slayer. I don't know. I'm a little bit more nervous about this one, but altogether, it's all going to come down to that second round. Dalby finishes fights well. Warlley Alves fades in fights. Vice versa for the starting. Dalby starts slow. Alves starts well. I think it's all going to come down to that second one. But I'm gonna side with Warlley Alves. He's gonna have a huge power advantage. Dalby has 0 finishes in the UFC. He's got the age advantage. I think he's good enough to get this done. He is sometimes inconsistent, but I'm gonna trust him to get this done in a pretty close coin flip fight. Next up,
by the way, Nunez Brazilian as well.
Oh yeah,
you said that was your first Brazilian pick.
Yeah, true. She's just in a parlay. Straight money line.
Oh,
first
I see.
one.
I mean.
You'll see a theme as we go through these
right.
When it comes to the Brazilians. Next up, you mentioned him. Our man, T-Rex Terrence McKinney.
Yeah.
Gonna be an electric fight. I don't know who's gonna win. I hope Terrence McKinney gets it done. But one thing I know about Terrence McKinney, they say agent of chaos. He is not an agent of chaos. He is the CEO. He is the king of chaos. I don't care how many decisions Bonfim has been to. All that matters is Terrence McKinney is in the ring. He is going to push the pace. He's going to push the aggression. 17 pro fights for him. 15 have ended in the first round, win or lose. 7 of his 17 professional fights have ended in the first 60 seconds. And in his last 8 fights combined, 8 fights, They've lasted a whopping 10 minutes and 34 seconds. That is an average fight time of 1 minute and 19 seconds. Under 1.5. Going to be insane. Looking forward to this. And then we roll right in. The fact that we're getting McKinney and Jailton Almeida back-to-back, this is where you plan your bathroom breaks. Jailton Almeida, round 1. Connor, you can't play him at minus 900. I had to find a way to play him. Play him every time he fights. Playing minus money on a round 1 seems ridiculous. Yes, I actually agree with that. It seems ridiculous until you look in the stats. Jailton Almeida, last year, need I remind you, 3 fights, 3 first-round finishes, had 1 significant strike landed on him on those 3 fights combined. It's absolutely ridiculous what this guy's been doing. On the flip side, Shamil, he struggled of late. 3 losses, all by finish, all by KO, TKO. All 5 of his losses in the UFC have been by KO, TKO. Last time out, in the first round against Sergei Pavlovich, Jailton Almeida, 17 pro wins, 15 of them coming in the first round. I like this line at minus 150. I kind of like his KO prop as well. I saw it at plus 300. I think it's come down to plus 250. There's a world where he just gets him on the ground and just pounds him out. I mean, Shamil's got like a 47% takedown defense. It's gonna happen quick. Love watching Jailton Almeida fight. Can't wait to watch him go to work this weekend. Gonna be a banger. You'll see a trend here, not just Brazilians. I also like a lot of unders. I like a lot of violence. I think this is going to be a really exciting card. RoboCop, short notice in Ferreira. Ferreira, all of his wins are by knockout. He has never seen the over 1.5 in his career. Sure, Gregory Rodriguez has tended to go a little bit later, but if you look at him, 7 of his last 9 have not gone to a decision, and only 1 of those went over the 1.5. So 6 of his last 9 going the under 1.5. Ferreira, his entire career has been under 1.5. So I think these guys are going to come in here, chuck them, and someone is going to go down. Ferreira, all his wins by finish. So I do think this one goes short. We'll keep it going with another under. On to the main card. Walker versus Craig. I will take the under 1.5. So here's the thing with this one. This one makes me kind of nervous. This one is either going to be fireworks, it's going to be crazy, big punches, we're going to get some wild grappling exchanges, or it's just going to be a ridiculous fight where Paul Craig gets hit, he goes to the ground, he butt scoots, Johnny Walker asks him to get up, then they kind of stare at each other, and it ends up somehow going the 15 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen it happen in Paul Craig fights before. We've seen it happen in Johnny Walker fights. We've seen Johnny Walker go 25 minutes before. But I'm going to side with this one being fireworks. I think they're going to come out here in front of the crowd, perform for them, and either Johnny Walker gets the big knockout on Paul Craig, TKO, he's got the knees, he's got the kicks, or Craig takes him to the mat, breaks his arm, does whatever Paul Craig does. I mean, if it goes to the ground, Johnny Walker might be in serious trouble, but Paul Craig has 20% takedown accuracy. Johnny Walker, we saw his grappling skills last time out against Ian Cutelaba. I'm going to trust that he does get the knockout, which is why I will be taking Johnny Walker money line, open up the main card with a Brazilian money line. Next up, Jessica Andrade, Lauren Murphy, under 2.5. 2 unders on women's fights, but for me, this one, I mean, Jessica Andrade, she has to be one of the most vicious female fighters on the roster right now. I mean, she just creates chaos. 7 of her last 8 fights have not gone to the 3rd round. 5 of those ending in the 1st round. Like, her fights are just madness, and she has serious finishing capabilities, whether it's by knockout or by submission. Lauren Murphy, sure, she is tough, but she is aging as well. She's going to turn 40 this year. She's going to be at a speed disadvantage. She's going to be at an athletic disadvantage. I know she's got the size, but I think at some point, Andrade is going to catch her. Andrade is going to get her back. Andrade will do something to finish this fight in front of the Brazilian crowd. I took it at plus money. I like where that is. Next up, Figueiredo Moreno. I don't know why I put 2.5. This is 4.5. Flyweight championship of the world. It takes no explanation. I have to take the flyweight under here. It's just a principle that I have to live by. Plus, first fight decision, second fight finish, third fight decision. Sounds like we're doing the 4th fight for another finish. I will take the under 4.5. Quadrilogy. Yeah. Shout out. Yeah. That's what it is. That is the correct term for this one. And then next up, flip a coin. I mean, just flip a coin on who you want to side in this one. The last 2 fights I have been with Deiveson Figueiredo. Why stop now for the quadrilogy? We're in Brazil this time. I'm backing almost exclusively Brazilian fighters. I am all in for the home country in this one. So I'll be riding with Deiveson Figueiredo. I'm not going to go on some long soliloquy about how I have an edge or an advantage in this one. It's flip a coin, enjoy the fight. It's going to be awesome. Both these guys are going to have moments. cannot wait for this one.
Also, I just saw the face-off. I don't know if you saw that.
I didn't.
Yeah, it's on the
Tense.
MMA fighting feed. I just saw it. I don't know if we can effort that. Maybe Frank can get that up there while you're going through the picks. But intense
Yeah, I'm
stuff,
sure you
fun
can make that
stuff.
happen.
He's wearing, Figueroa's wearing the same glasses with the chain.
Yes.
He said they were
I love
Gucci's,
that.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tremendous. What a stylish guy. Also, he was wearing a New Era sweatshirt, which was cool. But then I noticed that he was flipping the strings behind. Is that a thing that the young kids do? Like that you don't want the strings down?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's got different style than me. I love the New Era sponsorship, though. That hoodie was clean.
Does he have a sponsorship?
From his Instagram, it looks like it. He's
You're
like
kidding.
exclusively rocking like New Era hoodies and stuff.
Davison Figueiredo?
Listen, I don't want to report anything false, but like by deep diving on his Instagram, it seems like he's rocking a large amount of New Era products.
By the way, how do you feel about people, and my response may surprise you here, people who wear hoodies but tie the strings?
Not my thing. Get it? I get it though.
I like it. I'm a fan.
Are you a string tire?
I'm not a string tire, but I'll do it. You know,
It's a nice style thing.
it's a nice style thing. I think it takes a certain level of confidence to pull that off.
Yeah.
I like it. I don't hate
Davison Figueiredo certainly has that. Shoelaces out, tuck them in.
Oh,
big
for me?
bow on them. Yeah.
No, I'm a shoelace tied guy. I just got an email, by the way. I bought, I don't know if you saw these, the Nike Montreal bagels.
Yes, you got those. I saw
bought them, yeah, and I just got an email that it arrived.
Oh,
at my home.
Fantastic.
I don't know.
Is it going to come in the special box, or do you?
Yes,
had to
I saw
get
the
that?
box. Did you see the box?
I thought you had to get the box like in Montreal stores only.
Oh, I don't know. I'm about to find out. But
the
why
box
did Nike
is sick.
do this? I don't know why.
It's cool.
It's gotten so much publicity too.
I can't lie too. A lot of your shoes are like wacky colors. These are like pretty neutral.
They're pretty
They can
neutral.
Go with anything.
Yeah.
I think they look great with the dark blue swoosh.
It's actually one of the only dunks that I have. Like I only wear SBs. These aren't SBs.
Dunks they're hot right now. That is
yeah,
for
but
sure.
SBs I feel like are more comfortable. They got the fat tongue. You know
I was
what I
gonna
don't
say they're a little chunkier.
You know what I don't like? Like what's the difference between what is the word for like? There's the ankle one or the short one. I don't know the technical term. I'm not really,
high top.
High top, and what's the short one called? Low top.
I want to say it's low top, but I could be wrong.
I don't like when people like wear the high top and wear them and like the tongue sticks out like really big. You know what I mean? Like when you aggressively tuck your jean in so that the tongue sticks out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's
I know
too
what
much.
you're talking about.
It's like now we look crazy. I don't know. These are just my pet peeves. By the way, when I say these things, I'm not trying to offend people. People get really offended when I say these things. It's like, Jesus, I'm not talking about you. I don't know who you are.
Well, there could be someone out there that like specifically every single time they put on their jeans, they punch the tongue out and
Okay,
they're like,
I'm sorry.
And it's like, this is a direct.
I'm sure you don't like plaid person out there who does that, okay? And I do. So different strokes, different folks. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. This has been great. It's giving me a second to breathe. Gather my thoughts back as we head into the main event.
Oh yeah,
we'll be taking the under 2.5 in this one. I mean, the way that I see it, Jamal Hill finds the button and puts Glover Teixeira out. Glover Teixeira takes Jamal Hill to the ground and finishes him there. I think either way, I don't want to get overly confident because I saw no world where Yuri Prochazka, Glover Teixeira went the distance, and we were 30 seconds from that going the distance. 16 of Glover's 26 UFC fights under the 2.5. 6 of Hill's 8 have gone under the 2.5. I just have to go back to the fact, like, if Glover is having success, then I firmly believe that means he got this to the ground and he likely submits Jamal Hill. I mean, we saw him struggle against Thiago Santos, taken down 6 times. Yes, Santos couldn't really keep him down, but I rate Glover Teixeira much higher in that regard. And if he's not having success, if he can't get him down to the ground, then he's being forced to stand and strike with Jamal Hill. And I mean, that's a tough ask. That's a tough ask. And I imagine that Jamal Hill, with his youth, his speed, his athleticism, and his punching prowess, he will probably find the button of Glover Teixeira. But when it comes to the side, I'm going to lean on the side that he can get it to the mat, that Glover Teixeira can get it to the mat. Story is too perfect in front of the Brazilian home crowd. He gets it done. Everybody chanting his name, goes out, finally gets his flowers in front of the Brazilian crowd, and he gets this done.
Oh, wow. What a story. Does he retire?
I say no because of my future ticket, but like the
Okay.
story's too perfect. He takes off the gloves. He retires.
Oh.
People,
I
he
don't
gets
think-
carried out on Alex Pereira's shoulders. Did they flip the script?
Yeah, I don't think he retires.
I don't think so either.
Nice story. Very hard, by the way, to fight for all these years, reach the mountaintop. This is when you can cash in and be like, all right, I'm out. You know?
Yeah.
It's a nice story for us, but like this is why you fight, to try
For
to
him
cash in
too,
as champion.
For him too, if he wins, it's just like, I still got it, man. Who's next?
Yeah,
Who's next
exactly.
at this
Oh,
point?
Yuri, who I was
I
a
think he
minute
still
away.
wants. I think he still wants another shot at Yuri for real. And then just to finish this off, a couple quick parlays. The BBFP, the big Brazilian favorite parlay. Josiane Nunez, Jotun Almeida, Jessica Andrade, Gilbert Burns. I talked up Neil Magny, but I do think Gilbert Burns, his well-roundedness, his finishing capabilities, his just overall skills as a fighter, I do think he gets it done. A little prop parlay. Main event or co-main event over 1.5. Main event does not go to a decision. And then a little violence parlay for you. McKinney Bonfim under 2.5. Almeida Shamil under 2.5. Rodriguez Ferreira fight does not go to a decision. Those are my picks. A lot of units in action, and you can see me react to it all live. You can watch along with us.
Oh, there it is.
On Saturday night, 10 o'clock, 9:45 start.
I was just going to say, usually it's a little bit earlier, right?
Yeah, 9:45 start on the MMA Fighting YouTube channel. It looks like, I'm cutting it off here, not giving it its full flowers.
Oh, there it is.
Looking good.
The Hexter in town.
Hexter is coming in town. We'll have. I'll be in Brazilian garb. I'll be looking good.
What are you rocking? A football jersey?
No,
A
not
Pele?
a football jersey.
Oh.
I do have a shirt.
I thought for sure you'd have a jersey.
I know. I do love their jerseys. That like neon green looks great.
I hope my son isn't listening. He's 8 and he's in school, so I doubt he's listening. I got him a Vinicius Jr. Brazil jersey for his birthday.
Color?
Yellow.
The blue ones are great
The blue
too.
ones are nice. I like the traditional yellow.
Frank, we still on for
Oh yeah.
acai?
I see in
on Saturday?
the Brazilian waxes, right?
Yes,
On the
Frankie.
blowout, you said we would do the blowout on my hair. No?
What is the
Yes.
blowout? What are you
Blowout.
talking about?
Never heard of a Brazilian blowout.
No.
If we have a big enough winning week, we get a BBL.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, what's a BBL?
Brazilian butt lift.
Yeah, we'll go all the way.
I mean, we can really go big.
Wait.
In all seriousness, though, Fogo de Chao Monday or Sunday, if this is a winning week.
Right.
I
On you,
mean-
right? You said.
On Monday, you're going to go after the show?
Yeah.
Or Sunday.
If we have a winning week, I mean, if I'm in, if I got empty pockets, then we can't
Yeah,
go to
I
Fogo
get
de
it.
Chao.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
this is big business type stuff. But
By the way, where's the Sunday? Is it in Jersey or Brooklyn or New York?
It'd have to be Manhattan. That's where the Fogo de Chao
You're
is.
coming into New York on a Sunday to go to
Oh, I
Fogo
can
de
do
Chao?
that. Of
Yeah.
course. Close out UFC 283 Rio de Janeiro, Brazil properly. If
Wow.
that's the case.
Wow.
Acai for real though.
Yeah, we just need to figure out the time.
Yeah.
Where's
Not a
the
good
spot,
place,
though?
Can't remember the name of it. Oakberry got like 4.9 stars.
Where is it?
It's around here.
Like in New York?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're gonna go before you come?
Yeah, before I
but-
come in.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd have to go pretty early, no? Because I feel like the stores around here, the restaurants around here, close early or not even open on Saturday.
Yeah,
know what?
yeah,
We'll
yeah.
figure it
It's a couple
out,
blocks
you
off.
know?
We will figure it out. That is true, Frank. That's a great point by you.
By the way, going back to one of the questions asked at the top of the show, for the 9:45 start for the watch party, what time do you guys get in?
like 6:30.
Oh, okay. Watch the prelims.
Oh yeah. I try to get here before the card starts. So
Put them on the
watch
big
everything.
screen here?
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
Actually, not on this screen. We actually have separate televisions.
Oh, I'm obviously tapped in from home. I was hearing you guys talking about like, oh, things are so much better with that aerial when we come in.
Yeah,
It's weird.
I was hoping you weren't watching that.
It's so weird. So weird. Any gimmicks for Saturday? Are we opening cards? Will we popping packs?
We're definitely opening cards.
Oh, that's right.
That's for sure. We already discussed that. Not like a ton of gimmicks to be had. I try to center them around the fighters. I do have some cool, Brazilian accessories. Like I got a nice bucket hat that I'll be wearing, and a T-shirt. But other than that,
I thought for this one you'd come with the costume.
no, yeah, it's just a nice outfit.
All right. No, I mean like
drip,
for your
as the
picks.
kids say.
Yeah. And
No, actually, I'm not gonna lie. I was in a rush this morning, and my roommate texted me I left them by the door. Yeah, pretty disappointing.
I feel like you should eat the acai on the show. Do a little acai taste test.
Yeah.
A few different ones. There used to be a Boni acai drink in Brazil. They were a big UFC sponsor. That was good as well. You know what I'd love to find? I don't know if you can find it, but this could be a good, little segment. If you can find the actual acai fruit, because what I've been told is it's incredibly bitter. It's incredibly sour.
Oh, and eat it on the show.
Raw, yeah. Can you go to I guess you can find some sort of Brazilian or South American, I don't know, some sort of...
Oh, yeah, I'm super down to eat it if it's...
Can you find that in a grocery store? What do you think, Frank?
No, there's definitely a market
where you can get the actual acai fruit. I've never seen it before.
All right, challenge accepted.
Yeah, we'll find this. Frank's on the case now. Now it's...
Yeah.
I'm tuning in for that. And by the way, Frank, it's not pronounced acai. It's acai.
Okay. Thank you. Acai is the Japanese audio.
What I was thinking is that we fire up the hot pan in the back, and me and Mike have sort of like the red light, green light thing, and Frank's just whipping up Brazilian steaks in the back the whole time. And when
you don't want me to come into the studio with the spigot, or not the spigot, the
what?
What is it called? At the Brazilian steakhouses where they carry the meat out to you and carve it on your plate.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm hoping you do. Like if I have the green light, you come out and carve it, and then red light, it's like, no. I need a second, thank you. I was hoping for that. But yeah, I guess acai berries will do.
I would love to see that. I would love to see you guys eat meat. I would love to see someone walk around with that big thing and just do like, you know what I mean? That would be tremendous. Okay, we got a bit of a situation here. Let me just play it out because it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm seeing
there's a lot going on.
Up. I can't even keep up.
Should we just go? Yeah, let's just go with it. Let's just go with it, and then hopefully. So Shogun was backed up, and he has shown up at 4:15, exactly the time that Sean Strickland was supposed to show up. So this is playing out. I mean, we've got a malfunction at the junction here, and we're just gonna let the good times roll. We're gonna hope for the best. These things happen.
Right now. They're both trying to get on right now.
At the exact same time?
I didn't realize it was 4:15. No. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I mean, they should be getting on at the same time because, I mean, I've never prayed for someone to be late.
So if you want me to give you an update, we are bringing in
Shogun
Rua, legend. Nice. And Joe is efforting with Sean Strickland.
Wait. Oh, my gosh. I'm reminded of the question that we were asked at the beginning of the show about going live or not going live.
Efforts are being made.
What do you think? Who?
Circles are being backed.
Okay.
Do you want to bring them on in?
Yeah, but is it a surprise?
They're trying to make as much time as they can. So
no, I know.
Great.
Wait, who are we going with?
Bring him on. Yeah, bring on Shogun.
Okay. Is he ready to be brought on? Okay.
As ready as he'll ever be.
All right, here we go. It is a massive, massive deal. The retirement fight for the legend, the former Pride Middleweight Grand Prix winner, the former UFC Light Heavyweight Champion, the one and only, the incomparable, the inimitable, the often imitated, never duplicated, the legend, the OG, the last man to fight in Pride in Japan, who is still fighting on the UFC roster, the one and only Mauricio Shogun Rua. There he is. Shogun, how are you, my friend?
Good, Daniel. And you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for joining us. Eduardo, thank you for joining us as well. We're walking and talking here. This is wonderful. Oh, now I lost you.
Yeah, we're just getting back from all the commitments. Yeah, because everything was delayed, so we kept waiting to be able to be on time. And it took us forever. So we want to save the most time we could. So we just got in touch with you guys through the elevator and all the way to the room.
I appreciate it. You know what this reminds me of, Eduardo? This reminds me of UFC 113 in the restaurant. You win in Montreal and you guys were walking out and we walked. Remember we talked after you won? This is what this was. This is full circle for us.
Yeah, of course. And hopefully it's going to end the same way. Ele tá falando que isso lembra muito ele de UFC 113, quando você ganhou do Lyoto, que a gente saiu andando com ele pelo restaurante, dando entrevista e tal, e que agora está se repetindo isso.
Verdade.
It's true, yeah.
Shogun, how are you feeling? The legendary career is coming to an end. Do you feel sad? Do you feel anxious? Do you feel nostalgic? Can you describe the emotions that you're feeling?
carreira terminou se sentindo ansioso, triste, feliz? O que você está sentindo?
Eu estou ansioso para a luta e com certeza também com essa parada, acho que com certeza já estou me programando para isso há algum tempo já. Mas estou feliz com a minha carreira, sou um cara realizado e conquistei tudo que eu queria conquistar na minha luta, graças a Deus.
I'm anxious for the fight. I'm anxious about the fight, but at the same time, I feel fulfilled. You know, I feel like I achieved everything I wanted in my career, so I'm happy in a sense. It's not a feeling of being blue. You know, I'm happy because I'm retiring on my terms, and I'm happy with everything that I accomplished on my career. I'm just anxious with the fight, wanting to get the fight the best I can. You know.
Why are you deciding now to call it a career? Why did you come to this decision now?
Por que você decidiu terminar agora a carreira?
Eu acho que eu tenho algumas lesões que me atrapalham nos meus treinos e também eu cansei um pouco também desse ritmo de camp, luta. Então eu acho que agora é o momento certo de eu parar e eu dei meu melhor, dei meu máximo, deixei tudo que eu pude lá dentro do octógono, então tá na hora.
Well, I have been suffering and dealing with some little pains from the injuries I have, you know, and all those things that really becomes kind of a burden to be in training camp and live that life of training camp fight. It's not something that I feel like my body holds up anymore, and it becomes painful, you know. So I think I'm happy with everything that I achieved. So I'm choosing the right time to stop, you know, where I'm still competing and I'm doing it on my terms.
Were you waiting for the UFC to return to Brazil in order to retire? In other words, if the pandemic didn't happen and maybe they were back last year or 2 years ago, would that have been your retirement fight?
Porque estava esperando você voltar ao Brasil para poder se aposentar, por exemplo, se não tivesse havido a pandemia, você teria se aposentado antes ou não?
Não, coincidiu e eu vou me aposentar no evento que eu achei melhor me aposentar mesmo.
No, it was a coincidence. Things coincide this way, but I'm really retiring when I felt like when I wanted. I mean, I would have retired at this point anyways, but stars align, and it's good that's been in Brazil.
I was worried that maybe we wouldn't get this retirement fight because I saw a video of you playing with a soccer ball, a football, and you tripped. Are you okay? What happened over there?
Yes.
I saw that. Yes, you fell. Did you get hurt?
Ele ficou preocupado que você pudesse não lutar porque você caiu ali.
Não, eu tropecei no pezinho ali do banner.
Okay. So he said he tripped on the little foot from the backdrop banner.
Okay,
That's the problem. Otherwise, he would.
Of course. By the way, recently, last month, we found out about the legendary Pele passing away. Did you ever have a chance to meet him?
Yes. Infelizmente, o Pelé, a lenda do futebol, faleceu recentemente. Teve alguma chance de encontrar com ele pessoalmente na vida?
Já conheci o Pelé uma vez em São Paulo, no Guarulhos. Estava eu, o mestre Rodimar, Rafael, meu irmão. E foi prazer muito grande conhecer o rei Pelé.
Yes, actually, I had a chance to meet Pele by accident once alongside Master Rafael Cordeiro, Master Rudimar, my brother Murilo Ninja. We were in the airport and we were in the lounge.
Wow.
He was there, so we sat and had a chat, and was a pleasure and honor to be able to meet him.
Wow. Was he nice? Like, was he forthcoming when you spoke to him?
Sim, foi super simpático com a gente, conversou, trocou ideia. Meu irmão estava indo lutar, desejou boa sorte. Eu achei ele super simpático.
Yes, he was super friendly, very down to earth, super nice guy. My brother was going to fight in Japan. We're traveling from our brother's fight, Ninja, and he wished Ninja good luck. He was very supportive and very simple guy.
We mentioned before you came on, you're the last fighter from the Pride days who fought in Japan for Pride, who is left on the roster, on the UFC roster. You are the final one from that era. And I'm wondering if it means anything special for you to be the last one left, the last guy from that era to be competing in the UFC. Did you know that, A? And B, does that mean anything to you?
Yeah. A gente já comentou sobre isso antes. Você é o último cara da geração do Pride, vitorioso, que continua no UFC em alto nível. você sabia disso, né? E significa alguma coisa para você, pessoalmente, ter sido o último que conseguiu continuar tão longe daquela geração?
Sabia já, e para mim isso é motivo de orgulho. Estar continuando até hoje e poder representar essa velha guarda, né? Eu tô no UFC também há 16 anos no UFC, eu sou um dos caras mais antigos no UFC. Então, tudo isso para mim é motivo de muita gratidão a Deus e orgulho de mim mesmo.
Yes, I was aware. I knew that, and for me, it's a big. I'm very proud of it. It's a big reason to be proud, in a sense of accomplishment, to be the last one of those guys who's still competing. Even the UFC itself, I've been 16 years in the UFC already, pretty much, and it really makes me proud and makes me feel very blessed by God that I was able to have this long and successful career.
When you debuted in 2002 and someone would have told you would have lasted 21 years in MMA, would you have believed them?
Se alguém te falasse, quando você estreou em 2002, que você tem uma carreira de 21 anos profissional no MMA, você iria acreditar?
Não ia acreditar. Comecei no esporte por amor mesmo e porque gostava daquilo que fazia, mas nunca imaginava que eu ia chegar tão longe e conquistar o que eu conquistei.
No, I would not believe it. I would never believe it. And I would never think that I would be able to have such a long career, let alone to conquer and to achieve everything that I conquered and that I achieved. I only started for love, for fun, because I liked it, so I never dreamed that I would have such a career.
Your debut was Mecca World Valley 207 on the 8th of November 2002 in Curitiba, Brazil. You fought Rafael Freitas. Do you remember anything in particular about that night? Is there a memory that comes to mind when you think of that debut?
O que você se lembra dessa?
Eu lembro perfeitamente da minha estreia contra o Capoeira e puta, para mim é como se fosse ontem.
I remember perfectly my debut against Capoeira. That was the nickname of his opponent. And for me, it was like yesterday. I remember it vividly. And I might say I have a memory from this fight. Because we were friends already. We didn't work together, but we were friends, and I helped his brother a little bit. So I remember that I was ringside because the fight was in a ring. And it was very exciting because he was a prospect, Everybody in Curitiba knew that he was going to be big because he had been training seriously for roughly a year. I was already training with Vanderlei, with everybody. So everybody was expecting it. But Capoeira was an older guy and a very good jiu-jitsu guy from Gracie Barra. And they didn't know him. So Capoeira, on the weigh-ins, he got to Master Rudimar and Master Rafael. And because the show was in Curitiba, hometown of shootbox, he was worried. He said, listen, what's going to happen to me after I beat this little kid? Is there going to be for me? Everybody was like, come on. So when this got to Shogun, he was still younger. He was emotional. So he was pissed off. And he went in there and he really beat the shit out of this guy. He was very emotional. I remember that after the fight, Joinha, George Guimarães,
of course,
who manages a bunch of guys. He used to be the reporter, like the Ariel Helwani of MMA in Brazil. So he was doing the interviews ringside. So he came to Shogun and he was trying to be polite on national TV. So he was like, listen, you beat this guy. He's very tough, right? It was a tough fight. Shogun, yeah, but I heard that he kicks everybody's ass on the street. That's no good. So I wanted to kick him more, kick his ass up. And the guy, no, but, trying to stop. And then I remember after the interview, he stormed back into the locker room and everybody was celebrating. And Anderson lutar nessa noite, was Anderson that was going to fight after you?
Yes.
Anderson Silva was going to fight?
No,
or maybe Nilson de Castro. Yeah. Nilson was an older black belt because back then Anderson Silva trained with them. They were all the same team. Anderson didn't fight hard, but he fought in the previous one, and they were all training together. But Nilson was an old black belt as well, training partner of Anderson, of Shogun, and he was important for the guys because he was old school, from the days of Master Rafael. So they wanted to give him support. So we went to the locker room, we were very celebrating, but everybody left to walk out with Nilson. So Shogun was super emotional. So he started venting, So I remember that he came to the shower locker, in the back of the locker room, and he was alone, and I came after him because I wanted to see if he was doing good. And he was just like he stood up against the wall and started breathing hard and looking down like with a kind of a super emotional face from that intense experience,
Wow.
of being professionally for the first time. So I remember the scene because I would never guess that 21 years later we will be here. Yeah, so it's fun. Life goes in different ways. It's interesting to reflect on it.
Yeah, and I appreciate those memories very much. And I said before the show, like, you two are one of, if not my favorite duo in the history of the sport. Like, you guys are like peanut butter and jelly. You can't see Shogun fight without you by his side, and I can't see Shogun without you. It's just a perfect thing to see you guys together, and it makes me a little bit nostalgic too, and a little bit not sad, but like he Shogun. I hope he knows that he means a lot to a lot of fans of my age, right? Like, he's the reason why we fell in love with this sport. He recognizes that, right? He feels the love.
Muita admiração por você. Você é uma das razões que eles gostam de MMA. Então é até um pouco nostálgico você estar parando. Você tem noção que tem tanta gente que gosta de MMA por sua causa?
Eu tenho noção, sim, e eu sou eternamente grato aos meus fãs, às pessoas que me admiram, e com certeza eu poderia parar antes, mas eu não parei por desejo pessoal mesmo de continuar. Então eu sou eternamente grato aos meus fãs que me dão suporte.
Yeah, I have this understanding and this notion that I was able to influence and be loved by so many fans and so many people within the industry, outside of the industry, and this really means a lot to me. I'm really grateful for it, because this, I think, is the biggest reason, that kept me going for so long, because I felt always this kind of love, support, and appreciation, and it drove me through this long career.
What are you going to do after fighting now? Like, what is the next chapter? Oh, did we lose them?
Now they could be pondering the question.
That's true. It froze on us there for a second. That was my last one. I wanted to end on that note.
We'll get them back. Stand by.
Okay. Okay, we'll reconnect with them. Really great to see Shogun and Eduardo together. Like I said, he made his MMA debut. Oh, you're back. Do you see me?
We're back.
You're back.
Yeah.
Did you hear the last question?
Yes.
What is he going to do now? What's the next chapter?
Yes.
Agora meu foco, eu vou treinar por esporte, por saúde, eu vou cuidar da minha família, estar mais próximo da minha família, e também eu vou cuidar dos meus empreendimentos, que eu tenho algumas coisas engatilhadas já. Eu já me preparei para essa parada, então com certeza eu vou focar nessas três coisas: família, empreendedorismo e saúde.
Well, now I'm gonna train for fun, for health, just to be healthy, to have fun without all the pressure. And I'm gonna focus on my family, raising my daughters, taking care of my family, and of my enterprises. I already have some enterprises. I hate myself more to them and to my family, and train just for fun to remain in shape and be healthy.
Shogun, my best to you, my friend. Congratulations, parabéns on a great career, a legendary career, and an honor to cover your career. And I love the fact that you're 2-0 in Montreal, my hometown. You had two big wins over there, 97, UFC 97, UFC 113. So that means a lot. You're a legend, my friend, and I wish you nothing but the best on Saturday and in the future.
Desejo mais sorte no sábado e tudo melhor no futuro. Ele tem muito carinho por você porque você ganhou duas grandes lutas na cidade dele, Montreal, 97 e UFC 113. Te desejo tudo melhor daqui para frente.
Ariel, thank you very much. Agradecer ao Ariel estar conosco há muito tempo e fez crescer muito o MMA. Então, parabéns, Ariel, e vamos com tudo.
Thank you very much, Ariel. I want to thank you because you have been with us for such a long time and covering the sport and helping the sport to grow. You helped the sport to grow a lot through those years, and we appreciate that. He appreciates that, so he wants to thank you as well. And see you soon.
See you soon, my friends. Thank you so much. Obrigado. Good luck to you guys. Saturday night. There he is, Shogun Rua and Eduardo Alonso. Oh boy, what legends. I mean, these are the pioneers of the sport. Without them, without guys like Shogun, without Big Nog, Little Nog, without Fyodor Emelianenko, who's having his own retirement fight in just a a couple weeks' time for Bellator against Ryan Bader. Without these guys, there is no sport. There is no MMA. Without the Mark Colemans and the Rampage Jacksons of the world, without these legends, man, it does make me very emotional. It does make me very nostalgic. Yeah, these are the guys. These are the guys that we watched late at night. These are the guys that we read about. These are the guys that we were excited when they came over to the UFC to see how they would do against the UFC guys. It's a wild thing to see how, life goes on, life moves on, but to see who's the final one from the Pride era, and it's Shogun, and fittingly, as we talked about with New York Rick, the man who had that incredible run in 2005, winning all those fights en route to winning the Grand Prix, 2 wins, Pride Final Conflict 2005, August of 2005. Let's take a look at this card. Pride Final Conflict 2005. Kazuhiro Nakamura defeated Igor Vovchanchin via decision. Ricardo Rona defeated Vanderlei Silva. Vanderlei, of course. I mean, how could I forget him? Anderson. Shogun Rua defeated Alistair Overeem via first-round TKO. Fabricio Verdum defeated Roman Sentsov. Hidehiko Yoshida beat Tank Abbott. Fyodor beat Mirko. Heavyweight title fight. And then Shogun had to fight again against Arona to win the whole damn thing. Is that the whole card? Yeah, that was the whole card. What a time. And how about this? August of 2005, Saitama Super Arena, 47,629 people in attendance. 47,000 on an August night in 2005. And the last time he was on, he told us that was the highlight of his career. Man, those cards were incredible. I'm trying to see what the other attendance numbers were. Probably 29, 22,000. I mean, that was a big dog. That was a big one. That was in 2005. Crazy time. What a sport. What a time. So happy that he's getting a chance to retire in Brazil. If he would, I mean, could you imagine Shogun Rua retiring at the Apex? That's the one thing about DC's career. Like his retirement fight was at the Apex. Now I know this was August of 2020. Like, they had no choice, but it's just in retrospect, the shame that he couldn't, get the proper send off in front of a proper crowd of people and, get the ovation and all that stuff. But it's going to be a very emotional scene. It's going to be a very emotional scene on Saturday. A nice tweet here from Lulito MMA. Shogun and his translator are a pleasure to listen to. Excellent interview. Wishing Shogun Rua nothing but health and happiness after retirement. Hope he gets the W. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people I think are hoping he gets the W, right? A lot of people are going to be rooting for Shogun. And for Shogun, I never got to go to any of those Pride events. Not a regret. A little bit before my time as a journalist. Got to go to Saitama once. Only been to Japan once. What a trip that was. One of my favorites. UFC 144. That was Benson Henderson against Frankie Edgar. The food was fantastic. The people were incredible. The culture, the sights, the sounds. Loved everything about it. We did some cool stuff. Esther, Casey, and I over there. And I went to a pro wrestling show. I believe it was Noah, Pro Wrestling Noah. That was amazing. Went to the Tsukiji Fish Market. That was incredible with Ryo Chonan. I mean, there's some great stuff up there on the MMA Fighting YouTube channel of our trip. And the event was a Sunday morning event because of the time difference. It aired normal time here in America, Sunday morning. So I remember waking up super early for that. That was fun. The crowd was very unique, as has been talked about for a very long time. So those were great memories. Also great memories going to Brazil for a lot of those cards. UFC 134 was the first one. That was an amazing trip. First time ever in Rio. I think I went UFC 134. I went to 153 with Stephan Bonner versus Anderson Silva. I went to 190 with Ronda against Betch Correa. Did I go to any other? I think I went to 5. 134 was the best one by far. It was the most stacked one. Anderson Silva versus Yushin Okami, the rematch. Shogun against Forrest Griffin, the rematch. The Brazilians win. Barbosa versus Pearson. Pearson wins. Big Nog versus Brendan Schaub. Big Nog wins. That was the craziest scene ever. I don't know if I've ever seen a scene like that. Big Nog on one leg, knocking out Brendan Schaub in a crazy 3-minute fight, and people crying, openly crying around us, beers being thrown, drinks being thrown, I mean, that was more emotional than Anderson's win, because Big Nog, I remember seeing Big Nog walking down the street in Rio on the street. There's a great, just long street there where the beach is. And there's people skateboarding and stuff. And the guy was limping. Like the guy had one leg. Luis Kane was the lone Brazilian to lose on the main card. He lost to Stanislav Nedkov. I remember Paulo Thiago walking out to the theme song from a very popular Brazilian movie at the time. Guilherme could tell us all about that. That was huge. The place popped so loud for Paulo Thiago. Thiago Tavares beat Spencer Fisher. Husimar Palhares beat Dan Miller. I mean, the Brazilians almost cleaned up. Paulo Thiago beat David Mitchell. Rafael Sunsao beat Johnny Eduardo. Eric Silva beat Luis Ramos. That was probably the best fight on the early prelims, Facebook prelims back in the day. 42nd win for Eric Silva. Uriel Alcantara beat Felipe Arantes. And I remember Yves Jabouin fighting Ian Loveland, and that was the lone fight, I think, on the card that didn't feature a Brazilian. And I was like, what are these guys doing to open the card? Those were great times. Yeah, what was it? 34. I think there was another one. And by the way, in a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by Sean Strickland. Oh, we have Sean Strickland. Okay. I think there was another one. In total, I think it went to 4 or 5. Great memories, great times. It's going to be a great scene. They're going to be hyped on Saturday. All right. This past Saturday, we had the first UFC card of the year, first main event of the year. It was headlined by Nasruddin Imavov against Sean Strickland, back-to-back main events for Sean Strickland. He closed out 2022. He comes back as a light heavyweight, and he gets back on track with a big win over Nasruddin Imavov. He's kind enough to join us right now. Let us say hello to Sean. Hello, Sean. How are you?
What up, man? How you doing, dude? How you doing?
I'm
good.
Life is great. I'm excited to talk to you. It's been a minute.
It's been a minute, dude. It's been a fucking minute, man. I'm at my buddy's. I stopped at my buddy's shop, the gun store, to do the interview. We went to a SHOT Show. So I was in there. I stopped by. So here I am.
Thank you for doing this. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Shogun showed up late, and it was a whole thing. So appreciate
fucking Shogun, dude. Fucking Brazilians. That's what happens to invite Brazilians. They don't fucking show up on time.
That's right. But he's a legend. So we have
to say that's right, bro. They're gonna cancel you.
No. Well, that's a thing. Brazilian time. That's a thing. That's the thing.
Yeah, Brazilian. This fucking guy gets it. This guy fucking gets it.
Well, they even joke about that. But no, it's great. It's great to have you on. Last time you said it was going to be the last time you come on, so I was pleasantly surprised that you came on.
You know what it is, dude. I like you. I like you. I like you, and I'm gonna start that off with that. But like,
is there a but?
But here's the hard but. Here's the hard but, dude. You like, I'm not gonna say you're a fucking beta man, and I don't mean this as an insult. I don't mean this as an insult. Right?
Oh, here we go.
But like you might let someone fuck your wife.
No, that is not true.
No,
that is.
If there was a man, and you're walking down the street with your wife, and maybe he had a gun or a knife, and he's like, oh, I don't even know if you're married, and he wanted to fuck her, I think you might be like, hey man, I don't want any problems. Just get it done and move on.
I mean, you're now introducing a whole new element to the story. You're introducing someone who's.
But again, that's what I'm saying. But again, you 100% would. You'd be like, I don't want any trouble. Just maybe use a condom.
No,
there's nothing wrong with that.
Jesus Christ.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
But now you're calling me a liar. Now you're calling me a liar.
Because we all know, bro. Your audience knows that you're gonna put your hands up, like, hey, don't shoot me, bro.
Wait a second.
So, like,
have you missed the last 2 months of my show with the 10-7s being dropped left and right? I mean, the fiery responses sticking up to the bullies in this sport. Have you missed all of that content? Surely you haven't. I know you're a big fan.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm getting to why I don't like doing interviews.
Oh, okay.
Because last time we did an interview, and you were pretty dumbfounded with what I have to say. But a lot of normal motherfuckers would hear that. And I'm trying to explain this concept to like a fucking alien. Like I'm talking to you, you look like you have a fucking you're gonna have a golf membership at like a golfing club at one point.
I have no idea how to golf. I've only golfed once in my life. No idea.
Bro, but I'm just saying, like, you should be a golf analyst. And like, again, you've done very well with MMA, dude. But like, as far as that having that big hard dick, like you ain't with your boys at the fucking bar saying, "Oh man, look at that motherfucker get knocked out." You found a niche and you fucking did it. But sometimes I'm talking to you, it's like I'm talking to a fucking alien. You got the shaved head and the fucking beard, but
we look,
it don't fucking apply.
I mean, we look actually quite similar.
Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. The image is on point, dude. But like, you're like more on the beta male aspect. And there's nothing wrong with that, bro. We all need fucking beta males, dude. Like, let me, where'd you grow up in? Where'd you grow up at?
Oh, here we go with this. Montreal.
No, where'd you grow up? I'm just curious.
Montreal.
You guys ever interviewed me? Where Montreal?
Yeah.
What do
you know where Montreal is? Do you know where Montreal is?
Yeah, I mean, somewhere up in the fucking frozen north. You guys can't fucking own guns. A bunch of pussies up there.
Yeah.
But what do you like? What did you go to college?
Yes, I went to Syracuse University. Fine.
Okay. Well, your parents go to college?
Well, my parents are immigrants. They did go to college, but outside in the Middle East, Lebanon and Egypt.
Okay. Are your parents successful? Are they poor?
Are they successful? Yeah. They've had great lives. Yes.
So what I'm saying, bro, when I talk to you and like our last conversation when you were so dumbfounded at what I said, like you have such a disconnect from what most normal motherfuckers go through. Like you are so fucking privileged. And nothing wrong with it. I'm hats off to you. But when I joked about killing a motherfucker and you're like, what? Killing a man? Most normal people could be like, maybe not to my degree, could be like, yeah, dude, that's 100% rational. I lay in bed every now and think about it. So
no, most normal people don't say that. Those normal people don't say that. No, they don't.
That's why people like me. Let me ask you, if you ever laid in bed, do you live in America or do you live in Canada?
I live in America. I'm in New York right now. New York City.
Okay, so I mean, New York, I don't know if we call New York America. But
oh, stop it. The Empire State.
But do you own a gun? Do you own a firearm?
No, I don't. But can I just say something? You keep using the wrong word. I wasn't dumbfounded by any of what you said. I expected
you were just confused.
No,
you didn't understand it.
No, it wasn't that. You don't think I know who you are? You don't think I did my research? You don't think I listened to your interviews?
Yeah.
But here's what I would say, which might vibe with what you were saying. You rarely see someone who is as open with their feelings, good or bad, and with their thoughts as you are. So I'm not one. I think you think. Here's the thing.
You're disconnected, bro. You come from a different fucking world than the rest.
But you see, this is where your theory actually falls apart. Here's the thing.
You think you're the average American?
No,
you're not.
Based on what you think of me, I bet you think I want to say, and you just said it at the beginning of the interview, you want to cancel, you want to this. I'm not that guy. Based on what you think of me, I wouldn't even have you back on the show. But I enjoy the conversation. I enjoy talking to people who are different than me, right? I don't actually cast judgment on people who are different.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That goes against your beta theory, though.
I fucking like you.
That goes against your beta theory.
I like you. I think you're a cool guy, but you got to understand, you don't represent.
But I never said I represent.
But no, I'm saying, so when I talk to you, it's like I'm talking to a fucking alien. It's like I'm talking to a fucking alien.
Don't you like talking to people who are different than you?
No, again, I do. But like, okay, like what I was saying though, when you talk about like killing motherfuckers, do you own a gun? You own a gun?
I do not.
You own a gun?
I do not. I do not. I do not.
Well, that's also a fucking problem. You don't own a fucking gun. You probably can't own a gun.
Why not?
Anyways, like, I don't know. You're not even an American citizen, are you?
I am an American citizen. I mean, there's a lot of inaccuracies being thrown out.
Makes even worse. I thought you lived in Canada.
I just told you I live in New York. I'm an American and Canadian. You ever heard of something called dual citizenship? It's a beautiful thing.
You were a fucking anchor baby. I know what you fucking did.
I don't know what the hell that means. What does that even mean? I've lived in America more than I lived in Canada at this point in my life.
No. So what I'm saying, dude, like most Americans have a nightstand by the bed. And they think, man, if somebody breaks in this fucking door right now, I'm going to grab my Glock, whatever gun you have, and I'm going to fucking plug this guy in the chest. So most Americans think that. Most Americans have had that thought to have a gun. So like when I tell you that, you're like, what are you talking about? I'm going to take him to lunch and maybe watch him fuck my wife. Like I'm not.
No. Why do you have to go from A to Z? Why can't you just be like, oh, this guy doesn't own a gun. He's from a different part of the world than I am and has different theories. Why do you have to go from that to being like, you know, gross and disrespectful? Yeah. Well, why that? Why are you so, by the way, why are you so obsessed with that vision?
Well, no,
are you someone that subscribes to such a thing?
That is like one of the, no, that is like, but I'm saying like, you would probably let a motherfucker.
Again with this one?
You would probably let, you would probably let a motherfucker do it if he had a gun. Fucking, if he had a gun.
Nah, I'd fight him. Now,
No, have you ever been in a fight in your life?
Yes, I have.
When?
Well, you want the full details? I was in high school.
Yeah. When have you ever been in a fight in your life?
An actual like street fight?
Yeah, like when have you ever had to defend your honor, like smack a motherfucker?
Yeah,
like,
high school. High school.
For what?
Ninth grade.
In Canada. A fight in Canada.
Yeah, greatest fighter of all time is from Canada. You heard of George St. Pierre? Greatest fighter of all time, period. Again, from Canada.
Yeah,
how crazy is that?
I don't know if we call him the greatest fighter. I mean, he definitely took motherfuckers down late on him.
Beat everyone. Double champ, by the way.
Yeah, but so what I'm saying, I'm not gonna get off track.
Yeah, I know. How do we get off track? Thank you.
You're a solid guy. You're a fucking solid guy.
I appreciate it.
But you're a minor cuckold. And
it's not even true. I mean, I don't know which. By the way, are you married?
No, I'm not married.
Why not?
Fucking life, dude. I mean, I don't know, man. I got to fucking win fights, make money.
What does that have to do with being married? What does that have to do with being married?
It's not in the cards for me as of now.
Do you want to be married?
I mean, maybe at some point. I don't fucking know, dude.
Have you ever
knows these fucking?
Have you ever been with someone that you thought you were going to marry and it didn't turn out for whatever reason?
I have been with women who wanted to get married, and I said, "This is not really what I want." Absolutely.
No, but have you ever been with someone you're like, I think this might be the one, and then of course it just didn't like mature?
No, never, ever, no.
You never found that one.
You married, right?
Yeah, married. Right? Yeah.
You got kids?
3.
Oh shit! Are you gonna raise them to be a little bit more of a little hard? You're gonna raise them to be hard? You're gonna...
They're American, so maybe they're all gonna own like
dude. They start off
guns, AK-47s. It's gonna be a crazy party.
That's fucking good, dude. You need to buy a gun, man. How you an American to have a fucking gun?
Nah, don't need them.
What if someone breaks into your house and tries to rape your wife? What are you
by the way,
do? You gonna fight him?
By the way, when you're this freaking tough, when you've got arms like this, when you got biceps like this,
yeah.
What do you need? What do you need?
You're gonna grab the fucking popcorn and watch. No, but anyways, I'm done making fun of you. Again, I think you're a solid
this is
guy.
great.
You're
Thank you.
Motherfucker. You're a privileged motherfucker, but I don't know how you got this job, bro. You should be like a golf commentator, a golf analyst.
What does that even mean?
Like, how did you get?
I made this job.
World?
I created this job.
How did you? I want to know how you get in the MMA world. Like, you get done college, you're like, you know what, man? There's a lot of stupid motherfuckers. I think I could get in this world.
You want to know how I got it? I mean, if by the way, this is not about me here. I'm having you on. You're the guest. Why are you trying to turn the tables on me?
Everybody knows me. I have nothing to say. Like, I I fight anybody. I like it.
Yeah, I sit here for.
How did you go from MMA? Because I don't think you're a big MMA fan.
Well, but now we're going there. You know, I've done 3 shows. I've put out 14 hours of content this week in the last 13 days, talking exclusively about MMA.
No, I'm
about MMA.
I'm not saying
you think I fake that?
I'm not saying you're. But I'm saying if this wasn't your job, bro, I don't think you'd be at the bar with the boys watching motherfuckers get knocked out.
Bro, I was at the bar watching MMA when you were in your father's nutsack. When you didn't even know what the fuck MMA was, dude. I was talking about MMA. I was doing a radio show at Syracuse University in 2001. How old are you?
I'm 31.
31. How old were you in 2001? You were in fucking 4th grade when I was talking about MMA, when I was hosting an MMA show, when it wasn't even fucking cool, when you were probably going out there, taking 2 bottles of fucking Modelo's and smashing them together, causing trouble. I was campaigning and fighting for this sport to be covered by people when you didn't even fucking know what MMA stood for. So do your research.
Good job, you fucking beta male. I like that.
Fucking guy. Do your fucking research, man. I was on the front fucking lines of this sport, creating jobs and interviewing fighters, going to bullshit events when you were fucking out in the parking lot doing wheelies and donuts. All right.
All right. Good job. I like that fucking fire you just.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Sean.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, now
let's continue.
Okay, let's
continue. Hey, everybody, look at Ariel on. No one's fucking his wife today. But anyway.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen, at least I have a wife that wants to fuck me. I mean, at least I got that going for me.
Did you know about your boyfriend?
Yeah, did you know?
No.
By the way, I was told that you'd be on your good behavior for this one. This is not good behavior.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, how do you do these interviews? You want to talk about fighting? Hey, Sean, you took a fight on 4 days' notice. How was it? Well, they fucking paid me. What about, hey, you got knocked out by a big Brazilian? Yeah, well, I wanted to fight the motherfucker. Hey, man, you lost to Jared. How does that feel? Well, I jabbed him in the fucking face. I won on points by loss. Like, what does one do in these interviews? What do you talk about in interviews? So we don't do interviews, man.
It's always different. It's like, I mean, it's a pre-fight interview, post. I actually don't focus a lot on the fights, to be honest.
Yeah, I know, dude. So how do you want to fuck, bro?
Well,
Tell me. What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about you on a motorcycle and how your pants come off when you're on a motorcycle. I saw this footage of you on the motorcycle, and all of a sudden, you've got no pants on. How does that happen?
Wait, was I naked? Oh,
you were wearing boxers or something.
I actually rode a Harley naked for like fucking 10 miles once. That was a fun one. But no, dude, it was raining and we just wanted to go have a good time and it's muddy. And I was like, you know what? We're going to get sushi after this. I don't want to get all fucked up. So I'm going to go naked. I'll leave my shit here. And I ended up breaking my motorcycle. So then it became awkward, mildly gay.
But how does your pants come off?
Well, because I told you, I was trying to we were going to get muddy and all fucked up. And it was like, I'm going to go get naked and go play in the mud and do some wheelies and jumps and shit.
Where is that?
And then when we get done riding, up in California, I was like, when we get done riding, I can put my clothes back on and we go get some sushi. And it just didn't work out that play. It wasn't in the cards.
I saw also like the bike was like going off the trail or whatever it was. It looks like it could almost.
Oh, I can't ride a motorcycle, man. I can't ride a motorcycle. I can't snowboard. I could kind of fight. Here's the thing: when you have a lot of hobbies, what do you like to do? You got any hobbies?
I like to play basketball.
Okay. Anything else?
I like to read.
So you're a pretty boring fucking guy. You're pretty.
I'm pretty boring. I mean, there's no. I mean, I have to watch 9,000 hours of MMA every week to keep this job that I don't even like.
I would hate this job.
I know, Jesus. Ever watch an event at the Apex? I mean, I'd rather freaking die a death of 1,000 cuts than watch an event at the Apex.
What's wrong with the fucking Apex, bro? Wait, calm down.
What? There's 4 people there. It's void of any sort of atmosphere, soul, energy.
I like it. It's like, it's quaint. It's romantic. You get to look at a motherfucker. You can hear him breathe.
Yeah, but as far as a product is concerned, it's not the same as fighting at a T-Mobile Arena or MSG or something.
Yeah, of course not. Of course not. It's
That's what I'm talking about.
I get that. No, I like the Apex. So it's a lot more romantic. You could get it. Like, it's just nice. You can hear motherfuckers breathe. You can hear the corner. Like, it's a more intimate setting,
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, my Geico policy needs to be renewed.
Uh-oh. Maybe they heard us talking.
I've actually not had insurance for a little bit, so I got to get on that.
They heard us talking about the motorcycle situation and you crashing it and all that stuff.
Yeah, fucking A, dude. Fucking A, man.
By the way, I want to give you a compliment. I saw a photo, like I think it was your pre-fight photo, the studio one that you do, and you were wearing boots in it. I thought that was pretty cool. I like when the fighters are allowed. Yeah, those ones. I don't think it was those ones. I think it was.
I have one pair of fucking shoes.
Okay, sorry. All right.
I'm sure you have a full wardrobe, dude. All fucking classy and clean.
Listen, you were on the microphone after your fight talking about them paying you a lot of money. Don't pretend like you don't like money too. All right,
I fucking love money. That's the one thing in life. Fucking love.
It's a great thing.
But yeah, anyways, man.
I like that you showed your style. Like, I like that they let you be you. You didn't show up with those rock running shoes and all that stuff.
Oh man, those shoes, man. UFC, man. I don't want to knock on those things, but I like the tread. But there's some shit that needs to be fixed. You guys need to come to me, Rock, Dwayne Johnson. Come to me, dude. I'll give you some pointers, Dwayne. I'll help you out, man. Not that you need it, but I'll help you out.
Okay. By the way, what do you make of the whole Francis situation?
I respect Francis for that. Like, I'm going off what Eric said. And if that was legit and he was just like, hey, I want to own my brand. I want to be who I am. It's not about the money. I respect that. Me personally, I'm not that fucking way. You give me money, dude. I'll give you my name. I don't give a fuck. So I respect the fact that he stood by what he believed in and did what he wanted to do. I'm personally not that way. I'm a fucking sellout. You give me money, I'll fucking start telling you I'm Ariel's friend.
Yeah, but case be made, more money for him outside of the UFC.
Well, I mean, we will find out. I hope so. I hope him and Tyson Fury fight, and I hope they do like a different rule set, but we'll find out. Do you think Tyson Fury takes the fight?
I think so. I mean, he said he would. Maybe not next.
Yeah.
But after, are you and Francis friends? You both train at Extreme.
Oh, dude, Francis is the nicest dude. He's like, I'm sure you've met Francis,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he was on my show yesterday.
He's the nicest fucking guy. He's the fucking nicest guy, dude. Like, he's friends with everybody.
Yeah. Are you someone that hangs out with him, like outside of the gym or just at the gym?
Just the gym. I don't hang out with people, man.
Yeah, you do. You hang out with Chris Curtis. He told us.
No, I don't hang out. I don't hang out with Chris Curtis. I mean, occasionally we will go hang out, dude. Chris Curtis, dude. If I could get Chris Curtis to fucking take his fucking eyes off a video game, then I'll hang out with the guy. But that fucking man, he's a boring motherfucker, dude. Like he is he is the epitome of a white incel nerd. Like that motherfucker, he's a hard motherfucker to hang out with. I love Chris Curtis.
But he loves you. He backs you, man. He really is loyal towards you.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, if Curtis is my best friend. I'll tell you that right now. But there's some shit about Curtis that makes you want to strangle him. Like his love of video games. That's motherfucker like video games. EA sponsored this fucking man. You know what I'm saying?
Eric seems to have your back too. He speaks very, very highly of you, Eric Nixick. It seems like you have a great thing going with him, right? A great partnership. You seem to be in a good spot.
Dude, let me tell you about Chris Curtis. We went go-kart racing the other day. I brought Marvin, right? Me and Marvin were into it. Marvin brought his assistant, bro. I shit you not. Brought his assistant, and they're going around.
Wait, who's Marvin? Vittori?
Vittori.
He has an assistant?
Marvin. Yeah, he has an assistant. Marvin puts her into a fucking wall to win. And I respect that. Dude, she has to get walked out. They almost called a fucking ambulance. I fucking respect that. Chris Curtis, on the other hand, he's in the back listening to fucking Spanish guitar, just cruising like it's a Sunday morning going to brunch. He's a different breed. He's a different.
But that's good. Isn't that what makes the world go round? Like different strokes for different folks. If we were all the same, then the world would be pretty boring.
I mean, it depends what kind of same we are. If they were all you, the world would be extremely.
Stop it. If they were all you, we'd be in big trouble, dog. I mean, let's be real. You know that.
I mean, you're a boring motherfucker.
You know that, right? You know that.
You're a boring motherfucker, dude. You probably fuck like a hamster.
What are you so obsessed with my sex life? It's a very bizarre thing that you keep bringing up. I mean, I'm kind of thinking that you
never look at a man and be like, oh, I wonder if he fucks like a hamster.
I don't. I can honestly say that.
I bet that big ass nose is your dick, bro.
Listen, now you're stealing Darren Till jokes. That would be a good fight. You versus Darren Till, 85.
Oh, wait, is that what he said? Did he steal that joke?
I don't know. He talks about this.
Did he say that? I know. You guys, what happened? You guys had a falling out? You guys okay?
Yeah, I see. You pretend like you don't know a lot about me, but you know a lot about me.
Do you want me to go call him and see if you guys should mediate that? Be friends?
No, I'm good. I don't need any of that. I appreciate it.
Bro? I mean, you guys are a good duo, man.
You like us together?
Yeah, he's like a good cop. You're like a,
I'm the bad cop.
He's a bad cop.
No, you said it. You said it. By the way, what was up with those glasses that you were wearing at the media day? Those big ones? They look like Bret Hart glasses.
Dude, I got my eyes dilated, so I had to fucking. I mean, I couldn't you get your eyes dilated. Pupils are very bright or very big. But yeah, man, no, you're a good.
By the way, let me tell you something. Beta male or not, my eyes have never been dilated, so I feel like that's 1 point.
But you can't fucking see. You got bad fucking genetics, bro. Your kids didn't have fucking glasses. You fucked your kids up with a big glasses.
I mean, what kind of weakling has dilated glasses? Come on, man.
You got to dilate your eyes to get fucking fight medicals.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I would.
Your girl wear glasses?
No.
How tall are you? Are you a big man? Are you a big man? Are you a little man?
Can I give you my Dr. Phil assessment of this situation? I feel like you think I'm going to hit you with any hard questions, so you're trying to beat me to the punch by bringing up these things because you keep trying to this is like we're on a blind date here, and you're throwing how tall are you? What do you do for a living? What do you like this? I've never been asked so many questions in an interview before.
Anything you want. Fucking ask me a question. Go.
I just wanted to know how you feel after the big win. You got back on track. You had the 2 fights that didn't quite go your way. You stand by them. The last one was close, but it seemed like you're back on track. So I just wanted to know about the confidence, how you're feeling, all that stuff.
Dude, I don't and this is the thing when it comes to fighting, man. I don't fucking know. I mean, it's just another day for me. I like to win. I like money, but as far as here's the thing. Let me tell you something, dude. You get a lot of motherfuckers in the sport and they walk around with fucking suits. I just ran into Tim Kennedy at SHOT Show. Man's dressed like a fucking pimp.
Yeah.
It's fucking it's trippy. But you get a lot of people in this sport who they win a fight, they make a little bit of money. We're talking about a little bit of money. A lot of money to the UFC. I love the UFC. You guys employ me, you give me more money than I good. But a lot of money to the UFC is a very little bit of money in the other sports. So you get these white trash or trashy motherfuckers. They get a little bit of money and they think, I'm going to go buy me a suit. And they go buy a fucking suit and they get a couple of Instagram followers. And they get a blue check mark. And next thing you know, it's they think they're the next greatest thing. They think that no, dude, you're a caveman. You get locked in a cage and fight for money. So when I win and I get paid, which, fucking thank baby Jesus, whoever the fuck's out there.
Mm-hmm.
when I win, I love the money I make, but in the day, I am not confused. I know what the fuck I am. I go into a cage and sacrifice my fucking brain for money. It's not glamorous. It's not fucking cool. And after the fight, I'm just happy that I'm not more fucked up than I should be.
Yeah, no. Well said. And by the way, I want to give you a compliment. I liked what you said after the fight about Stephan Bonnar and about, what happens when fighters leave. Say what you will about me and my motives and my love of the sport. If you do know me, I think you can't deny the fact that I have advocated for fighters to be taken care of post-UFC, to get paid more, to have pensions and protection and all that stuff. And so I thought what you said was, A, takes a little bit of balls, A, and B, on point. So respect.
Well, no, again, I'm a fucking company guy. I love UFC. I think my commitment to UFC is not a question. But you got to think, how much money do you think the UFC made off of Stephan Bonnar and Forrest Griffin?
No, I mean,
over the years of selling it.
Yeah, changed the fortunes of the whole company.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not saying they have any obligation. I'm not saying they have any obligation to give that pie to Stephan Bonnar. But when Stephan Bonner's fucking broke. He has CT. I don't know. I blocked the guy on Instagram. I thought he's fucking nuts. But not saying that the UFC has any obligation to help any of him out or them out. But when he was broke, when his gym was going under, or all this shit, when he was fucking probably battling alcoholism, whatever the fuck he was doing, if he had a piece of that pie, even a small piece, it could have changed his fucking life.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, and I guess this comes back down to Francis wanting more of himself. He wants to own more of himself. I don't know, man. I love UFC. I'm happy. I'm doing things right. I'm making great money. But you look at guys like Stephan Bonnar, who kind of paved the way, made the UFC fucking millions. And the pie definitely was not shared.
Who do you want next?
Oh, I don't care, man. I don't fucking care.
When do you want to fight again?
I want to take like a few weeks off just to fucking let the body heal up a little bit. And then, I don't know, March, April.
85?
Yeah, 85 for sure. 205 was just like I couldn't make 85.
Sure.
I couldn't make 85. I was fucking fat. I was like 215.
All right.
But yeah, and again, I don't want anybody to fucking mince my words. I love the UFC and I'm making more.
What are you so afraid of?
My white.
You said that 10 times.
Well, again, dude, I don't want, there is a fucking company and a hierarchy, and I don't want people to think that I'm bad mouthing UFC.
Yeah.
I make more in this company. I made more of that fight than if it wasn't for the UFC, I would not have made my entire fucking life. So I'm very grateful for it. But it just, sometimes you see like Stephan Bonnar and shit. And,
yeah. That was the biggest payday of your career?
Yeah, it's the most money I made in one fight for sure.
Nice. Well done. By the way, do me a favor. Do this. You got a little booger.
Tattoo. Oh, that's fucking good. Hey, funny story, Katsu. Come here.
You have a little booger. You have a little booger coming out of your nose.
Come here.
Do this.
Come here, Katsu, please. You're gonna love this story.
I'm trying to help you out. All right.
You're gonna love this story. This man's actually shot a guy. Shit you not. Pulled a gun out and shot a guy.
Okay, cool.
Two guys. Daddy stabbed the guy. But the funny thing is, he's in a gas station, right? And this guy's robbing a fucking clerk, a liquor store. He's robbing the clerk. And Katsu pulls out his fucking Glock. He's been dreaming about this. He's been jerking off to this moment his entire life. He pulls out his Glock and pretty much tries to make a citizen's arrest. This motherfucker turns around and shoots Katsu. And then he returns fire and drops the guy.
Jeez.
But you will never meet a motherfucker who's dead to rights with a guy and gets fucking shot. So, Katsu, I love that story, man. Thank you.
Great story. Thank you, Katsu. Thanks for stopping by. I was trying to help you out. You had a booger.
So, anyways, this is the guy who almost got killed after he drew the gun on motherfucker.
I'm trying to help you out. You had a booger sticking out of your nose. I'm trying to help you out, Sean, for the ladies.
Okay. I'm a white trash motherfucker. I'm allowed to do that.
All right. God bless. Sean, thanks for stopping by. Congrats on the win, my man.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Yeah, you're looking way fucking tougher, dude. Your wife's going to want to.
I appreciate that. And you know what? Please stop dreaming about me and my sex life. I appreciate your love and interest in my life. But I love you, Sean. 24 inches, baby. You're the best. All the best, Sean. God bless. This guy. What a guy, Sean Strickland. For some reason, just obsessed with my my sex life, Sean Strickland. That was weird. Why does he care so much about what I'm doing in my private life? Bizarre. What is this? Sean Strickland, everyone. Apologies if you were offended by anything that Sean said. Did he say? I mean, other than me personally, I guess I could be the only one offended. I don't get offended by the characters in this sport. I guess the only part that really offended me was this guy claiming that I don't love MMA. What is he, like one of these Instagram commenters?
Right.
I mean, how dare he? I just went on a whole soliloquy about that.
For everything he said, that actually seemed like the only thing that offended.
Well, I mean,
For everything that he said.
Consider the source. It was weird that he was so fixated on my love life. Who's going to help out Sean? Who's going to give him a hug? What the world?
Brody that he brought on to tell the story. I'm sure I'll give him a hug.
Who, Katsu?
Yeah, Katsu.
Katsu, can you do me a favor and give Sean a hug right now? And by the way, I was trying to help him out with the booger. Did you guys see the big fat booger coming out of his nose? Sean, you come on the biggest show in MMA, clean up your nostrils, for goodness sakes.
While talking crab.
I love that he says, I like you, bro. I like you. I like you, bro. But how many times did he say that?
Like, if that matters, like, okay, Sean Strickland likes me. Now he can just absolutely tear into me.
Yeah. No, I mean, that is not tearing in. That is second grade stuff. It is true, though, that I got into a fight. I was on the basketball court, up to no good. These guys started making trouble in my neighborhood. And you know what the crazy thing about it is, Frank?
What's that?
I got in one little fight, and my mom got scared.
Oh, that's how you ended up in California.
You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air. Undefeated, undisputed.
Wait, so what happened to the other guy?
12 pounds of gold. Something Sean Strickland will never hold. I'm just joking. Sean. Love you, Shawnee. What other guy?
The one that you fought.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay. We can move on.
Yeah, we can move on. Wow, what a way to end a crazy week here, guys. We have anything else that we want to talk about? Or are we good?
I mean, the watch party's coming up on Saturday.
Wait, I just heard someone whisper that to you.
Yeah.
Who was that, Joe?
Yeah.
How many times have I plugged the watch party? I plugged it like 10 times.
We could just use a couple more plugs.
Okay. Watch party this Saturday, 9:45 p.m. Eastern. Do you start at the beginning of the last fight? Like, I kind of feel like you guys should start with the Shogun fight. Don't come mid-Shogun fight.
Nah, it's 9:45. Can't really time it out. Don't know when Shogun's going to start.
That's a good point. Shogun could come like at 9:15, right?
Yeah, last few times we've gotten really unlucky with the last fight of the prelims ending like 3 minutes before we go on.
Yeah.
We timed it out perfectly. 280, the first one.
That was a crazy one. Was it crazy, like
finishing Sean Brady?
Yes.
Yeah, that was perfect. Hopefully we get lucky and Shogun is getting his hand raised as we come on. The legend gets to retire in front of the Brazilian crowd.
By the way, have you ever made a bet mid-show?
Yeah, a few.
Oh, you have?
I've bet Jared Gordon show. We do a chat bet too. The chat gets to pick a bet for me. They're actually 2-1 on plus money plays.
Have you done a live bet, meaning like third round, you're picking a winner, or second after this first round, like going into the second?
Yeah, after the second round, I took Jared Gordon going into the third round, and I was like, told everybody.
Yes.
And then I managed to lose everything. To bring back some memories, Casey Layden, if we can go to my screen here, he sent a picture of the time you and him were in Rio together.
Oh, yes.
Great.
There it is.
The shoes.
How about those shoes? Brazil colors.
Yes. I mean, obviously, shout out.
Yes. We were on the beach. They had an open workout on the beach. And I remember Lorenzo Fertitta did a presser after that, like an impromptu scrum. One of the very few times that he did any kind of media. And I remember him saying, like, we're going to go to Brazil like 4 or 5 times a year. And I was thinking, what? You guys are going to Brazil for? Like, they had not been to Brazil at that point for 14 years or something crazy. And lo and behold, they did go like 4 or 5 times a year. So, yeah, great memories there with Casey. Ate some good food. That's when I was introduced to acai for the first time. And
is the acai in Brazil good?
It's pretty good. I'm not going to lie.
Is it like a sour, tangy flavor?
Or? You mean like the actual fruit, or you mean the?
Like when you're having it in a bowl.
Oh, it's fantastic. It feels like the Lord's rain is just engulfing you.
What's the best place to get it from, though?
Baby Sucos, yeah. By the way, do you feel like Baby Sucos should maybe sponsor me for everything I've said?
Yeah,
about
we
them?
should be the acai hour.
Yeah. If BB Sukos sponsors me personally, that would be one more sponsor than Sean Strickland has ever had in his career. No, I'm just joking. All right. I think we're good. How many hours, by the way, have we done this week?
Few.
10 or 11.
What do you think we did? 4 hours on 4 hours
Monday.
on Monday.
4.5 on Monday. 90 minutes yesterday.
More than 90. I think we did 2 yesterday, or almost 2.
Yeah, we did. We did the reactions yesterday. So yeah.
So that's 6.5.
Hey, we're not clock watchers over here.
Let's give it 11. Let's give it 11.
I feel like 11 is a fair number.
4.5, and 2.
11 hours of MMA content in the span of what, 72 hours? So of the last 72 hours, we have been with you for 11 hours. There's just been 60 hours of the last 72 hours that you have not seen us. And these people question our love of the game.
Are you waiting till later, or are you ready to announce the Thursday special episode?
Yeah. Imagine like John Jones called me up right now and he's like, you know what the problem is with the special editions? Now I feel like everyone's going to want them.
Got to be a special person to get the special edition.
Well, it's not a problem getting the interview. Like, that's great. Love it. 34K, yada, yada. The problem is, if someone says, hey, I saw this guy, he had a special. Why am I on with these other jabrones? Like, what if Stipe would have said to me, hey, I don't want to be on with Sean Strickland. What do I do then?
We were going to do a special for that?
You know what's interesting? Imagine 10-minute special. You know what's interesting? Very few times ever has someone said to me, maybe once in 12 years, or what has it been? 14 years? Jesus. Maybe once has someone said, I don't want to be on with that person. You know what I mean? That's kind of amazing when you consider everyone and their egos and their fighters and they don't like this person, that's kind of an incredible thing.
Who was it?
I don't remember, but I remember one time having to navigate those waters. Ultimately, I think nothing happened, but I remember one time that being a thing.
I guess they're not on together, though.
Yeah, but like they don't want to be on the poster or whatever, the pose. They just don't want anything to do with that person. I don't know. I think it's come up once where I've had to be like, come on, well, you're not on together. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. I've had enough. Good luck on the watch party.
Thanks, man.
UFC 283. By the way, still waiting for my invite.
It's in the mail.
The watch party?
Yeah.
Yeah, still haven't.
Or to Fogo de Chao on Sunday, Monday.
That'd be great.
I'll see you on Saturday.
I say on Saturday I'm there. I'm not a big meat guy,
You could have the vegetables.
No one goes to a Brazilian steakhouse to have vegetables. What are you talking about?
Yes. I'm sure there are people who go.
No. Why would you do that?
They have other options. They
have a salad bar. It's never really that good.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm being honest. It's not that good.
I like it.
You've been to Fogo de Chao?
Yeah, several times.
I've only been once.
Okay.
But I just...
You know what? I've been eating Fogo de Chao since you've been at... No.
By the way, you guys know who said that first? Have I talked about that quote?
I think you have talked about the quote.
Yeah, that was Renzo Gracie about BJ Penn back in the day. He goes, I was doing this when you were in your father's nutsack. It's an incredible quote. Actually, I didn't realize that Sean Strickland was only 31. I've legit been doing this since he was in his father's nutsack. I mean, 31. How old was he in 2006? Quick math. Yeah, I can pull this off. 2006. He was born in 19... The guy was 15 years old. He was legit popping wheelies down the block. Come on. Anyway, thank you very much to everyone who joined us today. Great guests, all of them. Appreciate their time very much. Stipe Miocic, Curtis Blaydes. Oh, man. Shogun Rua. There was one more. Give it to me. Sean Strickland. And Neil Magny. Back on Monday, same time and place. Tell us, peace. I'm out of here.